You so fucking pretty. Kari wrapped his other arm around me, kissing me softly. You so fucking fine. I copied him, making him grin widely and show off the bottom grill he wore occasionally. Damn, I surely missed fucking with the thug nigga. We kissed a few more times before he took my hand and led me to a booth off to the side and in the back. I eyed the place as we traveled through, and all types of people were here, a lot being recognizable. I saw ball players, actors, other rappers besides Kari, a few singers, and some serious types who I assumed belonged to organized crime. It was a chill environment, and like Kari's single release party, I could tell the people here felt comfortable. Hell, they had to be, because a few men I saw here were accompanied by women who weren't their very well-known wives or girlfriends. I sucked my teeth at the sight. You hungry? Kari quizzed, keeping his arm around me as we sat closely together in the circular booth that could seat about 6 people comfortably. I am. I picked up the menu. Me too. He spoke against my ear, placing his tatted hand on my exposed thigh, rubbing upward. I was rocking a simple white dress that was nice and short, while my curly hair hung freely, and Renee Caovilla sandal heels adorned my feet. Of course, Leland questioned where I was going, and I used Bambi like always. I made sure to alert her, and she agreed, so long as I filled her in after tonight. Kari, I giggled. You come here often? Yes, but alone, so don't even go there. I usually come here when I want to eat out and not have to deal with shit, he explained. Makes sense. So what's good? I eyed the menu, seeing it was American fare with a lot of premium cuts of steak, chicken, and chops. Everything from the sides to the desserts and cocktails had my stomach growling inwardly. Pork chop plate is fire. My brother is fucking the chef, so I think that's why she does such a good job, he stated nonchalantly as my jaw dropped. Shakur? Yup. I don't want to imagine him having sex. He's still a kid to me. That big-ass nigga ain't no kid. And sorry to say, he been fucking too. That's what really made them heart issues go away. Kari and I fell out in laughter, and I just caught myself watching him. He was so sexy, and I just loved him. How I'd made it years without him, without this, was a mystery in itself. I love you, I admitted as the waiter neared us to take our drink orders. I love you too. He kissed me deeply this time, so I went back in for another. We ordered drinks, appetizers, and then the pork chop plate that Kari swore by. It was amazing, as well as the onion rings, applesauce, 5 cheese mashed potatoes, and lemon asparagus we got along with it. Although we had the same thing, we ate off one another's plate most of the time. Once done, we went to the back of the place, which was like a little lounge. This was clearly added on because it wasn't here when Devante owned it. There weren't many people here, just like in the diner, and I was seeing why the people that did come frequented this place. Everybody was chilled and minded their own fucking business. The lounge had a blue hue, and there were booths with the utmost privacy lining the wall. There were 2 bars, a huge dance floor, bathroom hallways on either side of one of the bars, and then tables off to the side. Shakur had truly put some money into this place. Kari and I grabbed a booth and ordered a bottle of champagne. We skipped the flutes, knowing we'd be the only ones drinking out of the bottle. After a few sips, the DJ dropped Put You On by Danny Lee. I loved this song, and since I was feeling good, I started to grind in Kari's lap, mouthing the words. It took no time for this man to harden under me as his hands assaulted my hips and ass. Holding onto his knees for leverage, I really worked my ass on him, not caring about how short my dress was, since it was just me and him, essentially. And like I said, everybody here minded the business that paid their asses. Some were performing or getting their own lap dances, while others slow danced in the middle of the floor or just chatted over drinks. I smiled when I looked back to see how much he was enjoying the view and the dance. When he got a glimpse of the lacy white thong I was wearing, he yanked me back against him so that I was flat to his chest. I was still moving to the song as it neared its end. "Come home with me," he whispered, voice so deep and sensual as his hand ran up my inner thigh before he touched my pussy through the thin fabric of my panties. "Let me think about it," I said, jokingly, getting back into position to really grind my ass. Sinking his hands in my hair, he gripped it lightly as his other hand ran amok all over my ass. Finally, the song ventured into Search and Rescue by Drake, so I rose up, fixing my dress. He rose as well, towering over me and slipping his tongue into my mouth, seemingly to the beat of the Drake song playing over the club. "You come with me tonight, you ain't gonna make it home until the late morning, love. I'm spending the night in that pussy, so walking gonna be out the question." He talked against my lips, causing me to shut my eyes at the sound of his words and that intoxicating tone of his. Smitten was an understatement. Always had been. Even though I knew I should have been going home to Leland tonight, I didn't want to. My want for Kari outweighed any logic or conscience. Our love had always been dangerously influential like that. I never cared what did or didn't make sense, so long as I had him. So instead of telling him no, that I needed to go home to protect not just me but him as well, I said, "I can't wait." The next morning, I woke up groaning at the sore feeling between my legs. Kari wasn't lying about spending the night fucking me because that was exactly what he did. When we got to his place, we drank a little more champagne, smoked, and then one thing led to another. We stayed up a few hours just talking, enjoying the cool night air Los Angeles provided before retiring to bed for round 2. We showered, brushed our teeth, then drifted off, only for him to wake me around 4 a.m. for a quickie, which sent me into an even deeper slumber. Now, here it was noon, and I was just opening my eyes. I admit, I felt like myself with Kari, and aside from the sex and good conversation, it was what kept me with him so late. I didn't feel like I had to portray a certain image with him. He didn't think less of me if I wanted to smoke some weed or get tipsy during the weekend since I was off work. Unlike with Leland, where it seemed like everything that I enjoyed was a problem. I dealt with it back in New York because I had no real friends or anything over there outside the Lewises, so my urges to have fun were easily suppressed and drowned with work. Sitting up finally, I noticed Kari wasn't next to me, making me whip my head to look around the huge bedroom. His room alone was the size of the pricey-ass apartment Leland and I were staying in. Just as the door to the bedroom came open, my phone buzzed. Bam. "Bitch, where are you?" Bam. I just had to hide from Leland. Me. Will call in a little. Bam. K. Me. Also, thank you. Figured you'd need some fucking energy. Kari smirked arrogantly as he brought a tray of food to me. "You made this?" I asked after he kissed my lips while placing the tray across my lap. I had no idea he could cook, and like this. Before me was a stack of pancakes with some type of icing drizzled atop, eggs, bacon, and grits. Hell nah, that chef from the diner made this shit. He sat on the edge of the bed. "You better not be fucking her too." I lifted the mug, allowing the aroma of the hot tea to travel up my nose before taking a sip. "Nah, I don't fuck after my brothers." He cut his eyes my way as I sucked my teeth. "But also, I'm more focused on you, not fucking for meals." Good. I ate some of it after a quick prayer. I have to leave, though. I need to get cleaned up and get to the office so Leland will stop hounding my friend. Nah, finish eating. You need breakfast. Kari tilted his glass of orange juice to his lips. Kari, couture. I told you I'd be patient with the shit you got going on, and I meant it, but you not gonna be running around this motherfucker like you scared of his ass. Not in front of me. Now eat your food while I run you a bath to enjoy, and then leave up out of here on your own fucking time. I know you can barely fucking walk. He stood. When I opened my mouth to protest, he added, "It's either that or I can kill that nigga. What you want?" Fine. I let my shoulders drop and picked my fork back up. He was right anyway. My bottom half was super sore, and a bath sounded like heaven at the moment, especially in his big-ass, luxurious tub. Kari kissed the corner of my mouth before polishing off his juice, setting the glass on the nightstand, and swaggering to the adjoined bathroom to start my bath. I finished my food, putting having to deal with Leland in the back of my mind, then ventured to the bathroom to sink into the warm tub. As I relaxed, Kari gave me a shoulder and foot massage before letting me be to wash off. By the time I was out and done brushing my teeth, he greeted me holding a Chanel bag. "What is this?" "Outfit. I know you fuck with some of their shit, and I ain't want you walking out of here in that short-ass shit from last night like you hooking." We laughed in unison as I took the bag to dig inside of it. "I can't believe you remembered." I retrieved the white silk dress along with a pretty light pink tweed jacket. When we were teenagers, I used to always say once I became a big-time lawyer, all of my work outfits would be from Chanel. "Told your ass I remember everything about you. I may have been fucking off then, but a nigga always loved you." He talked as he leaned against the bedpost, eyeing me. "Loved hearing you talk, too. It was out of the norm to find a girl our age that actually had plans and shit that extended past next weekend's parties. You motivated me for real." "Stop talking like that before you make me even later getting out of here," I warned him, already forgetting the ache between my thighs. "Oh, word?" He got behind me, untying my towel. "No, Kari, I'm sore and need to go." "I'll be gentle." He kissed my neck, chuckling when I nudged him off. He watched me as I went from being as naked to clothed in my new Chanel getup. My white Renee Kyovia butterfly shoes from last night matched perfectly. Even though these weren't typically shoes I'd wear to work, it was fine. Then I, of course, switched to the new Chanel bag he'd gotten me as a little gift. We left the house but took our time parting ways, as he kissed me repeatedly as I sat in the driver's seat of my vehicle while he hovered. "I have to go, Kari," I simpered. "Come to the studio tonight when you're done working and shit." He straightened up, staring down at me as his long, beautiful, wild, curly hair framed his face. He was in a wife beater, Burberry, track pants, socks, and slides, smelling amazingly good. I couldn't keep my eyes off his build and those tattoos, especially the one of my name that he proudly showed off even while we were apart. "I don't know. It depends how today goes. If you don't show up tonight, it better be because of work and not a damn thing else, Couture. Aight?" "All right," I nodded, knowing he was serious. We pecked once more, and then I sped out of the roundabout and down the street. As I headed to the firm, I dialed up Bambi. "Girl," she answered. "Took you long enough?" "Okay, why did you have to hide from him?" "He came down to the law firm I work at, asking if I was there. I had to tell my legal assistant to lie and say I wasn't so he'd think we were together." "Oh my gosh, Bambi. Thank you so much." I shook my head, exiting the freeway. "What the hell are you doing, Couture? I know you love this boy, but you are treading in dangerous waters." "I know. It's hard. It's like an addiction, seriously. When I see him, all my logic goes flying out of the window, and I couldn't care less about Leland and his people." I came to a red light and smoothed my hand over my edges that led into a curly but messy bun. "And he's just so fine." We laughed loudly for a minute. "I know. I've seen his ass. Nigga fine as hell and can rap his ass off. No one would blame you, not even Leland." Again, she and I erupted in laughter. Bambi sighed. "Look, you know I want you happy, but I'm also worried about you. Try to do better with this shit so you won't end up fucked over. I have no problem lying for you. That's what best friends are for. but let's be smoother so your ass doesn't get caught up. All right, I laughed. I will call you after my meeting. Okay. I hung up just as I swooped into a park in front of the office. I said a small prayer after noticing Leland's Range Rover a few spaces ahead. Climbing out with my purse and briefcase, I headed inside, trying to mentally prepare for his wrath. Hey, I stopped by his office. Let me just set my things down. I lifted them so he'd see, and he nodded. He was mad as hell. I'd never seen Leland's face so balled up. It was almost like a fucking fist. I took longer than I needed to, setting my things down before going to his office. I don't think I need to ask. Seems like the first thing you should have done is called me to explain why you haven't come home. Yet a fucking again, Couture. He gripped the arms of his desk chair as if he needed them to keep him from jumping across and strangling me. He was cursing too? Yes, he was mad. Leland was a rarity in that he didn't curse often, if at all. It was another thing he didn't like about me and told me I needed to alter. I was with Bambi and things just went on too late. We got a hotel since we drank too much. I shrugged. Leland laughed before running his hand down his mouth and perfectly trimmed goatee. Are you fucking Bambi? His brows knitted together. What? No. Then why is it that every time you two go out as of late, you can't seem to make it home? We've just been letting off a lot of steam, Leland, and drinking a bit too much. Listen, Couture. He leaned onto his desk, lacing his fingers. I don't know what the hell you've been up to or where you've been, but cut it out. He kept strong eye contact with me. Our photo is everywhere on every coast, and word about our firm has been spread just as far, if not further. Now, I want you to remember something. The law firm is Lewis and Lewis, not Lewis and Yates, meaning if you don't become a Lewis, you can kiss any type of lucrative career in law goodbye. Although I knew this would be the outcome if I ended things with Leland, he'd never come out and said it until right now. This was the first time he'd ever threatened me and used his family's power in attempt to control me. I understand. I faked a smile and nodded, even though I wanted to tell him to kiss my ass. Good. Don't forget we have to meet up with the contractors for our building at 4. I stood up. Of course not, honey. I stepped out of his office. Oh, and Couture? He called out, making me peek back in. I told my mother to look into some laser removal places. It's about time we get that man's name off of you, he stated, referencing the tattoo I had of Kari's name going across the back of my thigh. She knows some that can do it free of charge, so no need to worry about the cost. He finally looked up from his paperwork. I'd been claiming the procedure was too expensive, and I wanted to wait until the wedding, new home, and new firm were all done with. Leland and I shared unwavering contact and no words for a few moments. However, a lot was said. Choosing to stay quiet before I hurt his feelings and blew my shit up, I continued on, closing his door behind me. Chapter 4. Kaya Davis. Touching up my lipstick, I looked down at my phone after mushing my lips together to see if Kari had hit me back yet. I'd been calling him all night to be sure he was going to show up to the grand opening of my new teeth whitening salon, and not just that, but on time and in the matching colors we were supposed to wear. My stomach was in knots thinking about tonight and how he would act. I was praying like hell he would be nice, cordial, and maybe even a little bit affectionate. And even though I wanted to believe I only wanted that to happen for this image we were trying to uphold, I knew that wasn't true. I actually had feelings for Kari. It was hard not to. He was fine, had money, was a big-time rapper, could actually drop a hot 16 with ease, was tall, and don't even get me started on his sex game. He didn't even give head, but the way he slung that dick more than made up for it. I met Kari a couple years ago, and he invited me backstage when he saw me in one of the box seats of his show. We hit it off immediately, and against my better judgment, I let him fuck me the same night. I just knew he was gonna play me after that, but I was wrong. He continued fucking on me for about 6 months after that. Nothing too much or too special at all, just fucking, and maybe a meal on occasion. During that time, I started to really mess with him. The nigga had a charm out of this world. The hood nigga kind where it just flowed through his pores without trying too hard. So although he never promised me anything, and I knew he had other bitches, I still allowed myself to fall for his ass like a dummy. I was devastated when he started to pull back from me more and more until I could barely get in contact with him, even after offering sex to him several times. A bitch was nauseated seeing him float around town with a new bitch on his arm every other week while I was blowing up his phone. So when I found out that I was pregnant, I felt like it was God trying to help me out. That was until Kari told me he would be there for his kid, but as far as us, it was never gonna happen. However, God came through for me again when I got a call from his management about fake dating him to not only help repair his image as a playboy and serial baby daddy, but also help my business. I was elated and just knew that once Kari and I spent forced time together on a consistent basis, he would start to fall for me, just like in the movies. But nope, things seemed to worsen, and now I kind of felt like the nigga hated me. Imagine being in love with a man who couldn't even be in your presence for half an hour without bouncing unless he was inside of you. And even then, I irritated him because he claimed I moved too much. Kari was packing some serious artillery down below, and he often went too hard and too far, and I hadn't learned yet how to deal. I would, though. I was determined. "Who is it?" I yelled, hearing someone beat on the bathroom door that I was locked inside of. "Sean, he's here." He twisted the knob repeatedly as I rushed to unlock it. Sean was one of my best friends. He told it like it was always up on the latest gossip and fashions, and most importantly, he was extremely supportive of everything I did. His most useful tool, though, was letting me know if a nigga I liked or was planning to mess with had any gay rumors or tendencies I needed to know about. Thankfully, Kari came up clean as a whistle. I had no idea why Sean had such a large following on social media since he literally did nothing but post nice photos, but I guess that was all it took. "Kari?" "Yep, he just walked in, and he has on the colors, so you're good, girl." He high-fived me and clutched my hand. "Whew," I exhaled. "Okay, let me come out. Is it a lot of people out there?" I asked, smoothing down my burgundy sequined dress. "A lot. But you knew that, boo." Sean kissed my cheek. He was right. I'd already been doing pretty well before this arrangement with Kari, but after? Hell, I'd been doing amazingly, which was why I was even able to open another location. I got myself together internally and then started toward the front of the salon to see it filled with people, some eating, others sipping, some dancing, to the DJ spinning "Put It on the Floor Again" by Lotto on the low, and others just touring the space. Allure whitening was on the rise, and it was the only thing I could actually be happy about in the moment because my personal life was shit. "Hello, everybody, and welcome to Allure Whitening, our newest location," I shouted once Sean handed me the microphone he'd gotten from the DJ. My legs felt weak under me when he came into view, looking every bit of handsome and dapper. His hair was wild, long, and free, but he was wearing the burgundy dress shirt that matched my dress, dark dress pants that were most likely a Mary brand, his favorite, and some kind of fly-ass shoes in black with speckles of burgundy. His ice was dancing something serious, even the little bit on his bottom row of teeth as he said something to his homeboy Steph. His brother Bashar stood on the other side of him, looking just as handsome. They looked identical except for the fact that Bashar didn't have long hair and was dark-skinned. "Go on," Sean nudged me on the low. Right. So I just want to thank everyone for supporting my business to the point where I could have one location. You same people came through, and now I have a second one. I am just so appreciative, and I hope you all continue to support me through this as well. So that means tell your friends, family, and whoever else to come get their damn teeth whitened, I said, making the room laugh, but he didn't. He just sipped the dark liquor swimming in his glass through the thin red straw. The way his lips collapsed around it made me want to kiss him. Oh, before you guys disperse, I just want you to know that I love you, best friend, and I am so happy for you, Sean smiled. Her bae is here, y'all, the infamous Uncut. Did you want to say a word? Sean held the mic out. Congrats. He held his drink up, then drank some more of it. My heart sank, and I knew I wasn't tripping because Bashar and Steph smothered their laughter, obviously, as well as a few others. All right, well, y'all enjoy. Sean swooped in, and the DJ turned the music back on. Everyone spread out, some still whispering about Kari's lackluster speech. Bloggers were here as well as some of them fake-ass friends I had on social media who were probably kicking their heels at the fact that Kari had basically dissed my ass. I was the envy of my peers for having him, and now he'd ruined that. Storming his way as he conversed with his brother and friend, I smiled up at him curtly. Can't come say hi? I raised a brow, staring up at him and inhaling his cologne, which smelled like a mix of cedar, tobacco, and lemon vanilla cream. What's good? He grinned down at me with his ultra-fine ass, and I could tell he was lit. What's good? I frowned. Let me talk to you, Kari. I took his hand in mine. Excuse me, fellas. I smiled at Bashar and Steph before pulling Kari behind me and all the way to the back stockroom. What I do now, he took another sip, a smile lingering on his handsome face. Congrats? That's all you had to say in front of all these people? You're supposed to be my man and you couldn't come up with something better? You didn't even come stand next to me. Nope, he finished the drink. 'Cause I'm not really your man. He shrugged. I've never been much of an actor, so I can't fake a whole fucking speech. Be happy I even came to this shit and in this weak-ass shirt you picked out for me. Tears threatened to fall as my throat jumped. I hated when he was this nonchalant asshole version of himself. I hated how badly I wanted to be with him and how badly he wanted to get away from me. And nothing had changed from when I first fell for his ass. In fact, shit had gotten worse, and I found myself unable to even focus if he and I were beefing. Even with his meddlesome and annoying ass baby mama lurking, I couldn't find anything to help me hate or lose feelings for him. You're right. I appreciate that. I just want you to do better with this arrangement we have. I moved closer to him. Maybe I can help you relax, and you can enjoy the party better. I licked my tongue out at him as I reached to unbuckle his pants. I hadn't gotten dicked down in a minute. He never dropped by his home that we shared anymore, and I couldn't help but think that Marley or Couture was winning this battle between us all. I honestly didn't know who the hell I hated more out of the two. Yes, Couture was ultimately the one who had Kari's heart, but I just couldn't stand Marley. And the fact that her having his child gave her unlimited entry into his life that would never go away, no matter what. It was easy for him to cut both Couture and me off with ease, but not Marley. Stupid bitch. Nah, I'm about to head out. Kari brushed my hand away. Now I know you're back fucking Marley because I haven't gotten any dick in over a month, Kari. Nah, I'm not fucking Marley either. He looked down in my eyes knowingly, but I couldn't quite catch what he was throwing. And to keep shit a buck, love, the pussy not even all that good. Half the time I turn the pussy down is because I just don't want to fuck you. Ain't got shit to do with the next bitch. You a runner, and the shit is annoying as fuck. Hooking my chin, he said, Congrats, and enjoy your night. Don't hit my line tonight either. He swaggered to the door to exit, leaving me feeling like he'd yanked my heart from my chest and dropped it down into a meat grinder. Kari, don't leave. You just got here. I walked behind him, but his long legs provided a stride I couldn't keep up with. Kari, I stopped when we got to the front where everyone was. He'd already shamed me with that trash-ass speech, if you could call it that, and I didn't want to look even more pathetic by begging him to stay. All right, see you when I get home. I spoke loudly enough for the hoes to hear as they damn near salivated over my man. Shvonne came to stand next to me as I watched Kari stop to take a few pictures with some of these thirsty social media whores before leaving with his brother and best friend in tow like he barely knew me. Girl, what is that about? Shvonne questioned, dramatically sipping the special mango margarita of the night. Nothing. He's just having a bad day. Seems like the nigga is always having a bad day when you're around. Shvonne, stop. This is a night where I need to be on my shit, and you know how I get when I start thinking about him and our relationship woes. I sighed, half smiling at someone walking by with a shrimp puff between their fingers. True, so let's forget about that and mingle. After all, the whole point of you even being with that nigga is to get business off the ground, right? Think about that, and maybe it will make you fall out of love with him. Easy for you, maybe, but it's harder than it sounds. I eyed the place, loving the fact that people seemed to still be enjoying themselves. Yeah, because I don't love niggas who don't love me, Kaya. You should try it. Now come on. He switched off as if he had the hips to do so. Trying to process Shvonne's words while filtering out Kari's, I pressed on, following him. The next afternoon. Have a seat. Want something to drink? Melly quizzed as I trotted into his office and sat, smoothing my Hervé Leger dress down as I did so. A latte would be good. I didn't have time to stop because I overslept, I replied, and he nodded before phoning his assistant. Moments later, she delivered the white mug donning a Chief Music emblem and containing my oat milk latte with no sugar that I loved. So, what you asked to meet with me for? You said it was urgent. Melly leaned back in his chair. His bald head was shiny per usual, and he had on several chains that clinked together constantly. The shit was annoying already, but the fact that I had quite the hangover from my grand opening made it even more aggravating. He was dressed in all black like normal, with an icy Richard Mille watch blinding me every so often. He smelled good, but not in an alluring way. It was a scent that let you know he was worth millions of dollars and not a damn thing else. Sipping and then setting the mug down, I replied, "We need to talk about Kari." Groaning, Melly ran his hand down his face before scooting his chair closer to his desk and lacing his fingers. What'd he do now? Do not say it like that. I cut my eyes at him. He made me look like a damn fool last night. He was supposed to show up and give a speech that showed he had even a little bit of feelings for me. The nigga had the nerve to be late, only say congrats, and then exit shortly after. Shock coursed through my veins as Melly erupted in laughter at my retelling of last night's events. I'm sorry. He fell back, sweeping from side to side in his chair a bit. This is your fault, though, Kaya. I've been told you he wasn't feeling how you've been acting, and you needed to work with him. Make yourself more appealing so shit will be easier for the both of you. He ain't gonna fall in love like you want him to if you keep turning him off and bringing him everything but peace. But what did you do? Kept starting shit with his baby mama and causing issues. If you can't pull this off, you might as well stick to the teeth whitening shit and kiss starting a rap career, at least on my label, goodbye. Yeah, other than boosting my business, Melly promised he would launch me as a rapper. I'd always loved music and figured if any bitch could become a rapper, I could. I had the look, the ear, and I was sure anything else would come naturally. If Cardi B could go from a Vine sensation to a Grammy award-winning rapper, I knew damn well I could. Okay, I shook my head, declining to go any further. I didn't want to vent to Melly that it was hard to control my emotions with Kari and not act out because my feelings for him were quite real. It was easy for Kari because he didn't love me or care for me like I did him. Now that we're done with the business, let's get to the pleasure. Melly waved me over. I stared him down, not expecting that this morning, especially since I wasn't feeling good, but knew he wouldn't give a damn. Gulping down my latte, I returned the mug to the table, then got up and rounded Melly's desk. Scooting back, he unzipped his black jeans and watched closely as I removed, then began to stroke his dick. The sight of his short, fat penis that felt like nothing once inside of you almost made me throw up. But I held back before taking him into my mouth begrudgingly. This whole arrangement, aka blackmail, between Melly and me started during a Chief Music party some time back. I was sad and drunk as fuck because although Kari had brought me to the party, he left with some up-and-coming R&B singer, one who has now fizzled into obscurity to the point where her name escapes me. I was a wreck, so when Melly came to console me at the open bar, one thing led to another. Upon waking in his bed the next morning, I immediately regretted it. Initially, Melly promised me he would never mention it to Kari, but over time, he began to use it to get me to do what he wanted me to do, namely sexual acts. He'd even gone as far as making me fuck a few of his friends, which I knew was just to humiliate me. To be honest, his friends running a train on me was probably why I miscarried. A few times I thought of saying fuck him, but he essentially had some super important parts of my life in his hands. Without Melly on my side, I would never be the next Cardi, nor would I be in Kari's circle. Sure, Kari gave me scraps, but scraps were better than nothing from him. Fucking on me as blackmail wasn't the only reasoning, though. A blind man could see that Melly was jealous of Kari. He used to see him as sort of a son in the music business, but that was until Kari eclipsed him. He started beating a lot of records Melly had set, winning more awards, topping more charts, getting in rooms Melly hadn't, and selling out bigger arenas than Melly ever had. Additionally, Kari was starting to branch out and do things without consulting Melly, making him feel like he was losing control. I only knew this because Melly had spilled it all to one of his boys when he thought he'd put me to sleep with one of his terrible, short-lived dick downs. I thought of telling Kari, but I had no proof, and I was afraid of Melly's wrath. There was no telling what would happen to me. "Let me know when you're about to come," I said, not wanting another dose of his horribly tasting nut in my mouth. "Bitch, shut up." He shoved his dick back between my lips and, seconds later, let off a load down my throat. I held back the urge to vomit and instead spit the substance into the nearby trash can as Melly groaned from the after effects of his orgasm. I just had to remember that there was a greater goal ahead and I would be just fine. Leaning back on my couch, I sat in deep thought as I waited for Sean to come back from the bathroom so we could start the movie and eat this food he brought from his mother's home. Miss Nisa could cook her ass off, making it yet another benefit of being Sean's friend. "Okay." He came and sat down, so I sat up, pulling my plate to my lap. "Dang, girl." "I'm hungry." I giggled softly before digging into the yams. Guess what I heard? Usually, I loved when Sean said that, but right now I wasn't in the mood. I knew it was regarding Kari, and it was gonna have my stomach in knots all fucking night. "Sean, just listen to me, girl. You don't want to be in the dark, do you?" He cocked his head, lip gloss still popping, despite him shoving greens between his lips only moments ago. Fine. I let my shoulders sag as I eyed him unenthusiastically. "Tell me what you heard." According to the streets, Marley is not who you should be focused on. They're saying Kari is back with his ex, that girl Couture he been telling everybody he loves. Sean ate some of the baked turkey wings, smacking as if he had not an ounce of decorum. They've been saying that every time you've been looking for him, he's been with her. No, I approached her ass and she didn't even respond in the way I thought she would. So I doubt she has been the one taking my time. Well, she has, ho. Sean popped his lips, shaking his head. I told your stupid ass to stop fucking with him when you let me know he was adamant he would only love that Couture chick. Now you got to fuck with him, and it's only making shit worse for you. Sean spoke facts like always. Now I couldn't leave Kari if I wanted to. I was his contracted wifey. And being around him just made me love him more and him despise me more. Knowing he loved Couture and was pining for her was one thing. But to know he was actively fucking around with her to the point where he was ignoring me to this extent was alarming. At least with Marley, I was still getting dicked down and some occasional outings. Now I only saw the nigga at contracted appearances, and I had long ago kissed phone calls, text conversations, and nightcaps goodbye. Couture had that nigga blocked off from us all, and I didn't like the shit one bit. When I saw them together at his single release, it caught me off guard. However, I thought all was done with when she ran out of there like her ass was on fire, with Kari chasing her. I just knew then that my antics had run her uppity ass off. That, coupled with my pop-up at her office for good measure. I guess I was wrong, though. I just don't get. I pushed my plate onto the coffee table, shot up from the couch, and darted to the bathroom to empty the contents of my stomach, which wasn't much since I'd been waiting on Miss Nisa's cooking all damn day. Girl, what in the hell is your problem? Sean stood over me, caressing my back as I dry heaved. I don't know. Maybe I got food poisoning. From what? What have you been eating before now? Sean looked worried. Nothing crazy. Same shit I usually eat when I cook, but maybe I got a bad batch of chicken or something. Maybe your ass is pregnant. What? I frowned, offended. No, I'm not. I told you I haven't been getting any from Kari. It ain't been that damn long. You could still be pregnant. I'm not, Sean. Stop it. I rose to my feet, flushing the toilet. All right, whatever. Let's get you cleaned up then. Sean turned the water on, then fished his cabinet below it for a new toothbrush. I cleaned my mouth, trying to rid my mind of any pregnancy thoughts. I was able to finish my meal and movie with Sean before leaving his house. I went straight to the pharmacy for a pregnancy test and sped home on 2 wheels. I couldn't get to the bathroom fast enough, especially since I'd been holding my pee for the last hour, knowing this was my plan once I left Sean's. God, please, I begged as I placed the stick into a mouthwash cup full of my urine. I flushed, washed my hands, then paced the bathroom with my phone's timer counting down the minutes. I couldn't be pregnant. If I was pregnant again, this would not be good. I would have to find a way to get an abortion and secretly. Lately, I couldn't do any damn thing in secret. I was even risking it by buying a pregnancy test myself instead of having my assistant do it. Sean was known as my friend, and sending him would be the same as doing it myself. I just hoped that my extremely lazy attire threw the cashier off from recognizing me, since I typically didn't step foot out of the house unless I appeared to have just stepped off a runway somewhere. The timer buzzed, jolting me from my swirl of thoughts. Slowly, I crept to the sink and retrieved the stick from the cup. My hand flew over my mouth as my heart pounded in my chest at the word pregnant sitting in the window of the test. Had this been a pregnancy resulting from fucking Kari, I would be elated. But Kari hadn't ever fucked me raw. I only got pregnant that first time due to a broken condom. The only man who had been in me raw was Melly and his one friend, Derek, which only happened because I was drunk off my ass. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I wasn't about to lose Kari. I'd gone through too much and worked too hard to allow it.
Chapter 4. Kari. 1 week later. Staring down at the director's playback screen, I looked at the footage we'd just filmed for my latest single, Good Shit. The song had been blowing up more than a nigga had expected, honestly, so the label wanted a video as soon as possible. As successful as I was, every time a single or album of mine did crazy fucking numbers, the shit surprised me. Today, I had all the homies that I kicked it with back in the day filling up the parking lot. It was like a movie straight out of South Central. Bandanas hanging, pimped out Chevys, and OGs from all age ranges littered the parking lot as my song blasted through the speakers. Half the fucking staff on the video was afraid, but didn't say shit. "Hey, cut, someone is here to see you." The PA ran up, headphones around her neck. "Who?" I frowned, wondering who the fuck would actually show up to my damn video shoot trying to chop it up. "Says they're your lawyer?" she replied, shrugging. "Hey, make sure you hire people that get all the fucking facts," I told the producer Justin, who was standing off to the side. He nodded as I gave his stupid-ass assistant a look before walking off. Only reason I was even going to see who the fuck it was because I was hoping it was Couture. Shit had been hot and heavy lately, and she often did shit like this to catch me off guard. And I didn't give a fuck what I was in the middle of. If my lady wanted some dick or just attention, I was giving the shit up. As soon as I got to the gate of the parking lot, passing all the food that had been catered for everybody, I spotted Leland's punk ass. I chuckled, seeing the cynical-ass smirk he wore as if he'd come up with the plan of the year to get me out here. "My lawyer, huh?" I laughed, closing the space between us a little bit and staring down at the nigga. "Figured you would think it was your ex-girlfriend." He shrugged, putting emphasis on ex. If he only knew. Thankfully for his ass, I was a gentleman, for Couture at least. And I wasn't about to put this nigga on his ass by telling him all the positions I'd had his fiancée in only 2 short days ago, or how she had enough nut of mine in her body to carry sextuplets. "You thought right, my nigga, but I'm happy you got me out here. I've been wanting to chop it up with you too." "For what?" His brows furrowed. "Same reason you here, nigga. Fuck you think." I sized him up, causing his eyes to ping-pong all over a nigga. I was shirtless since I was in the middle of the shoot, with every tattoo of mine on display, including the one of Couture's name which caught his attention for the longest. "Well," his hands sunk down into the pockets of his slacks, "I just came to talk to you and remind you that Couture is about to be a married woman, and I suggest you stay away from her. She's not going anywhere, and I'm not, as someone once said, ever letting up off of her." I chuckled. He sounded stupid using that type of lingo. "You got a good-ass memory, huh?" I found all his bravado comical at the most. Scary wasn't even an option when it came to this nigga. "I remember telling your bitch ass that shit, and what you do? Kept on until you got the girl. So guess what, motherfucker? Since we copying each other and shit, I'm gonna do the same fucking thing." I stabbed my finger in his chest, and he promptly caressed the spot to ease the pain. Except this time, she gon' stay put. I closed the area between us completely, praying he said something just a little bit out of line. Then I could explain to Couture why I had to whoop his ass or pull my heat out on him. "Listen, if you so much as text Couture again, I will—" He was cut off when I snatched him up by his fucking collar with one hand and smoothly pulled my gun lodged in the small of my back with the other to place under his fucking chin. "Shit is hilarious how quiet you want to be tough niggas get when you feel some steel, huh?" I watched him, hoping he said something, but his rather intelligent ass kept quiet, only grunting and frowning to let a nigga know he didn't like the position I had him in. Now don't think I ain't crazy enough about my baby to blow your motherfucking brains through the top of your head, bruh. 'Cause I am. Always have been. If anything happens to Couture because you hating or can't accept that she never fucked with you and only used you to stop thinking about a nigga for as long as she could, I'm gonna smoke you. I don't give a fuck about your family, who you got behind you, or none of that shit. I care about Couture more than my fucking self, and I'll put your whole motherfucking bloodline in the ground about mine, then go to jail, if caught, and sleep on some chill shit like the real nigga I am. Off me, Leland yanked away, but I'd already let him go. Get your ass up out of here before I blow the shit off. I shoved him so roughly he fell on his ass, but quickly scrambled to his feet, since we had a little bit of an audience. I saw a few passerby with their phones out, so I was sure the scene would end up on them internet gossip blogs, and Melly would be blowing down my line before the day was over. But I didn't really give a fuck. Glaring at me, Leland stormed off, damn near running toward his vehicle, and once I made sure the nigga was gone, I got back to work. I just prayed Couture got that nigga out of her life before the nigga forced me to be the one to do the shit. Throwing the door to my Rolls-Royce truck open, I stepped out and treaded up to Marley's spot. We hadn't been talking much, despite her many efforts to apologize and shit about what she'd said. I honestly didn't give a fuck about that shit. I was cutting her off as far as we went because she was still way too fucking attached. She kept swearing that she could get the dick and nothing else, but every time, she proved that she wasn't built like that. It was best I'd dead all that now before Couture and I made shit official again. I didn't need shit getting in the way of me and my baby, because whatever caused me to lose her again would be no longer breathing, and I'd hate to take my daughter's mom out like that. Hey, how are you? Marley asked after I gave her a light side hug. Straight, you? I quizzed. I mean, I would be better if you replied to my text. I replied this morning. I took a seat on the couch. Once I saw on the baby monitor Marley had sitting on the bar, my baby girl was asleep in her room. How long's she been asleep? Excuse me, you reply when it's about Harmony, but I've sent you others that you don't respond to. She sat next to me. Are you still mad about what I said? Nah, I'm good on that. I just think we need to cut shit off in that aspect. I shrugged, looking to my right at her. Why, Kari? I told you I'm good. You not good. I shook my head. You fighting Kaya, 'cause you got feelings invested. You telling me I can get the pussy even if you married and shit. That don't sound like your feelings have dissolved any. Why does it even matter? Not like you give a fuck about Kaya. If you did, you wouldn't have been fucking me this whole time. It matters because we need to be good in order to make sure Harmony is good. If you bitter and emotional and shit, it's gonna fuck shit up. Kaya is the one fucking shit up. Things were cool before she came along. Marley pouted. Yeah, because you felt like you was the only steady one in my fucking life. She started shit. I can attest to that shit, but you keep it going 'cause you jealous. Whatever, Kari. Look, I'm gonna keep on working on her and how she come at you as my baby mama, but we not fucking no more. I appreciate that, but... She loosened her robe. You sure about not fucking me? She straddled my lap, showing off her perky-ass titties, toned stomach, and clean-shaven pussy. Gripping her hips, I moved her from my lap and said, I'm dead ass. I'm telling you nicely this time, but you keep this shit up, we gonna have a problem. You not bout it like you think, Marley. Every time I hit, you cry after I tell you I don't want to be exclusive. I'm good. Go get my daughter. You must be fucking that Couture chick because you never, and I mean never, turned me down. Marley's lids lowered into a glower as she closed her robe. Go get my fucking daughter, I stated coolly, staring her down. Fuck you, Kari. Her eyes glazed over as she hopped from the couch, storming off in the direction of Harmony's room to get her. Moments later, she returned, holding my sleeping baby as I ascended and carefully took her in my arms. I got her a lot of shit at the crib, so no need for a bag, I said, opening the door with one of my free hands. Wait, Marley touched my free hand from behind, making me turn slightly to look her way. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say fuck you, but, Kari, let me be in charge of my own heart and feelings. If I say I want some dick and won't hound you for more, then take me for my word. If I end up fucked up over it, that's on me. Usually I would agree, but I don't want my daughter seeing her mama fucked up. Lock up. I left out, leaving Marley standing in the doorway, most likely about to cry with her crybaby ass. Swear to God I didn't see how I juggled females in couture in my younger days. The shit was exhausting as fuck. Back then it was the opposite, exhilarating, and I felt like the man having the pick of the litter when it came to cat. Now though, as a grown-ass man for real, I realized wasn't shit out there, and a woman with nothing but wet pussy and a pretty face to offer got old real fucking quick. I loved pussy, was a pussy-eating champion round here, but a nigga needed more. I needed a woman with goals, intellect, and most importantly, self-a-fucking-esteem. I needed couture. 3 nights later. This is nice. Couture walks her prissy ass into my office. She'd come straight from work and was in some shorts, blouse, and blazer combo that had her looking extra fucking good. Her thick thighs in them shorts and her pretty ass feet in the heels she couldn't stay out of had my dick hard as I approached her. Thank you. You ain't gotta clutch your fucking purse, though. It's just us, I jested, taking her purse to drop in the chair before bringing her into my arms. Shut up, she giggled, allowing our lips to collide a few times. When the kiss became more sensual, she pulled back. No, if you want some, I need a foot massage. Say no more. I sat down, and she did the same before I brought her closer, taking her small foot into my lap. You so beautiful, I spoke after massaging the middle of her foot for a little bit. Thank you, she simpered, blushing a bit. You kinda fine, too. Oh, I know. I frowned, making her roll her eyes. Don't get no handsomer than me, love. I think you may be right. I haven't seen anyone rival your looks yet. She admired a nigga with a lazy smile for a moment. Anyway, before you get even more big-headed, Mr. Compton, what have you been working on? Let me hear something. She gave me her other foot. Damn, you got your man working, huh? Massaging and providing entertainment. I'm going easy on you. Usually I would make you rap live for me. Well, in that case, I appreciate the leniency. We chuckled in unison before she bucked her eyes and pointed to the computer for me to play some shit. Shaking my head at her ass but keeping hold on one of her feet, I hit the space bar to play the latest track back. Okay. She grinned widely with her beautiful ass as she moved a little bit in her seat about 45 seconds into the song. I'm guessing you fuck with it. I watched her, admiring every fucking thing I was witnessing. I do. She stood once I released her foot. You gonna get on the track for me? What? No. She immediately stopped dancing. I am not the old couture. I used to feel so lit when you'd let me talk on a song. She laughed, reminiscing. Damn, I don't make you feel lit now? I cocked my head, waiting. Of course. She neared me, standing between my legs as my hands gravitated to her hips. Then bring your ass on. I stood, scooping her up and forcing her thighs around my waist as she squealed. Kari, I cannot. Yeah, you can. Just follow directions. I carried her into the booth, then set her on the plush stool I sometimes used when taking small breaks to tweak a lyric or listen back to a verse. Okay, she accepted the headphones. What am I supposed to do? I just need you to read this. It's a script like some voicemail shit. I showed her my iPhone. Nigga, you had this prepared already? She laughed. I did. I need you to do a different one in between each track. I lifted my brows when she turned to look at me. Yeah, now come on. Kari, where's my pay? I got you right here. I brought her hand to my dick, but she promptly snatched it away, sucking her teeth as I laughed. We went through a few practice sessions before I left the booth to monitor everything while she recorded. We did 3 before she claimed to be too tired, so I had my assistant bring us some food, and then I went in to do the last verse on the song I'd played for her, while she leaned up against the wall in the large-ass booth with me. That brings back some memories. She came to stand in front of me after I hung the headphones on the microphone stand and sat on the stool. What kind? I bit down on my lip as my hands rubbed her smooth-ass thighs before moving to unbutton her shorts. The lights in here were dim as hell, the way I liked the shit whenever I recorded. Still, there was no denying how fucking sexy Couture was, even after a long-ass workday and the absence of proper lighting. All the good ones? She moved in closer to me and planted her lips on mine. The times when we were good, and how I would come to the studio with you. I knew then you would get to where you are now, and it's crazy to actually see it. She didn't stop me when I pushed her shorts downward as we tongue-kissed hungrily while she ran her hands through a nigga's hair. You the only one I let do that gay shit, I let her know, and she giggled softly, knowing exactly what the fuck I was referring to, before resuming our kissing and shit. I never let hoes touch my fucking hair, let alone put their motherfucking hands in it. Only women that touched my mane to that degree were my mama and Couture. Lifting Couture once I had her bottoms off, I let my dick out and brought her down on my shit. Only the tip got in, so I slowly worked her up and down my shit until I had her open enough to make my way fully inside. With her legs dangling over my arms, I fucked Couture nice and slow, watching her face twist while she let out stuttered snivels and moans against my lips. "Kari," she cried out. "I love you, baby," I admitted through groans as she came down my shaft, trembling slightly and hugging my neck tightly for balance. "A nigga ain't deserved you before, but I'm gonna make up for that shit," I told her, sucking her earlobe while pounding the pussy at a medium speed. "You mine forever. I don't give a fuck what you making these other niggas think. You belong to me, from your heart to your pussy. That's Kari." "I love you too," she stammered, quaking as she came. Her walls gripped my dick as I slid outward, making a nigga tremble. "I love you so much," she got out. Going harder as I sucked her lips, I froze as I came in it. "You talk some good shit, Couture. I better be the only nigga you coming at like that." I stared her in the eyes as she panted, pussy throbbing around my dick still. I thought of mentioning Leland's visit, but decided against it. I didn't need Couture talking sense into that nigga. I wanted him to get bold and pull that shit again so I could put a bullet in his ass. "Of course, Kari. I've always been about you. I've always been waiting for you to catch up." Letting her legs down, I gripped her torso to bring her closer before slipping my tongue into her mouth. "That means I'm still the only nigga to ever nut in that pussy, right?" When she rolled her eyes, I chuckled. "Answer the question." "You already know that." She tried to get up, so I helped her, pulling out slowly and enjoying the view. We went into the bathroom to clean up, then came back into the studio. We ate, recorded a little more, then just chilled on the floor of the big-ass booth smoking. "How you end up with square-ass Leland?" I asked her, as she straddled me while I lay flat on the floor. "He was there," she shrugged. "We became cool again while studying law and it just kind of snowballed." "Why?" She handed me back the blunt while blowing out smoke. "I can't picture you being you with that nigga," I spoke honestly. "Maybe because I can't. He doesn't like for me to drink unless it's at an event or something. No smoking, no cursing, no dancing too provocatively." "And you was gonna marry this nigga? Well, if I gave you a divorce." "Yeah," she nodded. "My life was moving so fast, and I couldn't catch up enough to stop and think. And he became so weaved into my career that I didn't want to disturb the peace after a while." Sitting up, I gave her back the blunt before wrapping my arms around her body. "You know being with that nigga is off the table, right? I'll kill that motherfucker before I let you run off with his ass." "I know." She took a toke on the blunt, eyeing me. "How did you end up with a baby?" "How you think?" I laughed and she joined me. "So you just fucked a woman that you didn't love raw?" Her brow went up. "Fucked up and got crossfaded one night, and the shit happened. Never fucked her raw, but that one time. Get this, though." I inhaled on the blunt she'd passed back. "I only lasted for like 2 minutes." The two of us erupted in laughter for a good minute. "So you gave her 2 minutes of dick and got her pregnant?" She giggled. "It was that good?" "Nah, not really. I was just too fucked up. Then with Kaya, the condom broke." I shook my head, thinking about the shit. "I wish you had my baby, though." I groped her bare ass and the thong she was wearing. Me too, but nothing. I got enough money to make anything happen. I just need you to agree to have my baby. Kari, tell me you gonna have my baby. Staring at me with a lazy smile lingering on her pretty-ass face, she nodded. I will give you a baby, but it has to be from us. No one else. Money is no object, princess, you know that. I love you, she whispered as I ashed the blunt in the tray next to us. Show me. I lay back down. Turning her back to me so that she was in reverse cowgirl, she moved her panties to the side. Positioning my dick at her opening, I watched as it pushed its way inside of her warm, wet, and tight-ass walls. Shit, she moaned, gripping my calves with her small hands while gliding her pretty pink pussy up and down until I was fully inside the shit. This is the best shit I've ever seen, love. Fuck. I moaned like a bitch, watching her glistening pussy spread open while gripping the fuck out of my dick. Couture knew I liked to see it. We ended up spending the night in my home studio, fucking, eating, recording, smoking, and talking until the sun came up. Oddly enough, I got more fucking work done in one night than I had in a damn week. That was how shit went, though, when a nigga got his piece. Chapter 5. Leland Lewis. The next morning. Checking my watch, I saw it was noon, and there was no sign of Couture. This had become the normal for her, staying out late and not coming home, but instead walking into the office. She loved to claim she was with Bambi, and how they'd just had a long night together, but I didn't believe the shit for a second. She didn't come in the office looking hungover or run down like a normal person who'd been out partying all night. In fact, she looked the complete opposite. She had a glow to her, and seemed to be walking on clouds. Honestly, I knew from jump that Couture had been back messing around or in contact with Kari, from the moment she started acting strangely. However, I didn't want to believe it. I loved her more than anything, and had since the first day I saw her in my math class in undergrad. She was pretty, smart, and most of all nice. Most women that looked the way Couture did were bitches, and always chasing after money. But not her. She was genuine, beautiful, determined, just a fucking gold mine. I knew we were meant until I found out she had a knucklehead-ass boyfriend that had the nerve to cheat on her relentlessly. It mystified me that a woman like Couture allowed a piece of shit like Kari to make her cry through the night or act despondent for days after they'd argue or she caught him cheating. And no matter what I said or did, I couldn't pry her from his damn fingers. She seemed utterly obsessed with the boy. I mean, he would do something horrible, and literally the next day she'd be smiling and giddy simply because they'd made up. So eventually, I cut my losses, realizing that Couture had to realize she could do better on her own. I couldn't make her. Things worked out for me, as you can see, when we reconnected. All had been better than good, until we decided to relocate back home. Something told me not to move back to Los Angeles. I knew I was risking it by putting Couture back in Kari's vicinity, but I figured Couture had matured, was over him, and most importantly, was too in love with me to even look his way. I was wrong, though, and now I was kicking myself for being so foolish. Kari was like a drug that Couture had struggled severely to stop using, and I stupidly brought her right back to it. I should have known she wouldn't have been able to resist him. Her attachment to him was unnatural, and I was seeing that it wasn't just some teenage love affair, but the real fucking deal. Hello. I answered my phone without looking, thinking maybe Couture was calling me to save her at the moment. But again, I was wrong. Wishful thinking. Leland, where are you? My mother spoke, making me roll my eyes up into my head as I grabbed my briefcase to head out of the apartment. Going into the office. Well, before you go there, stop by the house. For what? I frowned, treading down the hallway of the apartment and smiling politely at the old woman neighbor of mine. You'll see when you arrive. She hung up. I wasn't in the mood to go see my parents because any time I did, it was never good. All they did was pressure me and remind me that whatever the hell I was doing wasn't good enough. The last good thing I did in their eyes was find Couture. It was the first time in a long time I'd actually seen my father smile and wink at me, which was his way of saying good job. It was the first time in a long time I'd felt my mother kiss my cheek. She only did that when I impressed her. Otherwise, she was quite standoffish. Couture and I bonded over that, having parents that weren't really parents at all, but more like drill sergeants. I made the drive to my parents' home in Bel Air. It was about 20 minutes from the office, but depending on how long this little impromptu-ass meeting took, traffic could build, and it'd take me longer, so I was hoping I'd be in and out. Before exiting the car, I dialed Couture again to see if she'd answer. Of course, she didn't, and I almost wanted to say that she had declined my call. It didn't feel like I got the full amount of rings. Getting out, I used my key to let myself in before calling out to my mother and father. "Hey, what's up?" I asked, seeing my mom walk out into the foyer. "Come on." She sashayed off, her skinny frame swaying like it always did. My mother rarely, if ever, wore flat shoes or sneakers. If she wasn't in a pair of heels and her best clothes, it was because she was about to go to bed. I trailed her to the backyard area where my father was having a drink. He didn't look at me when I appeared, so I'd easily come to the conclusion that he was upset with me. "What's up, Dad?" I spoke, smiling. "Sit down, Leland." He slurped some more of the dark liquor in his cup before placing it on the coaster, as my mother went to stand behind him like she did when we took family pictures. "I'm sure you know we asked you to come here to discuss the behavior of your fiancé." "Behavior? I don't understand." I played dumb. "She's been staying out late and not coming home until the evening of the next day," he said, shocking me. "How do you know that?" I frowned. "We hired someone to watch you guys' apartment when I noticed she was slacking on the wedding planning. The PI was able to prove that she leaves late at night, hopping in some car with tint too dark for us to make out who it is, and she never returns. She just comes home later that next evening in work clothes, so it's obvious she's sleeping over wherever she is going, and then coming into work," my mother replied. "We honestly should have had her followed instead of just getting the apartment watched, but I don't want to pay for what I already know." "Explain what the hell is going on, Leland, because we have a reputation to uphold, and we don't need someone running into her at the club or something acting classless." "She's just adjusting back to being home. Her best friend lives here, and she hadn't seen her this much in a long time. Plus, with all of the stress she's had to deal with, it's good for her to blow off some steam." I ran off, sounding like Couture's lying ass. Nodding, my father removed his dark shades and said, "Well, Leland, I hope you understand that if she gets so stressed that she pulls out of this marriage, we will ruin her. Not only that, but your little Lewis and Lewis firm will suffer in the process, which is something I am sure you don't want. Now, what you need to do is make this very clear to your fiancée, son. Make her understand that if she doesn't clean up her act and be sure to get a move on these wedding plans, she can kiss her law career goodbye. You'll be a laughingstock amongst everyone as well, so I hope that gives you enough ammo to get her straight." I nodded, just as my mother rolled her eyes. "I told you, Greg, we should have done a background check on her like we wanted," she reiterated. "No, there's no need for that," I said, trying to remain calm so I wouldn't alarm my parents. I made them think that Couture was trustworthy enough for them not to run their usual background check on her, like they did everyone else we came in contact with, when really, I didn't need them digging too far into Couture's past and connecting some dots that I very much needed to stay separated. If they knew what I knew, they would never allow me to marry Couture, and I needed her. I loved her, and her becoming my wife and us being this amazing power couple like my mother and father before us had become a lifelong goal of mine. "Then get her in line, Leland." My mother raised her plucked eyebrow. "I will." I stood, smoothing down my tie. "Is that all? I have a few meetings this evening." "That's all. Talk to her tonight." My father pointed at me before putting his shades back on and leaning back in his chair, while my mother massaged his shoulders. Shaking my head once they weren't looking, I ventured back through the house, whipping out my phone and calling Couture on the way. There was no answer, like usual, making me punch the steering wheel once I was inside of my vehicle. My parents were right. If Couture didn't get her shit together, she would humiliate not only me, but the Lewis name. And I couldn't have that. But more than anything, I couldn't lose her to Kari. No, not again. Later that night. Because I'd been in meetings all day outside of the office, by the time I got there to check a few emails, Couture was already gone. I cut my email checking session in half so I could race home and talk to her ass. Lately, Couture would come home, shower, brush her teeth again, change, then leave with Bambi. So if I stayed a moment longer than normal, I would miss her and my opportunity to talk to her. "Oh, shit. You scared me." She walked out of the bathroom in her robe, curly hair sticking to her neck from washing it. She only washed her hair in the shower when she was in a rush. According to her, it was too thick and long and would only clog the drain. By saying that, I knew her ass was about to dress and leave out. Sorry. I sat on the edge of the bed, watching her sift through her closet for a dress. "Where are you going?" I scratched my chin hair. "Out for a little bit with Bambi." I laughed, making her look over her shoulder at me. Damn, this woman was beautiful. I wished I didn't want her so damn badly, but I did. I typically didn't allow women to play with me and my heart this way, but it was something about Couture that had me acting like a damn simp. She was blatantly fucking around on me, and didn't even care enough to be more careful by coming home at a decent hour. "Yes, Bambi. Is that a problem?" She laid the dress she picked out on the chaise. "No, it wouldn't be, if you actually were going to hang out with her." Standing, I continued. "Couture, I know you've been going out with Kari and spending the night with him. I'm not stupid. I lie for a fucking living, as well as detect when others are. So just stop with the bullshit-ass excuses, please. It's insulting." "Leland, I don't have time for this. I have to go." She grabbed a Chanel box, retrieving a purse I'd never seen with her. "Couture, my parents are threatening to blackball you in the law world. Not only that, they will halt the construction of the firm. If you don't leave him alone, you will lose everything I have literally witnessed you work for." I tried to reason with her, feeling like a damn fool for doing so. I'd become so fucking desperate I was using my parents as leverage to get her to come back to me emotionally. "Leland, if you don't marry me, it will ruin your life as you know it, baby." I moved near her, taking her hands in mine as she sighed, glancing away before staring up at me with her deep brown eyes. "I love you, Couture. I will treat you like a queen. I promise I will make you so damn happy. Remember what it was like with him all those years ago, baby. The cheating, the name-calling, the arguments. I could go on all day. Don't leave something that's good for you for something that could drag you to hell." When her eyes watered, I smiled on the inside, feeling like I'd gotten through to her. I just needed to get those rose-colored glasses off of her eyes. "Leland, I know what is at stake, and well before tonight, I figured your parents would penalize me if I didn't marry you and ruined everything we've been working on." "Exactly so, but I love him," she sniffled, looking as if she didn't want what she was saying to be true but couldn't help it. That shit hurt. "And I don't know if a life with you and all the good it comes with will be worth it if I can't be with him. Choose me, please. Choosing him hasn't worked in your favor yet. Do something different. I can make you just as happy, baby, if not happier." "I believe you believe that. But I know the truth, Leland. We have to table this because I have to go." She snatched her hands from mine and wiped her cheeks with the backs of her hand. "Where's your engagement ring?" I immediately became infuriated at the sight of her naked finger. "I didn't think it was right to wear it knowing that—" "Bullshit, Couture. You haven't even mentioned breaking things off to me. You took it off as not to upset him, didn't you?" I was fucking seething. "I have to get ready." She grabbed her lotion and began smoothing some over her legs as she sat on the chaise. "You going with him or Bambi?" I quizzed, even though I didn't want to know. I'd much rather believe she was out with her friend. It was the only damn thing helping me stay sane the night she went missing. "Don't ask for answers you don't want to know." She rose, grabbing her dress, shoes, and purse. "I'm gonna get dressed in the other room. See you tomorrow." She rubbed my shoulder, then left out. I stood there in the same spot, stunned for a while. Did my fiancée just tell me in so many words that she was leaving and spending yet another night with her ex? Even worse, I was still trying to think of ways to change her mind. I'd come too far in my quest to obtain couture, to lose now or wave the white flag. Additionally, I couldn't stand Kari. The only conclusion I came to was that I had to get rid of his ass. It made sense, since the only time Couture and I were happy was when Kari was nowhere around. I wallowed in my thoughts for a while, until I heard Couture's house keys jingling and her heels clicking against the wood flooring. Coming out of the bedroom, I missed her by a second, hearing the front door slam shut. Venturing to the window, I looked down at the street to see an all-black Rolls-Royce truck out front. Moments later, Couture walked toward it, and a man in the driver's seat opened the back door, exposing the pumpkin-colored guts of the vehicle for her to climb inside. I cringed when I saw her pause to kiss the person in the back seat before fully getting in, the door closing shortly after. Getting an idea, I grabbed my keys from the porcelain bowl near the door and hurried out. Using the stairs, I made it to the parking garage in record time, hopping into my Range Rover and backing out before I even put on my seatbelt. Just as I exited the garage, I saw the blacked-out Rolls-Royce at the traffic light at the corner. I'd made it just in time to trail Kari and Couture to find out exactly what she was doing every night. The streets were packed, so it was taking forever to even get down the street. But I was determined. I had all night. The truck bent the corner, so I waited for the car between us to go straight before doing the same. However, upon turning, I saw no signs of the truck. "Fuck!" I bellowed, looking all over the wide street to see if any other cars parked along the sidewalk were them. Suddenly, a knock sounded off on my passenger side window. I damn near jumped out of my skin seeing Kari standing there in a black polo-styled shirt with a red Prada logo. Reluctantly, I rolled the window down, swallowing hard. "Fuck you following us for?" he asked, grimacing. He had way too much damn hair, almost as much as Couture. I was going, "Look, motherfucker." He leaned into my car, allowing me to see the gun dangling from his hand. "Go the other fucking way, all right? I don't give a fuck where you headed tonight. You bet not go the same fucking way I'm going, or you won't make it home, bruh. That's a promise." Kari stared me in the eyes, not looking away for even a beat. Where the hell is Couture? I thought, then noticed the Rolls-Royce was parked right next to where my car sat. I was so busy looking down the street, I hadn't noticed it parked right beside me. How the hell could she sit in that car, knowing Kari got out to approach me and with a gun? It made me wonder if she cared for me at all. No, I needed to realize that when Kari was in the picture, Couture couldn't think straight. It was the same as if she were on hard drugs. It was a fucking sickness how attached to him she was. I couldn't blame her. I had to help her. I loved her enough to do so. "You got it," I nodded. "You got it." He mocked me in an uppity tone. "Make that U-turn." He hit the top of my trunk roughly, rattling the whole vehicle, it seemed, before going to get into the back seat of the truck. I did as I was told, reminding myself that soon enough Kari would be a thing of the past, and Couture would be thanking me for saving her from his death grip. 1 week later. "Go sit right over there," the prison guard spoke sternly, pointing to the third booth. "Thanks," I nodded, going to sit down and wait. Moments later, my brother walked up, looking just as menacing as always, but with more weight, more facial hair, and more stress in his eyes. That was to be expected, though, since he went into jail at 19 and was now 30 years old. "Hey," I picked up the phone, clutching it. Mervyn grabbed the phone and chuckled condescendingly before saying, "Fuck you doing here? I ain't seen you since I got arrested." "I know. You know how Mom and Dad are. They wanted to separate me from that." "You mean you cut me off so I wouldn't fuck with their reputation as the most prominent family in Los Angeles?" He shook his head. Although only 1 year apart, Mervyn and I were extremely different. It was obvious. Whereas I was straight-laced, always wanting to impress my established parents, he went rogue. He was in the streets from a young age, falling in with the wrong crowd and committing crimes pretty much daily. Initially, our parents used their connections and influence to get Mervyn out of trouble and try to get him on the right track. But after a while, they realized it was pointless and didn't want him bringing his crowd around me. They put him out of the house while we were still in high school, and from there, he got progressively worse and more violent. After a while, it just seemed like I was an only child and he was a stranger I used to know. Yeah, that's what I mean. So why are you here, Leland? He sniffled, staring into my soul seemingly. I need your help with something. You remember my fiancée? Pretty-ass couture? Of course. Surprised you still messing with her ass. Mervyn laughed, shaking his head. A while ago, when Couture and I started making moves in the legal world, a lot of our accomplishments got published in the newspaper, thanks again to my parents' connections. Mervyn ran across it, even while locked up, and wrote to me soon after. There, he revealed to me that Couture was the woman he'd shot one night before he got arrested for a murder he'd committed months prior. As soon as I read the words, I immediately thought back to Couture being shot in the abdomen back in undergrad. Finding out that my own brother was responsible for it disturbed me, but I knew I couldn't reveal this to Couture. She was traumatized back then, and I was sure she wouldn't want to continue a relationship with the brother of her assailant. So I'd kept it a secret all this time, and still had no plans for her to find out. It wasn't necessary, especially since nothing too detrimental came from it. They were able to save her life, and all was well. I love her, and it's not that big of a deal, I shrugged. It's not. She won't care when she finds out. How will she find out, Mervyn? I frowned. You right. Ain't like any of y'all talk to me, send me anything, or fuck with me at all. He cleared his throat, seemingly trying to stop himself from becoming bothered by the truth he'd just spoken. Why the fuck you here, man? He cocked his head. I need your help with the situation with my fiancée. As you know, she used to date your old friend, Kari. Well, until you guys shot her. Anyway, she's falling back in love with him, or still in love, or whatever, and I need to get rid of him. Why are you telling me? I'm in prison for life, or did you forget that quickly? I know you two probably committed crimes together, and I was hoping you had something, preferably without a statute of limitations that we could get his ass for. Him going away to prison for life, or even 20 years would work, I grinned. Just like our peoples. Mervyn shook his head. Yeah, we did shit together, and sounds like you interested in the Big M. He looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Yes, don't worry about anyone listening. This is perfectly legal, brother. You're helping law enforcement, and therefore law enforcement will help you. I half lied. I had no plans to help Mervyn. He belonged in jail. He was psycho, violent, jealous, and reckless. He would only murder, steal, or rape again if he got out any sooner than life. How? He inquired, and I thanked God I'd piqued his interest. How else? Get you out of here way sooner, and immunity on whatever case you give us to pin on Kari. I smirked. Aye, you got a fucking deal, lil' bro. He smirked as well, before we shared a laugh. Soon enough, Couture would have no choice but to marry me. And even if Kari didn't get a life sentence by the time he did get out, Couture and I would be too locked in with a business, a few kids, and a marriage for him to win her back.
Chapter 5. Couture. Getting out of my car, I switched up to Prime and Lisara's beautiful mansion. It literally looked like a damn palace with beige and gray brick, a roundabout, pretty-ass fountain, a 6-car garage, and even 3 guest houses out toward the back. Although most of their kids were grown, Banks being the only underage one, their sons often stayed here and they needed the room. From what Kari told me recently, Asif and Unique still lived here while everyone else occasionally spent the night or nights here. I rang the doorbell, then stepped back to wait. Only moments later did Prime open the door, and damn, was he still fine, fake leg and all. It hadn't been that long since I'd seen him, approximately 4 years, but a lot could happen in that time. However, he looked the same, just maybe a tad bit finer if that was even possible. Eerily, He and Kari somehow favored now. They bore the same deep caramel complexion, same build, beautiful pool-like hazel green eyes, and even sometimes made the same faces. I guess it was true when people said if you took care of a child long enough, they'd begin to look like you. Kari had always been identical to Lisara, still was, but I used to be able to see pieces of Pastor Compton in him. Not anymore, though. "Sup, the ladies are in the back." He stepped away from the door, allowing me in. "How you been?" he quizzed after hugging me to his side. "I've been pretty good," I smiled, half lying. Kari had made life feel good, but once we parted, I remembered the thin ice I was trailing on and how closely I was to blowing up my life. Nodding as he led me to the backyard, he replied, "I heard you back spending time with my boy." He gave me a knowing look as he opened the large sliding door that led to the back for me. "Yes, I am. I love him. I don't want you to think anything different." "I know." He stood there planted. "He loves you too, probably more than you realize. Enjoy, love." "Thanks." I stepped outside, Prime's words circling my mind. What did that mean? This cannot be Banks. My jaw dropped at the pretty little girl I'd laid eyes on that looked identical to Lisara, but with her father or maternal grandfather's eyes. "Yes, it is. She's 10 going on 35. Lisara caressed her daughter's hair after hugging me, saying the same thing about Banks that Kari had when I'd asked. "Do you remember me, Banks?" I smiled widely. She was 6 years old when Kari and I had broken up, but I wanted to be sure. "Yes," she beamed. "I missed you." She rushed me, hugging my waist tightly. I melted, feeling her small arms hold me tightly as Lisara looked on with a smile. Since Lisara had always been like a mother to me, more than my own, it was natural that Banks had become a little sister to me. I often took her out for ice cream, to the movies, had girls' days with her and Lisara, and even bought her an American Girl doll that we built together at the Grove. I'd missed her just as much as I'd missed Kari and Lisara. "I missed you too." I spoke softly, trying not to cry. "It's okay." Lisara rubbed my back before kissing my cheek. "Let's eat some food and relax." She led us to the gazebo. Like everything else at this home, it was big, beautiful, and luxurious. It was a whitish-gray color with matching couches, a table, and even a couple lounge beds for laying out in the sun. Lisara had the top shades open to allow the sunlight in, and it felt really nice outside in Los Angeles at the moment. We all sat down as I eyed the fresh slices of watermelon, lemonade, as well as the barbecue ribs, chicken, and burgers that Banks let me know Prime had grilled for us. At the mention of her father, I again thought back to what he'd just said to me. The three of us ate and chatted, mainly about things Banks wanted to talk about before she let us know that she was going to get into the pool. "Damn, long time no see." A tall figure walked over to us, and when I looked, I saw Simone. He'd always been tall, but now he stood at about 6 feet 7 inches. I only knew because I watched the NBA draft. "Oh my gosh!" I stood, shocked to see him up close and personal this big. "What's good?" He laughed at my astonishment before hugging me tightly. "Nothing much with me. I see you've been living the life, Mr. $93 million contract." I lifted my brows at him. "You know how that go when you the best. What can I say?" He shrugged. "Still cocky, just like when he was little." Lisara shook her head jokingly as he kissed the side of her face. Lisara, like Prime, was still so incredibly beautiful. She didn't look a day over 30. Her onyx complexion had not a crack, wrinkle, or blemish in sight, and her body was on point. They were truly a sexy-ass couple, and even though I didn't too much want to think about it because I saw Lisara as my mother, I knew their sex life was lit. I thought back to when we were younger, and Kari told me one of the main reasons he wanted his own place was because Prime and Lisara fucked too much and all over the house. I giggled to myself as the latter conversed with her son a bit. I just came through for Pop's barbecue. Don't mind me. He grabbed a plate and started piling it. You're leaving already? Lisara frowned. Yeah, I got some business to handle. He bit the wing, then walked off, shouting something to Banks. That really means he's gonna be with a woman. Lisara shook her head. Pretty much. I sipped my lemonade. They're flocking to him, too. He's got a lot of money, and none of the Compton boys are ugly. Tell me about it. They say it's stressful having daughters, but no. Banks is like my little best friend. These boys, I'm always worried they're gonna do something crazy or get some horrible woman pregnant. We guffawed in unison. Yeah, that does sound stressful. She sighed with a smile. You know Kari gave me the most issues, but he chose well. He couldn't have chosen a better wife. Huh? He told me already, Couture, that you guys got married 6 years ago and have yet to divorce. She bit her watermelon slice. Right. I'm sorry about that, Lise. We were just in the moment, and then after the haze lifted, we were too scared to tell people, especially my mother. She hates Kari. I don't like anyone who hates my sons, but this is the one time I can say that I understand her hatred. But I hope she sees that he has changed now. She doesn't care, Lisara. I shook my head. She wants me with Leland. It doesn't matter what she wants, Couture. You are the one who has to spend your days with the person you choose, not her. So let it be your choice and no one else's. I nodded. I love Kari. I do. But I've gotten myself in kind of deep with Leland. What do you mean? She frowned, but something told me she knew this already. Kari often confided in Prime, and I knew Prime told his wife everything. Lisara even said so years ago. I don't know if Kari said anything to you, but Leland and his family helped me a lot when we were living in New York. They're pretty important, his father, mother, and uncle all being esteemed judges. They're very involved in my career and are currently funding our wedding and new law firm as a wedding gift. So as you can see, if I don't marry him, things can go bad for me. I have seen these people get rid of all types they don't like and seamlessly. Recently, they told Leland that if I didn't get my act together, I would essentially be done in the legal world. I fidgeted. Lisara stood and came around the table to sit near me. Taking my hands, she asked, So what do you want to do? It would be easy to just marry him. I mean, he is really not that bad. In fact, he's quite nice, caring, and has always had a thing for me. He doesn't cheat, he doesn't talk down to me, he's essentially perfect. But he's not my reckless son. She gave a toothless smile. Right. I love Kari. He's unpredictable and off sometimes, but that's him. I fell in love with him for who he was a long time ago. But now he's also who I've always wanted him to be, faithful and all about me. I know deep down that I can never get over him because he and I are meant to be. It doesn't matter if I marry someone else and they give me the world several times over, I will never love them like I love him. I understand, she exhaled. But also, Lisara, Leland doesn't know I can't have children the natural way. I made sure to add the last part because she continuously lectured me on ways I could have children, especially since her son was rich out the ass. Couture, why doesn't he know? Her brow kissed. I didn't plan for us to make it this far, and it all happened so fast. By the time I got ready to tell him, I found out how important building a legacy was to him and his family, so I couldn't do it. If you marry him and they find out, I know. It's a catch-22. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. I just have to figure out which result I can live with. You think he loves you enough to deal with your truth and still want marriage? She inquired. Sometimes I think so, and others I don't. I think Leland on his own would, but Leland, who is heavily influenced by his parents, would not. I shook my head. Well, You have a lot of decisions to make, baby. Some big decisions. She patted, then rubbed my hand. Kari loves you, though. And while I understand you're in a hard place, I don't want you dragging him along for the ride just to break his heart again. He is too full of pride to tell you all he went through when you left the last time, but he was miserable, a wreck, and depressed. For a little while, he went back to the way he was after Devontae's and my divorce. I don't want to see him that way again. So if you think you're leaning more towards this Leland guy, tell him as soon as possible. Do you understand? I do. I used my free hand to quickly wipe my tears. Don't hate me, Lisara. I could never. And that's no matter who you choose. We built a relationship separately from Kari, baby. She thumbed my tears. I will always be there for you and hate that when you cut him off, you cut us off too, but I understand. At the same time, Kari is my son, and though he is a grown man, I want to protect him. Not saying a word, I allowed Lisara to bring me into a comforting hug. I appreciated her. This was something my own mother was supposed to be talking over with me, but she would never entertain me doing anything other than what she wanted. Lisara was Kari's mother, but still loved me enough to be a listening ear despite her bias. I love you, Lisara, I whispered. I love you. She kissed my cheek again, then smiled when she pulled back. Hey, baby girl wants everyone in the pool. Prime walked up, taking his wife's hand and helping her stand before they kissed. I don't have a suit, I said, even though they were too busy pecking and speaking too lowly for me to hear. For a minute, it made me miss Kari. That was how in love with him I was. I could never get there with Leland, no matter how I tried. I have a lot I have never even taken the tag off of. Come on, Lisara started off. Show her where it is, then come find me. Prime nodded toward the guest house, and I quickly concluded he wanted a quickie with his wife. Okay. She blushed, as if they hadn't been married over a decade, before leading me into the house as Banks did cannonballs with her father watching. That was the love I wanted. It was the love I had with Kari. He still made me nervous. He still made me excited. I still smiled at the thought of him, and he still pulled out new tricks in the bedroom that gave me mind-blowing orgasms. I knew what I had to do. I just didn't know how to do it. Just another Lewis gala. I wanted to be anywhere but here, but it was a must, and plenty of people would be in attendance for interviews and photos. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't afraid of this family because I was, and I wasn't ready to go full out by missing such an important event. It was one thing to go missing on Leland and blatantly fuck with Kari in his face, but his parents were a different story. They held the real power, and me fucking them over or embarrassing them would most likely have immediate consequences. You look beautiful. Leland dug his fingers into my side gently while kissing my cheek. Thank you. I smiled at him, trying to be as nice as possible. Things were weird between us now that he knew I was messing around with Kari. I expected him to be pissed with me, but he was the opposite. It almost felt like he thought I couldn't help what I was doing, but that wasn't true. I was in my right mind. Kari wasn't convincing me or influencing me in the least. I just loved him and was allowing myself to go with my feelings and heart. Leland and I made our way around the room, speaking with different people and potential rich-ass clients. With some conversations I was tuned in, and with others, I was zoning out, wondering what Kari was doing. So I texted him on the low, instead of sitting here thinking about it. Me, I'm bored. Kari, want me to pick you up? Kari, you know you welcome to be wherever the fuck I am. I smirked at his text message, feeling that familiar warmth rise in my stomach. Couture, Leland's father, Greg, called my name, pulling me from my haze. Yes? I locked my phone. Mr. Cordova wants to know if you have a card on you for his client. He works with Carrie Hester, Greg said, and his tone let me know he was annoyed with the fact that I was engrossed with my text conversation instead of the live one. Oh, yes, I do. My apologies. A client messaged me. I smiled at Mr. Cordova before reaching into my mini Dior for my gold card case. No worries, Miss Yates. I like that you are available at all times. He winked, taking the card and eyeing it momentarily. Absolutely. Most importantly, my clients are always happy with my services, I said. Carrie Hester was an up-and-coming actress, so I knew that would be a big payday if she decided to keep me on retainer. Mr. Cordova and I chatted some more before going our separate ways. I made sure not to pull my phone out for the next half hour, but when Leland and I sat down to eat some food, I retrieved it while he grabbed our plates. Me. Can't. I'm at an important event right now. Kari. Share location. Me. No, Kari, I can't. Although I was turning him down, I felt the smile creasing my face. Kari. ... Reluctantly, I shared it. I would just make him wait outside until Greg and Adriana left, then I'd leave with him. Shouldn't you be getting the plates? Adriana spoke as she and her husband sat down with food. Huh? I quizzed, too busy waiting for Kari to reply that he had my location. She's been on her damn phone all night. Greg sighed and shook his head. Can't tell me she isn't cheating, he added, just as Leland came to the table with our plates. Dad, don't start tonight. She already explained that it's a client. Leland took up for me, shaking his head as he stabbed the macaroni and cheese with his plastic fork. I watched him, feeling horrible for the way I'd been treating him. Yet here he was, taking up for me. Leland was always taking care of me, and I was steadily using him. It just further proved that we weren't a match. I didn't want a man that I felt like I was walking all over. Clients make her smile that much. Greg pointed at me with his glass of champagne while Adriana shook her head, staring down at her meal. Yeah, they do, actually, when they say something funny like this one just did. I spoke up, noticing Leland had no rebuttal yet. Thankfully, his parents said nothing, and we ate in somewhat silence, letting the DJ's soft music and the conversation of others play in the background. My phone buzzed again once. Adriana and Greg got up from the table, so I checked it. Kari, at the front, just past security. I panicked reading his message, praying like hell Kari wasn't about to come into the ballroom. Me? Past security? Me? What did you do? Kari, come meet me or I'm coming in. Is that really a client? Leland quizzed somberly. It is. I got up. I didn't want to hurt him any further with the truth. I have to pee. I hurried from the table as quickly as I could, and while his parents were enthralled in conversation across the room. As soon as I exited the ballroom, I spotted Kari with his sexy ass. He stuck out. That was how damn handsome he was. I could spot him easily in a crowd of people in under 5 seconds. For a moment, I was mesmerized as we walked toward one another. Him in a crew neck, jeans, and sneakers, his hair freshly braided up and shining. His beard was even moisturized, and that height plus build had all the ladies walking in the area eyeing him. He didn't even pay them any mind. Come here, he grinned, taking my hand and leading me off to the side and down the hall to the bathroom. He locked it once inside. What are you doing? I giggled. You said you was bored. Let me spice shit up. He put me on the sinkless counter and grabbed a chair to sit. Kari, I gasped when he grabbed the waistband of my thong and started to slide it down. Kari, no. Move your hand or I'm gonna rip these motherfuckers off. He stared up at me with a seriousness I couldn't deny. Releasing my grip on his arm, I allowed him to remove my panties. Placing my thighs on his shoulders, he latched his mouth to my clit, eating my pussy so passionately and perfectly that I clawed at the wall behind me. By my 4th orgasm, my legs were shaking, and I was crying out, not giving a fuck who could hear us on the outside. A few people had come by and attempted to come in, but noticed it was locked and went away. After, he let me down, flipped me over, and pounded my pussy until we both got off. We kissed for a little bit, him still inside, and then we got cleaned up. "Kari, you can't do stuff like this," I said as he backed me to the wall, kissing my lips, then my nose and forehead. "I wouldn't have to if you'd bring your ass home." "I'm trying. I am. Just hurry the fuck up." "Or what?" I questioned seriously. "Nothing. I just don't want to get tired of waiting and shit." "What happens then? You move on and fake marry old girl or rekindle with your baby mama?" I raised a brow. "Nah, you it for me, Couture. I'll always wait on you, but if I get tired of waiting, I might take shit into my own hands and that ain't gonna end well." Taking his hands in mine, I replied, "Just a little more time. But no, nothing is going on between Leland and I." "How he acting?" Kari pushed my curls behind my ear, making me simper. Only Kari could love me enough to want to make sure another man is acting right. "Fine. He's being nice, surprisingly." "Better." He kissed me again. We stood there kissing hungrily for longer than we should have, as the DJ spun Love on the Brain by Rihanna in the ballroom loudly enough for us to hear. How fitting. Knowing I couldn't get enough, I said, "I'll come to you when this is over." "I know." Kari winked, unlocking the door and holding it open for me. "Whatever, nigga," I smiled. I made my way back to the ballroom while Kari left. As soon as I walked in, Leland rushed up to me. "Where the hell have you been?" he barked. "In the bathroom. Didn't you hear me?" "Were you taking a shit? The photographers have been waiting over 20 minutes for you to come back. We're taking family photos," Leland spat, gesturing toward the back where his mother, father, and uncle stood in front of a backdrop, staring us down from across the room. "Sorry, I'm menstruating and it took a minute." I smoothed my gold dress down since Kari had ruffled it a little bit. "Well, come on." Leland damn near dragged me across the room, so I jogged a bit to keep up. For the next 10 minutes, I took photo after photo, making the world believe I was happy to soon become a Lewis. Then once the party was over, I drove right to Kari's mansion where I belonged. "So, did you get a chance to look over everything?" I sipped my iced coffee, waiting for my potential new client, Forrest Greer, to tell me something good. Forrest was an NFL player, and he'd run into a few issues in the past, so his manager reached out, letting me know he wanted someone on retainer because in the past, when he didn't, it took too long to hire someone. His manager didn't fail to mention that he'd heard good things about me and liked that I was connected to the prominent Lewis family. Cue the eye roll. "We did. You see, I have my lucky pen," he smiled, pulling it from his pocket. "Well, great." I placed the hard copy of the contract on the table and slid it to him. Forrest scribbled his signature on all the documents while we went over a few things. Then I paid for lunch before we split ways, me promising to send him an email by the end of the week. Me, got him. Bam. Congrats, boo. We have to celebrate. Me, ASAP. Tucking my phone into my purse, I hopped in my car and sped off back to the makeshift office with a lot on my mind, mainly wondering if all the clients I'd obtained through the Lewis's connections would stick with me. My plan was to show them I was indispensable so they would choose me at the end of it all. As soon as I walked back in the office, I was shocked to see Adriana sitting in our waiting area. She was a pretty woman, reminding me of an older Paula Patton. "Adriana, did you forget about the cake tasting this morning at 10 a.m., Couture? Or did you and whomever you're fucking around with on my son oversleep?" I hadn't overslept. In fact, Kari and I woke up around 8 a.m., worked out together, then cleaned up before going to have breakfast and parting ways. I'd just forgotten about the stupid-ass appointment. "No, I just forgot. I wasn't with—" "Save the bullshit, Couture." She frowned, face laced with disgust, as she dropped her teal Birkin on the coffee table. "All it takes is one phone call, Couture, just one." She held up her pointer finger, her lips clipped tightly together. I can end it all and won't give a damn if my soft-ass son has a problem with it. Adriana, that isn't necessary. I've just been consumed with work and things, I lied. I didn't need her fucking up my flow this early. I still needed time to prove my worth to my clients. I needed both her and Kari to sit the fuck down and let me move in somewhat silence. Where the hell are you even going so late? She folded her arms over her Chanel cardigan. I'd always admired her wardrobe. She stayed in Chanel but dressed a tad bit older than I would, of course. It's work, and sometimes I hang out with my best friend. I haven't seen her in years, and we're making up for lost time. Well, wrap the making up immediately, Couture. My son may be okay with you gallivanting around town all hours of the night and neglecting your duties to this family, but I sure and the hell am not. The new tasting appointment is Friday at noon. She snatched her purse up and switched out past me, shoving her Chanel frames onto her face. I took a deep breath, remembering I needed her more than she could ever need me, so punching her in the back of the head wouldn't be a smart move. Walking further in, I knocked, then opened the door to Leland's office to see he wasn't there. Something told me, however, that he had something to do with his mother's pop-up. Later that night, "Come here." Kari pulled me to lie on his chest, making me smile. I heard and received Adriana's words earlier, but I needed my nigga. I needed his touch, his words of affirmation, his sex, his scent, and just him overall, and I wasn't about to go without it no matter what that bitch said. "Kari, what's good, princess?" He smiled down at me, his chest heaving a bit still from the sex we'd just had. "You're serious, right? About us?" His brows furrowed. "Yeah, I want to be sure." I took a deep breath. I didn't mention it, but Kaya paid me a visit a while ago, and she told me how being with me would tank your career. He cleared his throat, something he did when he was pissed, but attempting to keep a lid on it. "I ain't gonna front, baby. It's a possibility. But like I said before, all this shit I've done, won, and achieved didn't hit the fucking same without you here." He hooked my chin. "I need you. I need you more than I need all of this shit." "Same. I know the consequences, but having the career of my dreams won't be as gratifying without you," I whispered before he kissed me deeply. After a few more kisses, he exited the bed to start a fresh bubble bath for us. It had become a routine of ours years ago. Kari used to only oblige because he knew it was a surefire way for him to get some. Now, though, I was sure he enjoyed them as much as I did for relaxation purposes. While he got that together in the adjoined bathroom, his phone lit up on the nightstand on his side. My heart thumped in my ears as I contemplated checking it. The old Couture had to do things like this, and I wanted to be different, but I had to be sure Kari had changed before I blew up my life any further. I truly had no proof he was faithful those last 7 years of us being together. It was an assumption on my part since I hadn't caught him doing anything. Hurrying up, I scooted across the bed and snatched the phone up. I tried the code he used when we were younger, but got nothing. I tried my birthday, then his, and then Lisara's, but got nothing. Finally, I tried his daughter Harmony's and was granted access to the iPhone. I sucked my teeth at how stupid men were. Looking up periodically to make sure he was still in the bathroom, fixing up our bath, I went through his text messages. I found nothing but messages from his brothers, baby mama Marley, Kaya, some social media models I didn't know he'd fucked, and a few randoms I never heard of trying to get his attention. He'd only responded to his brothers and then Marley sparingly, but it was nothing alarming. Going to his email, I searched a few terms but came up empty. I was sweating bullets, not wanting Kari to catch me and think I didn't trust him. I did, I just needed some assurance. Lastly, I went to his social media direct messages. There, I saw plenty of women sending him salacious videos, messages, and photos to which he'd hearted. My stomach dropped, seeing he'd liked one just earlier today, moments after we'd separated. Pissed off, I shot up from the bed after slipping on my short gown that was pooled on the floor and charged to the bathroom, momentarily having flashbacks of the days when I couldn't keep him out of the next bitch's bed. I got flashbacks of me running into girls all over Los Angeles and them whispering or commenting about how they'd fucked my man. I got flashbacks of all the nights I waited up for him to never call or text back because he was laid up with the next bitch. Tears clouded my eyes as I yelled, "You fucking dog!" I chucked the bottle of hand soap his way, causing his eyes to widen in horror as he flinched, but then caught it. The bathroom was dark, only being lit by the few candles he'd lit in an attempt to be romantic with his dog ass. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" he snapped. "You haven't fucking changed, that's what." I showed him the phone screen, scrolling some. "You're all about me but liking other bitches' videos and photos of their pussies? You like that this bitch wants to suck your dick?" I screamed in his face, jamming my fresh acrylic nails into his screen hard enough to crack it. His glare dissipated as he realized he'd fucked up. "Baby, calm down." "Fuck you!" I cried hysterically, throwing his phone at him, but he ducked just in time. "You are such a fucking liar! Don't touch me!" I yanked from his grasp. "Did you come back into my life just to blow my shit up with Leland? For what? Payback?" "Couture, calm the fuck down and let me talk." He bear hugged me so I was unable to fight him. I was hyperventilating in utter disbelief that I'd fallen for his games. I was ruining my reputation and relationship with the Lewises, all for love when this was nothing but a fucking game to him. "You are never going to change," I sobbed, wishing so badly that he would or could. Maybe it wasn't in him. Pinning me to the wall, he said, "Baby, listen. It's nothing. All I did was like the shit. I don't fuck with them bitches, and I haven't so much as looked at another woman since we've been getting close and making plans and shit." He kissed my lips and all over my face, loosening his grip and hugging my waist gently. "Baby, please don't leave me." He kissed me again, and like clockwork, my heart fluttered. "I'll block all them bitches. I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to. The shit was harmless. I ain't mean it," he pleaded. I went back and forth in my head, just like I used to long ago when he'd beg for my forgiveness. "I can't, Kari. I can't live like this." I shook my head as much as I could since his face was nuzzled in my neck. Picking his head up, he said, "You ain't gon' live like this. I swear to God and on everything I love, I am not that same nigga I was, baby." He kept strong eye contact with me, seeming sincere somehow. "I don't want nobody but you. I fucked up and I'm sorry. It didn't mean shit. I ain't gonna make it if you leave a nigga. I'm not gonna be worth shit." "This is the same shit you always used to say." I shook my head as his forehead pressed against mine. "I'm not the same person either, Kari. You can't fuck up and just apologize to me anymore." I spoke truthfully. Looking back, I still didn't understand my younger self. Yes, I loved Kari just as deeply as I always had, maybe even more, but I loved myself more now. Then, I didn't know who I was or what life would be like without Kari. I was scared of the unknown, but not anymore. I knew what it was like to be alone, to be at peace, and not having to worry about what your man was doing or not doing, not having to answer to anyone about any decisions I made in my life. But even though I enjoyed those things, I wanted someone to share my life with. Wanted, though. It wasn't a need anymore. "I know you're not the same woman, and I don't want you to be. It was a simple like, Couture. But the shit won't happen again." Gripping my face in his hands gently, he said, "Look me in the eyes and tell me you understand I ain't that same nigga." I could see the panic in his gaze. "I would never hurt you. All a nigga want to do is love you. And I'm gonna show you every fucking day that choosing me over that nigga was your best decision yet. I fucked up. I know. I hate that I caused this shit right here, but I'll argue with you every fucking day. Risk you throwing shit at my head every fucking day, just to know I have you every fucking day. Keep this shit up, Kari, and you're gonna spend the rest of your life wishing every hoe you lay next to is me, I threatened, not abandoning our eye contact for even a second so he'd understand my seriousness. I already have been, love. His lips collided against mine over and over as my mind went in circles. Why did I believe him?
Chapter 5. Kari. Couple days later. Fuck you mean by gunna blared over the backyard of my parents' big-ass mansion as I stayed in position, ready for my little sister Banks to blow the whistle. It was a normal Saturday, and since I, as well as all of my brothers, were in town at the same time, a rarity being that a percentage of us were famous and constantly on the move, we decided to play some football. I chuckled seeing Simone's cocky ass complain about it not being fair that we had Shakur on my side, since he played professional football. It was me, Shakur, and LaQuay on one team, then Simone, Bashar, Unique, and Asif on the other. We allowed them niggas to have an extra team member since they swore up and down we had an advantage with Shakur. Even though only 2 of us went into sports leagues, we all played sports fairly well. So that advantage shit was bullshit. Shut your ass up and just play, nigga, LaQuay spat, causing everyone to laugh. While Banks played coach, my mama and Prime were chilling under the gazebo on the swing portion. I didn't want to pay too much attention to them because it made a nigga think about Couture. Although she had seemingly forgiven a nigga for the social media messages fiasco, I was on edge. All I could fucking think about was how she seemed to be okay 4 years ago but still dipped out on me. The shit made me uneasy, and every day since, I'd been on my toes, until she showed up on my doorstep to spend the night with me, like she'd been doing for the past few weeks. Seeing her brought relief. Nigga just mad 'cause one of his hoes is seeing him get that ass toe up, Shakur commented, just before Banks blew the whistle, causing us to disperse all over the large backyard, waiting to see who Shakur would toss the ball to. Along with the family, a few of us had ladies accompany us here. I didn't want to bring Kaya's ass, but she had found out about the shit. Even worse, my baby mama was here too, since my mama invited her. They were pretty cool, but my moms mainly wanted to see my daughter, and since it wasn't my weekend, inviting Marley was the only way. I wish she hadn't done that shit, because it was very possible that I could have brought Couture to this shit. The last thing she needed was to be surrounded by 2 other women in my life. That whole social media shit had just happened days ago and was therefore still fresh as fuck. I wasn't gonna say shit to my mama, though, 'cause I wasn't interested in a fucking lecture. That was something that hadn't changed at all. You straight? LaQuay frowned as we all got back in position for the next play. I am. I nodded. Just still on edge a little bit about that shit between me and Couture. I squinted since the sun was in a nigga's face. Why the fuck you even do that shit? LaQuay laughed, but almost like he didn't understand my moves. Nigga, it was nothing. I've been doing that shit for years. Why you think I'm so fucking successful? Niggas don't buy music and concert tickets. Females do. So when them hoes send me shit, I like it and keep it pushing. Keeping them happy keeps me at the top of the motherfucking charts, and my pockets laced. LaQuay nodded as he watched Simone take yet another break, talking shit while he gulped down a Gatorade with his big ass. I feel you. Makes sense. You tell her that? Hell nah. This Couture nigga, she ain't going for that shit even if it's true. She waiting for me to even look like I'm cheating. LaQuay and I laughed before getting back in position now that Simone was done bitching and drinking. My brothers and I continued to play and talk shit to one another until we heard a bit of ruckus, and when I looked over, I spotted Prime standing between Marley and Kaya, who were clearly arguing and about to jump on one another. The other ladies, LaQuay's jump-off Tierra, Bashar's weird-ass girlfriend Nixie, and then 2 randoms Simone and Shakur had brought through, whose names I had forgotten all fucking ready, was standing by, watching and eating like this was a reality TV show. Hey, I barked, rushing over. Fuck is wrong with y'all fighting at my fucking family event? I snapped as my mom rocked and soothed a crying Harmony. Seeing that these two stupid-ass bitches had scared my baby pissed me off even more. My mama eventually ventured into the house to calm her, while my brothers made their way to the area where I was. She started it. Why is she even here? Kaya pointed at Marley. Because I'm family, bitch. What are you? Marley raised a brow, sporting a smug smile. His fiancé, bitch! A level you can never get to. Kaya held her hand up to show off the rock my label had paid for, unbeknownst to everyone. Seeing that ring set some shit off within Marley, because she charged in Kaya's direction, the latter laughing like the Wicked Witch of the West at the sight. Chill out, I snapped, seeing Prime grip Marley to stop her from running to Kaya. One of them gotta go, Prime let me know, telling Marley to sit down after he released her. Kaya, get up out of here. I grabbed her arm and started leading her through the house. Even though I wanted them to both leave, I knew Marley would take my daughter with her, and I didn't want that shit. I wanted my baby girl here. So Kaya had to be the one to take her ass on somewhere. I didn't want her ass here any fucking way. Why do I have to go? Kaya whimpered as I escorted her through the house. 'Cause I didn't invite your ass. Plus, I done told you about fighting with my baby mama. You don't seem to get that shit, though. I tapped the side of my head, frowning as I looked down at her. You always take her side. She stepped outside. It's 'cause your mama don't like me, huh? Yeah, that's why. I shook my head. Drive safe. I shut the door in her face. My mama didn't necessarily dislike Kaya. She was indifferent, and more importantly, didn't get why I was fake marrying her when I had Marley. My family that wasn't famous didn't understand the point in what I was doing. Dating to boost your career was some white people shit. But little did they know, in Hollywood, as they called it, it was very fucking normal. I was shocked when I got on at how many motherfuckers were together in image and name only, even people I just knew were for real. Shaking my head, I stalked to the bathroom for some privacy and to take a piss. Once I relieved myself and began washing my hands, I heard a light knock on the door. Who dat? I quizzed, assuming it was one of my brothers. This bathroom was closest to the back, and usually we always tag-teamed it when in the backyard. Me. Marley walked in, coming up to me and slipping her arms around my body. I'm sorry for getting into an argument with her, Kari. She kept looking my way, feeling salty because Lisara was talking with me and playing with Harmony. She kept saying slick shit under her breath to the other ladies, so I just snapped. Marley shrugged, speaking in a sheepish tone. But I'm sorry. I wouldn't have come if I knew she was going to be here. She wasn't supposed to be, I sighed, running my hand down my face out of exhaustion. All the nigga wanted was my wife, my daughter, and to make music. I didn't want nor need all this extra fucking drama in my life, and from women I no longer had an interest in. You look stressed. Marley locked her arms tighter around my body. I am. I peeled them off, only now realizing she was hugging me. Let me relieve some of that. She pulled on the waistband of my cloth basketball shorts and tried to put her hand down there, but I stopped her. Kari, what the fuck? She stomped one foot like a brat. Shit would have been funny had I not been annoyed as fuck and turned off from both her and Kaya. Aside from that, I wanted couture and couture only. I wasn't about to provide any other woman with false hope. I'm good. Let's go back out before people think some shit is going on, I said. There were too many people outside the house that I didn't exactly trust, and I didn't need shit getting out to the media or even worse, back to couture. I knew for sure that if she even heard a rumor about me fucking somebody, I wouldn't have a fucking hat in the ring. Please, Kari, I've been so damn horny lately with you turning me down all the damn time. She hopped up on the sink and spread her legs, showing me full view of her pussy that was clean-shaven. She moaned, pushing two of her fingers inside of herself. Clean up when you done. Last thing I need is my mama finding out you was masturbating in the family bathroom, I said, opening the door. Kari, if you leave without fucking me, this is going to be the last time you have the opportunity to, she grimaced, taking her fingers out and letting her leg down. I knew Marley well enough to know she was embarrassed as hell. Finally, we need to co-parent, nothing else. You two attached. I done told you that. Don't make too much of a fucking mess. I stepped out, closing the door behind me. During my walk down the hallway, I heard Marley exit and rush after me once she cut the water off from washing her hands. Is this about Couture? She cut off my path by standing in front of me. I didn't say shit, not needing my baby in the mix of side chick baby mama drama. I hope not, because she isn't thinking about you. What? I frowned, seeing Marley retrieve her iPhone from the back pocket of her jeans skirt. This your girl? She showed me a photo of Couture laughing and talking with an NFL player, Forrest Greer. Taking the phone, I zoomed in, making sure it was in fact Couture, even though I knew it was. I then shot it to myself. That's just a client, I lied. They looked hella cozy, and typically Couture mentioned whenever she had a big client, especially if she felt I knew who they were, aka other rappers or ball players. I hope so. Marley raised a brow, shoving the phone back in her pocket. Who sent you that shit? I quizzed. I knew damn well Marley wasn't stalking Couture. That wasn't even in her nature. Kaya, I don't like the bitch, but we both agree that you chasing Couture is a bad idea. I chuckled. You so fucking dumb for letting her play your ass. She sent you that shit so you'd do this right here and piss me the fuck off. I spat. No, she's just setting your ass up, so I'll be mad at you instead of her ass. Use your fucking head, Marley. That's what I mean when I say you too fucking attached. You so busy trying to make me yours, you not even thinking, and linking up with your supposed enemy. Take your ass home and work on getting out your feelings. I moved around her and kept it pushing. I'm taking Harmony too. Go get it from my mama then. I spoke over my shoulder, knowing Marley vied for my mama's approval too much to snatch Harmony and leave abruptly. Like I thought, Marley took her stupid ass home and let my baby stay. I was thankful both Kay and Marley were out of my fucking hair, but my head was fucking pounding, thinking about Couture out with that nigga Forrest. I was gonna settle this shit and just ask her. I didn't have time for the guessing games and assumptions. Pulling out my iPhone, I stepped away from the loud conversation of everybody in the backyard and dialed her up. Hey, she answered sexily. Sup? Where are you? I need to talk. Oh, I'm at the office. I wanted to get some work done for one of my clients. All right, I'll be to you in a little bit. I hung up before she could say another word, then let everybody know I would be right back. I made the quick 20-minute drive to Couture's office out in Santa Monica, finding a park pretty quickly, even though it was Saturday. I moved hurriedly into the building because I saw a few people squint, point, and/or nudge whoever they were with, to ask if that was in fact uncut. I wasn't in the mood to be nice or sign autographs and shit. There were more pressing matters at hand. I knocked lightly on Couture's door, despite it being cracked, and she stopped typing on her computer, smiling and shit. She was dressed down in jeans and a tiny-ass wife-beater. She was too fucking pretty for words. I couldn't even say shit as she rounded her desk and threw her arms around my neck, hitting me with her soft but sweet perfume. This is a nice surprise. She kissed me before falling back down from standing on her tiptoes. Let me ask you something. I kept a hold on her. Is Forrest Greer a new client? Yes. She frowned. Why? I took out my phone to show her the photo I'd sent myself from Marley's phone. Saw this and it had me hot for a second. She looked at the screen with her brows dipped and shook her head. Who took this? What the fuck? Kaya or someone she asked to do it. I shook my head as well. You came all the way here to ask me that? Seriously, Kari? Here I was thinking you wanted to see me. I do, I always do. But I saw this shit and my chest got fucking tight. I watched her walk back behind her desk. I had to ask, baby. Better I ask than assume, right? You should already know. I would never cheat on you or be out on dates with another man. That's you who does that type of shit. All right. I reached for the door. Is it not you? Nah, it's not. I turned somewhat to see her balled-up ass face. And I need you to trust me on that shit. Same way I trust you. Trust me? Nigga, what reason would you have not to trust me? She hollered, coming back around the desk as if her little ass was gonna swing on me depending on what the fuck I said. Stuff, but I don't want to get into that. No, nigga, say what you gotta say. I haven't done shit for you not to trust me. You are the one who was just liking pussy pictures and messages describing the head some hoe wants to give you. The more she ranted, the more pissed off I became. So you didn't go fuck with and get engaged to the very motherfucker you told me not to worry about? I shouted back at her ass, making her jump slightly. The same nigga you told me was just someone to talk to when I hurt you? You ran off and started fucking with him. But even though you did that shit, I still trust that when you around that nigga, it's platonic. Even though in the past, you was saying this same shit to me about him, only for it to not be fucking true. Right? Her demeanor shifted from defensive to remorseful. Kari, she neared me, reaching up to touch my face. I did do that, but I swear that I never had feelings for him while I was with you. I only started back up with him after years of being alone, and because I missed you. You don't need to even be worried about him. I promise. I'm not, but if you feel like that, then let's make shit happen, Couture. I'm being as patient as I can be, love, but I need you right fucking now. I pecked her slowly. Not just at night, all fucking day. Trust me, Kari. You don't understand how badly I want to be with you for real, but I have stuff to handle with Leland and his family. You even showing up here is risky, but I allowed it because I'm just as in need of you as you are of me. Well, I need you to hurry the fuck up or I kill that nigga. Or these females. What females? My baby mama and Kaya? We chuckled a bit. Shit, this whole argument is your fault. How so? She jerked her neck back, brown eyes staring back at me. Brown eyes had never been so fucking pretty. Speaking against her lips, I said, 'Cause if you'd just fuck with me and let me murk that nigga, I wouldn't have them fighting over a nigga and causing problems. She giggled a little before we kissed. You are crazy. I am, but I'm not stupid. I'd be a fucking fool to have you in my grasp like this and fuck it up. This, I pointed from me to her, is what I've wanted more than any fucking thing. Always has been, but especially now. Your career, Kari, I told you, don't worry about that shit. You worth whatever the fuck comes my way. After looking me over, with my arms wrapped around her body, she replied, If you can risk it all for me, I can do the same. Cool. Now I need a quick parting gift. I started to unbutton her jeans, backing her to her desk while kissing her nastily. With her jeans and panties off and me standing between her legs as her bare ass sat on the desk, she said, But I need you to let Kaya and whomever else know what's up. No more pretend shit. Her brow hiked. Anything, I replied, pushing my way inside and making her dig her nails into my shoulders as she whimpered my name. These look great. The photographer for the liquor company, Golden Snow, showed me a few photos. I was elated as fuck to have signed on as their official ambassador. It was some great money with the shit, and showed motherfuckers I wasn't just good for hopping on a track or getting in trouble. I knew if I kept this up, I would be branching out into other shit, making even more money, and, most importantly, solidifying my name in the entertainment industry, like I'd done with music. They do. How much longer I got here? I quizzed. About half an hour. We just need some pictures of you behind the bar with the drink, and that's it. He smiled and nodded with his short ass. Cool, I'm gonna take a quick break. I patted his shoulder, and he nodded happily like he was relieved I didn't punch his ass or some shit. I was well aware of how intimidating I looked, even with light eyes and long-ass hair. My mama claimed it was because I had mean eyes, height, and too many damn tattoos. I laughed at the thought of that shit as I treaded over to my manager, Leslie, who was wrapping up a phone call. From the smile on her face, I could assume it was good news. That was about the TV show I was telling you about, Streets. They want to have you come on. The role will start out as temporary, but it could become permanent, depending on how you perform. Leslie beamed so brightly I had to chuckle. Too bad I was about to wipe that fucking smile off her face. That's amazing. I need to talk to you right quick before I do the last of these photos. I opened the door to the outside, gesturing for her to step out before me. What's going on? Leslie folded her arms. Stroking my beard, I glanced off, feeling the sun beaming down on me in this hot-ass getup. The shoot had a grown and sexy theme, so a nigga was dressed the fuck up. The burgundy velvet material suit jacket being hot as shit. I need you and Chief Music to find a way to reveal the breakup between Kaya and I smoothly. I got out. watching the panic appear on Leslie's brown face. "Kari," she laughed. "What are you talking about?" "Just what I said. Me and my wife are getting back together, and I'm not about to be faking shit with Kaya no more." "Wife?" She blinked repeatedly. "When did you get married?" 6 years ago, to Couture. I don't know if you remember her, but that's neither here nor there." "Yes, I remember her, but what the... I don't know how to spin this shit, Kari. This is gonna ruin every fucking thing. This thing with Kaya has been working wonders for you, and this is gonna be a huge setback." "If it's a huge setback, then you fired. Get with my people at Chief Music and figure it the fuck out, Les. I'm not doing this bullshit with Kaya no more. I'm not losing my fucking wife for no damn body, especially not that bitch." Leslie massaged the bridge of her nose, breathing in and out. "Okay. I will get with PR, and we will have to see about this. Melly is gonna blow a fuse." "What did Kaya say?" "She don't know, and I want to keep shit that way. I know her. She a fucking media whore, and if she gets wind of this right here, she gonna run to the internet and kill any chances I have of spinning this to save my career. And if she do that, y'all gonna have to find me some motherfucking bail money, 'cause I've been waiting on a reason to strangle that hoe." "Makes sense not telling her. I don't want to ask if you're sure because I know you. I will work on this, but only because I love you and I know you love Couture. This isn't some fling." "Appreciate it." I yanked the door open to the studio and stepped back inside to finish up the shoot. Hopefully this wouldn't be my last time working with these niggas, but I would do anything, lose anything, and regret nothing for my fucking wife, my princess.
Chapter 5. Couture. Massaging the sides of my head, I smiled inwardly, seeing the news article stating that Kari, or Uncut, as the article stated, and Kaya had decided to go their separate ways after he found out that she'd been unfaithful. Kari had let me know days ago that this would be coming out, and while it probably wasn't true, he didn't care. It was the only way to preserve his image somewhat and make sure Kaya didn't further damage it. Currently, she had gone live several times and made multiple posts stating that she had always been faithful to Kari. She swore he was lying and that his team had made this up just so he could be with his ex-girlfriend. Although what she was saying was 100% facts, the world didn't believe her. There were a few people I saw commenting about the article on gossip blogs, saying they couldn't see her doing that to him, but the majority were dragging her, calling her foolish for fumbling the bag and cheating on Kari's fine ass. Dropping my phone, I gripped my stomach as it churned and ached like it had been all morning. Rising to my feet, I hurried from my office, almost knocking Leland down to get to the small bathroom down the hall. Bursting through, I vomited violently into the toilet. I was never ordering seafood from a DoorDash spot ever again. The shit had gotten me sick from the time I put the last piece into my mouth. What the hell? Leland came to stand in the doorway of the bathroom. It was compact, so the door, tiny sink, and toilet were literally all right next to each other. "That's what you say when you see me like this?" I responded, wanting to say more but deciding against it. I was still trying to see how I planned to tell Leland it was over for real, and I would be cutting all ties with him. Now that Kari had done his part, I needed to do mine. However, he'd finagled his way out of being on the receiving end of the media's wrath, and I needed to do the same to protect myself from the Lewises. "Yes, because what is wrong with you?" Leland was frowning deeply, standing near the sink now as he eyed me. "I'm sick. I ate some seafood last night, and it was probably a bad batch. I flushed the toilet standing to my feet before damn near falling onto the now closed toilet. Please, God, please tell me you have been using protection with that nigga." Leland spoke slowly, eyes closed, while he tried to control his breathing. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? I was seething, ready to just let it all out and hurt his feelings. I was close to telling his ass that there wasn't a hole, minus my anal cavity, that Kari hadn't spilled his seeds in, but I refrained. Because you're throwing up like you're pregnant, that's why. His teeth were clenched as he neared me. I have stood by you, protected you from my parents, and have been waiting for you to realize that man is no good for you. But I swear, if you fucked him without a condom while making me use one every single time, I am done with you, Couture. And don't even say you were drunk, because alcohol never made you loose enough to allow me entrance into your body without one. Standing abruptly, I planned to shout at Leland's ass, but instead a howl came out as I gripped my stomach. Oh my gosh, I cried, real tears dripping from my eyes before they landed on Leland, staring at something on the floor in horror. What? My words were halted when I saw the blood trickling down my legs, staining my Louboutins. Leland and I raised our heads at the same time, and I saw the hurt and sadness in his eyes. He knew the answer to his question, and I could see the heartbreak written all over his face. I felt so horribly about it that the pain now seemed to be nothing more than a dull ache as I continued to bleed out. We have to get you to the hospital, he stated dryly, coming closer and hooking his arm with mine to help me from the bathroom. I limped all the way out and to his car. Once he helped me inside, I began crying softly, watching him go back in and grab my purse before locking up the office after turning the sign we often hung in the window. I wanted to call Kari so badly, but I couldn't. Leland would probably push me out of the damn car if I did, and I wanted to get to the hospital. I needed them to explain to me what the fuck was going on. This blood couldn't be a miscarriage because I couldn't get pregnant. All types of shit traveled and whirled around my mind as Leland sped through the streets to the UCLA Medical Center in Santa Monica. We didn't say 2 words to one another during the ride, and especially not while they checked me into the hospital. They ran a few tests, and the entire time I couldn't keep a dry face. I knew deep down that I'd miscarried, and it only reminded me of that horrible day the doctor came to tell me I would never be a mother. I hated Kari for this, yet wanted him here at the same time, so, in between the next to last test, I made them give me a phone to call him. "How are you feeling?" Leland quizzed once I was back in my hospital room. I was anxious, waiting on the doctor to show up, which, according to the nurse, would be in about 10 minutes. "I don't know," I whispered, fidgeting as tears continuously dripped down my face. I'd long ago stopped wiping my face because it was pointless. "Couture, talk to me. What happened with us? Did I do something? We were fine until we came back to Los Angeles and you just flipped." He snapped his fingers. "Why? Didn't you say you were done with me?" I refused to look his way as my head rested against the pillow. "I did, but I always say that, more so internally," he said, sort of to himself. "But for some reason, I can't shake you." Hearing Leland's words reminded me of the old Couture, how no matter what Kari did, even fucking his side chick with no condom and becoming her alleged baby daddy, I always took him back. I couldn't shake him either, then. "Maybe you need to shake me, Leland." I felt him stand, despite me not looking his way. Gripping my hand in his, he said, "I don't want to. When I asked you to marry me, I meant that I wanted you for the rest of my life. I know relationships come with ups and downs. I didn't expect it to be peaches and cream, baby." He kissed the back of my hand, inhaling the scent, seemingly. "Leland." The door came open, and there he stood, looking as handsome as ever. Kari's eyes looked right past Leland into mine, worry-laced throughout. I hadn't said much on the phone, just that I was admitted to the hospital and needed him to come down. In true Kari nature, he bogarted Leland out of the way, making him release my hand before pulling a chair up to my side, kissing me deeply. For a moment, I wondered if I'd been hallucinating, and maybe Leland wasn't even in the room, until he said, "Are you serious? What the hell are you doing here?" "Hey, nigga, I'm on one right now, and unless you want to be admitted to this motherfucker, then possibly the morgue next. I suggest you take down that tone a notch and back your ass up, Kari barked, only looking over his shoulder before turning back to focus on me. For most, it would have felt awkward to have them both in here, while Kari kissed me and caressed my hair, but it didn't. I wished Leland would leave, because sadly this situation had nothing to do with him, but also Kari was my man. Oh, I see we have a full room. Is it okay for me to discuss your medical information in front of your guests? The doctor walked in, shutting the door. My husband only, I replied, causing Leland to smirk smugly in Kari's direction as he sunk his hands into the pockets of his Brooks Brothers slacks. Peeling up the top sheet of the clipboard, the doctor inquired, "Which one of you is Kari Compton?" "Right here." Kari lazily lifted a hand, but kept his eyes on Leland, who looked as if he'd been punched in the throat. He turned to me, brows dipped in confusion. I could tell he had so many questions but didn't know where or how to start. "Sir, I have to ask you to step out. You can come back in once I talk with Miss Yates." "Mrs. Compton," Kari corrected him, just to rub it in Leland's face. I hadn't changed my last name yet. Time had escaped me, and then he and I broke up, so it never happened. Leland shook his head, angry as hell, before storming out and slamming the hospital door. I sighed dejectedly, not sure if I was ready for the storm that were the Lewises. Kari gripped my hand in his big, rough, warm one, and somehow it was still comforting. "All right, Mrs. Compton. So it appears you did experience a miscarriage. You were very early in the pregnancy, just a few weeks. We did check your womb, and the fetus has been cleared out completely. We want to keep you overnight to be sure you're all right, then you can go home. No need to take off work or anything." How did I get pregnant?" I quizzed. "Call my doctor. She knows I can't have children. Are you sure it was a miscarriage?" "Yes, 100%. I did speak to Dr. Wilcox, and she was able to confirm what you just said. You can get pregnant, Mrs. Compton, but the damage to your womb makes it pretty much impossible to keep and carry the baby there. So while you will get pregnant, you will miscarry every time." This was worse, somehow. At least before, I thought I could fuck raw and be fine. Now I had to worry about getting pregnant and then experiencing this shit again, being reminded over and over about my disability. I felt Kari's eyes on me as the doctor talked before he reached over and thumbed the lone tear that had traveled down my cheek. Once the doctor was gone, Kari stood up to hold me tightly as I sobbed into his broad chest. When I was told I couldn't have children, I zoned out when they explained all the rough details. I was miserable in my head, and all I could think about was the fact that Kari would not want to be with me anymore. Over time, I was able to push it to the back of my mind until that stupid interview that sent me running away from the love of my life. Then again, when Leland's family beat into our heads that they wanted their legacy continued. So today was the first time that I had truly faced it in years with an actual doctor. "I'm sorry, baby." Kari let me go, sitting down in the chair again. His eyes showed just how apologetic he was. "I thought that I couldn't get pregnant at all." I nodded, wiping my face because I thought the same. "Me too. But now that I know I can, and it will just die, makes things harder." I let my head fall back on the pillow. And there it was, those thoughts that I was holding Kari back from the life he wanted. Not only could he not have kids if he stayed with me, but he would have to still be careful in the bedroom. "What's on your mind?" He caressed my cheek as gently as his somewhat callous hands were able to. "I know this is a lot, Kari." I shifted my body so I could lay on my side and look him in the eyes. And, nah, let me finish. "I don't need to let you finish to know where the fuck you going with this shit, Couture. I'm not going no fucking where. I don't know why the fuck you think all you good for is making children and me being able to nut in you. The shit sounds even crazier coming out of my fucking mouth right now. I want you. I want to be with you. I love the fuck out of you because of how you make a nigga feel. How ambitious you are. how fucking smart, funny, and comforting you are to a nigga. Making children naturally and leaving it in, he smirked, are all pluses. But they're not even that if it ain't with you. That's some real shit. I didn't want children unless they were with you. I love Harmony, would die for my baby, but I won't lie and say when I look at her, I don't wish she was yours. And despite the shit I did in the past, only person I want to nut in is you. We giggled, me sniffling in between as I admired his overly handsome face. I couldn't help but to reach out and touch it to caress it. I kind of want you to nut in me now, I admitted, causing us to laugh some more as I sniffled. Sometimes I wish I had kept the babies we got rid of as teenagers. Me too, he admitted, shocking me. Thought about that shit all the time these past years. He smirked, but in a sullen way. You know I love when you talk to me the way you just did. I changed the subject slightly, knowing the past couldn't be altered no matter how much we wished for it. I know. Why you think I did it? He half smiled. We gon' figure this shit out, Couture. We always do. We always do. I shut my eyes as his lips pressed against mine. I don't want to hear that doubt shit no more, all right? He scolded, and I simply nodded. Kari would always be a constant in my life. I was learning. Escaping him was pointless, and I didn't want to. Grabbing my iced matcha latte, I took a sip of it before walking into the makeshift office Leland and I shared. He and I hadn't spoken in 4 whole days, not since I indirectly told him I was married to Kari, and not since he was able to conclude that I'd been cheating on him so recklessly that I ended up pregnant. At least, that was how he saw it. But from my side, he was the one intruding, not Kari. I heard his voice on a phone call and made my way over. I wasn't dressed to impress because I wasn't staying here in the office. I was going to collect my things in the box I'd brought from Kari's place and take it there. His mansion came equipped with 3 offices, and he gladly told me I could have one. I smiled at the thought as I stood in the doorway of Leland's office. When he noticed the curve of my lips, he frowned in confusion before hurrying his client off the call. Hey, I said, entering when he waved for me too. Hey, that's all you have to say to me. I've been calling you nonstop, Couture. I don't even need to ask where you've been. You already know the answer. I wasn't ready to talk, and I also felt like we needed to speak in person. I sat down. Leland laughed before resting his tongue in his cheek, shaking his head repeatedly. What did I do to you for you to treat me this way? He asked, looking as if he truly wanted to know. Nothing, Leland. I'm wrong for what I did. I never said the opposite. You are a good man. You're just not the man for me. I'm just the man for you when Kari doesn't want you, huh? He attempted to shoot a dig at me. Kari has never not wanted me, I corrected him, making that look on his face switch up quickly. So, he wanted you when he was sleeping with other girls. He pointed my way. He did. I nodded. You only know what I've told you, Leland. Keep that in mind. While Kari may have been a cheater long ago, might I add, whether he wanted me or loved me was never up for debate. He didn't know how to love me. That was the issue. And you think he does now? Leland hollered, laughing maniacally. I do. I nodded. He's a man now. He was a kid then. We all were. He had changed long before we broke up and I linked back up with you. Sure. If that was the case, you never would have left him. It was the case. I never told you why I left him. You always assumed he cheated, but he didn't. The last time he cheated on me was before I got shot. We were together for about 7 years without any cheating. I watched Leland look, visibly surprised. What was wrong with you at the hospital? He inquired, skipping over my last statement since he had no response. He knew, but I guess he wanted to hear it from my mouth. I miscarried. There was that wry laugh again, the laugh that said if he was a different man, he would pounce over his cherry wood desk and strangle me with his bare hands. Leland nodded a few times, looking off for a bit. I don't get you. It's like you have all of these goals, ambitions, and things, yet you want to run off with some rapper who can't keep his dick in his pants. I will still have goals. I accomplished a lot with Kari. What are you saying, Couture? That I'm done with this. Let your parents know that we are no longer getting married. You can say whatever you need to, or you can be honest and tell them I'm in love with someone else and I am already his wife. Leland cringed at my last sentence. You cannot do this, Couture. If you do this, you might as well apply at Whole Foods or something because you will never be a respectable lawyer. I can guarantee it. Maybe I will have to work at Whole Foods, but I will be clocking out and going home to the man I love instead of making millions and going home to a man I have no real romantic feelings for. I honestly cannot wait until he humiliates you. Leland shook his head, mouth twisted and venom dripping from his voice. He pointed at me again and said, "And my people will ruin you. You think you're gonna be so damn happy? We will surely see." I will. I stood. Good luck with your people. I winked and switched out to get my box. Leland didn't say a word to me as I packed up all my things, so I didn't say shit to him as I walked right past his ass to my car. Once inside of my Mercedes, I texted Kari, who told me to come to his studio, but the one inside of the Chief Music Building. Damn, this one is nice too, but I like yours better, I said, looking around the big, plush studio. Kari's plaques were everywhere, and while there were some of the other artists' plaques, too, no one had as many as my man, my husband. How the shit go? He pulled me in, kissing me softly. Like I assumed, he got pissed, told me I would lose everything and that you would eventually cheat and humiliate me. Please let me murk this nigga. Kari pleaded coolly like he wasn't talking about murdering someone. No, bad enough he knows who I am leaving him for. You're not exactly clean, Kari, and his family can ruin your life. Fuck that nigga's family. I got family too. We whoop niggas' asses, then put 'em in the dirt though. So shit is a little different. I rolled my eyes playfully even though I knew he was serious, especially him, Prime, and LaQuay. Let's not go there, I sighed as he pulled me down into his lap once he sat down. You ever thought about working here, at Chief? They're still looking for someone in legal, and I saw you on the list. I have, but I feel like they only reached out to me because of who I was linked to. They may not be interested once I'm blackballed. I spoke truthfully, feeling anxious already. I needed to prepare for the lack of clients, the emails requesting to end our attorney-client relationship, and being done dirty by every judge across America if I did step foot in a courtroom. Well, my pops owns a whole bank. We can check with him and ain't nobody gonna make him do a motherfucking thing, so if he wants you working there, he gonna make the shit happen. Thank you, baby. I melted into him, kissing his lips as my arms hugged his neck. For now, I just want to enjoy the quiet before the storm. Or the moaning before the storm. He made me straddle him. The door's locked, he added when I looked toward it. Without another word, we got right to it in the chair. Yeah, I definitely made the right decision. 2 days later, thank you, girl. I love them, I told my nail lady, Deidre. I knew you would. Thank you for always letting me do whatever I want. She handed me back my credit card, or the credit card Kari had given me. He'd added me to his black card. I initially turned it down, but he wouldn't allow it, so I said fuck it. I'd be a fool to stop my husband from spoiling me. As I walked out of the nail shop, my stomach dropped, seeing my mother standing by my car. This was the one time I hated being a creature of habit. She knew I went to this salon, just like I had been since we'd moved back to LA every 2 weeks on Thursday at noon. Ma, what are you doing out here? I questioned, unlocking my vehicle. Where do you want to talk? She asked in that stern, strict tone I was used to. I have to be somewhere after this, so we can just talk in the car. I gestured toward it. I was so afraid for some reason. It wasn't like my mother was a physical person. Hell, she'd never even whooped me as a child. She was just scary enough to make you behave without physical reinforcements. Where are you going after this? With Kari, she asked as soon as she got in the car. Turning the engine over, I got the air conditioning on since it was pretty hot outside at the moment. Yes, dinner. She looked away from me and stared out of my windshield in silence for a bit. Maybe she was about to hit me. If she did, sadly, I would have to put my hands on my mother. I was almost 30, and I'd be damned if I was out here getting slapped by anyone, mother included. But I prayed it didn't get to that. I would rather fight anyone but my own mother. Couture. She spoke my name softly. What is wrong with you? I thought you had matured. I'm not mature? I jabbed a finger into my chest. Matured from this relationship with that boy. Her eyes searched mine. He cheated on you, talked down to you, and worst of all is the reason you got shot and cannot give me grandchildren. I was so happy when you wised up and left, then even happier when you landed Leland. But you're throwing it all away to go back to a man who has never done anything but hurt you? I hated defending Kari's and my relationship constantly. Back then, I usually wouldn't say anything to my friends, Leland, and my mother when they would dog him out and tell me to leave because I knew I needed to. When a man's own mother tells you to leave his ass, you knew you should. However, now they all thought Kari was the same man. He wasn't anything like he was back then, save for all the things I loved about him. His head was on straight. He didn't find fun in messing with several women at once, and for the first time, I was the most important thing in his life. This Kari would never cheat on me. This Kari would never call me names or send me on a guilt trip when he was, in fact, in the wrong. And what people didn't know was that Kari begged me to stay inside that night, but I forced him to come out and celebrate his deal. Had we just stayed, like he wanted, I wouldn't have gotten shot. That didn't mean it was my fault, but it wasn't his either. It was the fault of the person who pulled that trigger, not giving a fuck that I was close enough to be hit. People just wanted someone to blame, and since Prime had murdered them all, Kari was the only one left. I didn't like it. Not at all. And it pissed me the fuck off. That is old news. Like I've told everyone else, Kari hasn't cheated or done anything in I don't know how long, I stated, exhausted from saying the same shit to everybody, mainly people who hadn't so much as had a full conversation with Kari Compton. The whole direct messages issue wasn't a big deal to me. It was at the time, but that was my PTSD kicking in. I still think he was wrong for it, but the old Kari would have done much more than double tap a message and never respond. Something told me, though, I wouldn't have to worry about him liking any more damn messages. I kind of enjoyed the scared to lose me Kari. How did you even find out? I questioned. Leland called me and told me he was worried about you, and it went on from there. I so badly wanted to hunt his ass down right now. He did that shit on purpose. I regretted all the times I'd told him how much my mother influenced me and how much it meant to make her happy and impress her. He also knew she abhorred Kari, and telling her I'd hightailed it back to him would send her to my front door to tell me to change my damn mind. I see. Look, he all but told me he is willing to forgive you for cheating on him. She had to shake her head and scoff at the thought. He is a good man, better man than you deserve right now, Couture. Excuse me, how the fuck can you say that when I'm your daughter? The point is, he is willing to forgive all that you have done and keep this from his parents as well, if you come home tonight. Well, I hope you told his ass no deal. I raised a brow at her since she had hers raised at me. Couture! She banged her fist on the center console. You take your ass home and apologize to that man. Then you cut Kari off and marry into that family to secure your fucking future. Too late, Ma. I married Kari about 6 years ago, I smirked. Whap! The slap came faster than I had expected. Actually, I hadn't expected this shit at all. For a moment, I was stunned, cupping my stinging cheek as my mother sat in my passenger seat, seething, chest heaving up and down as she clenched her perfect set of teeth. Whap! I had an out-of-body experience and slapped her ass right back. From there, we began throwing blows. It was a strange fight. When she swung on me, I swung back. She'd do the shit again, and so would I, until I punched her so hard, she hit the back of her head on the window and her nose began leaking blood. All this for that punk, she roared, tears in her eyes, and I immediately felt like shit. Ma, I'm sorry, but you hit. Fuck you, Couture. You are the same stupid, lovesick little girl you have always been. You are always hyper-focused on Kari, making him a priority in your life and over everyone else. Well, I hope he can be everything. And when I say everything, I mean even a mother to you, because I am done trying to make you act like you have some sense. Ma! I shouted when she shoved the door open, then hopped out, leaving blood everywhere. Ma, let me help you with your nose, I screamed out of my window, but she continued on, walking so fast she might as well have been running. I never wanted to hit on my mother, especially to the point where blood was drawn, but she hit me first, and I had to defend myself. Deep down, I knew I had provoked her, though. I had no plans to tell her I'd married Kari for a while, but I wanted to say anything to piss her off, and it backfired. After gathering myself for a little bit, I pulled out of the nail shop parking lot, noticing a few people staring at my car, so they must have seen something. When I got to the red light, I went into my call log on my display in my vehicle and hit Lisara's name. Hey, beautiful. She greeted me the same way she always had. Hi, I sniffled. Couture, what happened? Don't tell me. No, it's not Kari. I chuckled a bit, using the side of my thumb to wipe my nose that was threatening to drip. It's my mom. What happened? We got into a fight. I told you a long time ago to stop paying attention to the shit she says to you, baby. No, we fought. Lisara, her nose was bleeding profusely. Silence. How? What happened? She found out I left Leland, and you know she hates Kari. I told her I wasn't going back, and she started hollering demands like I was in high school again, and I just blurted out that I married Kari years ago. Couture. I know, but she pissed me off, and she slapped me, and before I could process it, I'd slapped her ass back. Then we went blow for a little bit. I don't approve of mother and daughter fighting, but she had no business slapping you because you got married. And I can speak on this because I was furious when Kari told me, but I didn't think to slap him. Your mother is a negative person. I have always told you that. But I admire your strength, baby, because I would have been cut her ass off. We giggled. Thanks, Lise. You always make me feel better. You're a good girl, Couture. I've always told you. If I had a daughter, I'd want her to be like you. You're pretty, smart, and you make shit happen. I'd never met anyone that was as young as you yet had such ambitious goals. Then, the way you have always loved my son, even when he didn't deserve it, made me love you even more. Don't let her make you feel bad for choosing the man you love. All women, well, most, have made mistakes in love or overstayed when we should have left. Don't beat yourself up over that. Focus on now and how much Kari loves you and has proven so. But listen and listen good. If he fucks up, you drop his ass. Oh, no worries. He even knows what's up. I entered the freeway. Good, she chuckled. Now, who won? We both erupted in laughter. I mean, I'm fine. My cheek hurts a bit, but other than that, I'm good. She had a bloody nose, so you tell me. That's my girl. After chuckling again, I said, I love you, Lisara. I love you too. Later that night, after having a dinner with Kari that kept my mind off my fight with my mama, we went to a rooftop movie, then came home to make love so good my legs shook for a good 5 minutes. Now I was lying in his big-ass bed, adorned with Egyptian cotton sateen sheets that felt like butter, and all I could do was stare at the ceiling and worry. Even though my mother treated me like shit, I hated myself for busting her nose. I couldn't stop thinking about it now that it was quiet with Kari sleeping next to me, snoring very softly. Peeling his heavy, tattooed arm from my body, I sat up and grabbed my iPhone, bypassing the sleep focus. I noticed my mail app had more messages than usual, so I tapped it. My heart plummeted to my stomach at the sight of several emails from some of my biggest clients requesting to end our relationship. Getting out of the bed, I rushed to the adjoined bathroom, shut the door, and cried into my hands as I sat on the edge of the large tub. All my hard work had essentially gone down a drain. This was just the beginning. I loved Kari and knew I made the right decision, but this shit hurt, and I wasn't sure I could recover. When the door came open, my head popped up to see a sleepy Kari standing in the doorway in basketball shorts only. I could see that V leading to his private area since he didn't have on anything under the shorts. Hey, what's wrong? He made his way to me, sitting on the toilet nearby. Unable to speak, I showed him my phone screen. While he studied it, catching on, I said, It's over. It ain't over, love. I promise you it's not. You think a nigga like me is gonna lie down and let somebody ruin your fucking career? His lip turned up, showing he was somewhat offended. No, but I don't give a fuck what they are. I'm me, and I'll be damned if you get diminished to some fucking housewife because some uppity motherfuckers think they can dictate your life because you won't be with their bitch-ass son. I nodded, somehow feeling better. Kari could always do that. I loved his protective nature. Okay, I sniffled. Now, let's go back to bed. We dipping out tomorrow to relax before I take shit up a notch on them niggas. He helped me stand, then kissed me. Dipping out, I let him lead me from the bathroom. Yeah, little vacation. You've been dealing with a lot, and I want to relax you, especially before I handle business. He brought me in front of him, hugging me and backing me to the bed. Lucky for you, I am quite free. I threw my arms around his neck. Better be. He hiked me up, wrapping my legs around his waist before we fell onto the bed. Paris, France. I simpered as I walked into our suite at the Four Seasons with Kari behind me, carrying our bags. I didn't bring much because I was promised an elaborate shopping trip that I was excited for. A lot of my favorite brands were based in France, so I was excited about that. This shit is nice. He set everything down and eyed the spot. Told Leslie, spare no fucking expense. He sat down on the couch and gave me a smirk with his fine ass. His hair was loose, my favorite style on him, and he was wearing a simple short-sleeved white t-shirt, cloth sweats, socks, and slides. The way his jewelry and watch blinded me and the way his intricate tattoos spiraled around his strong, pecan-colored arms had my clit thumping. Goddamn, Leland nor any other nigga could compare to what was mine. You better stop looking at me like that, boy. I walked around the living room of the suite to see the view. Coming over and hugging me from behind, he said, Or what? You might get that dick road, I replied, grinning when I felt his chest quake a bit from laughter. all while his dick bricked against my ass. Word? He gripped my breasts and the tiny shirt I'd worn on the plane. I'd never flown on such a luxurious jet. Can I go deep? Always. Bring that ass on. We need a shower, and I want my dick rode. He pulled me to the bedroom for a second before allowing me to hop on his back. After fucking twice in the shower, we got dressed, then went to dinner. I thought by being out of the country, paparazzi would be more lax, but I was wrong. My nigga was a worldwide superstar. Every place we entered, people were snapping photos of us, blocking our paths, and trying to get close to Kari. Thankfully, we had a driver and his bodyguard escorting us, or who knows what would have happened. Kari was always strapped, but we didn't need him bodying anybody out here. After dinner, we club hopped for a bit, which was something we used to always do when I would go on tour with him, except now it was hard to have any real privacy. But we were too drunk and high off good weed to care about the onlookers. By saying that, we danced as freaky as we wanted to and kissed even freakier right there in the middle of the dance floor, even in the midst of the camera flashes and people obviously recording. Although the club was packed with people, as his lips touched mine with his tongue down my throat and his hands on my booty, I felt like it was just me and him. Eventually, we got too frisky on the dance floor and had to leave to get some of the real thing. Baby, wait, there are people out there, I laughed as he attacked my neck as we undressed, headed to the immaculate balcony. Paparazzi were camped outside of the hotel, so they wouldn't miss a beat when it came to Kari, and now, me. Let's give their asses a show. He bent me over on the balcony, but all they could see was my shoulders and up, due to the height. It was obvious, however, that we were naked and fucking by the pure euphoria displayed on my face as Kari spread my ass cheeks, then forced the head of his dick into my pussy. Kari, I whimpered his name as he moved his thick, long dick in and out of me from behind. I gripped the balcony, too into the dick and how deep he was going to care about the howls and camera flashes from down below. Fuck. This pussy, man. This tight-ass pussy, Kari panted, speeding up some and slapping our bodies together. I came hard, clamping my walls down on his girth and making him call out sexily. He spanked me, causing me to bite my lip as he gripped one of my shoulders to pound my pussy. Moving my left leg upward, he sunk deeper inside of me, causing me to whimper and tremble. Oh my gosh, I called out, nails clawing the stone balcony. You got it, baby. Fuck. I'm obsessed with this pussy. He moved in a circular motion while so deep inside of me I thought his dick would come through my mouth. Look how good you taking that dick. My whole frame quivered at the feeling before I came all over him. Fuck, Kari, I cried. Who take dick better than Couture Compton? He hammered me, keeping my leg propped up. Fuck, he called out. Come in me, I said, while looking in his eyes when he fisted my hair and yanked it back as he beat my pussy up. I want to feel it. Fuck, he grunted, nutting in me almost immediately. Fuck you say that shit for? He asked, teeth clenched while he still sat inside of me panting. Before I could say a word, he slipped his tongue in my mouth. Pulling out, he cupped my breasts to cover them from the cameras below, then used his pelvis to force me upright while he kissed me from behind. Now I know what to say to get you to come fast, I joked, causing us both to chuckle. We cleaned ourselves up, smoked again, then brushed our teeth before climbing into bed void of any clothing. From there we kissed while Kari groped me until we dozed off. The next morning, I opened my eyes to hear Kari speaking to someone in the living area. Climbing out of the bed, I grabbed my silk robe that lay across my open suitcase, then put it on as I treaded out to where he was. Sitting next to him, I smiled as he leaned to kiss me, softening his frown for a second. When I asked who it was, he put it on speakerphone. "There are photos everywhere of you and your wife's fiasco last night," a mature woman boomed over the phone. "Calm your ass down, Les. I told you I was done with the play shit. Plus, the announcement has dropped." Kari's brows furrowed. "You're right, but Kea is telling the world we made this up so you could go back to your ex. Then you pop up not even a week later, gallivanting all over Paris doing some of every damn thing." "Well, fix it. Get with my people and fix the shit. That's what I pay you for." "No, you pay me to manage your career, Kari, and this is not something I would approve of. Look, I want you to be happy and spend your days with the woman you love, but the least you could have done was work with me after all we went through to spin this shit for you. I suggest y'all get to figuring something out as soon as this afternoon, because me and my girl gonna be out again today," was all he said. "Kari, just do what the fuck I said, Les. I appreciate you." He softened the blow, causing her to sigh gently and prove he had broken her down. "All right, have fun." As soon as Kari hung up the phone, he and I burst into laughter. "We are so childish." I fell back on the couch, eyeing him. "I get what she's saying, but I'm done just going through the fucking motions for this Hollywood shit." He shrugged, falling back against the couch like me. "If I spent another week with that bitch Kea, I'd be in prison. Real shit." He glanced my way for a beat. "I've always loved how spontaneous you were. Last night was what I needed. I haven't let loose like that since we were last together. And that balcony sex." I straddled him, his hands falling right to my hips. Definitely lit. We pecked a few times before he said, "You need a spontaneous nigga." "I do, but spontaneous niggas be doing too much sometimes." I raised a brow. "My love for you will never be some spontaneous shit. That's gonna be the one fucking predictable thing about me. That shit is fixed, unwavering, won't ever change."
Chapter 6. Leland. That same day. My foot tapped impatiently as I waited for my brother to come and sit with me. I was able to pull some strings which allowed him to meet with me face to face instead of through the glass and phone. Though what he and I were planning to do was perfectly legal, I just wanted to be able to speak as freely as possible without the tapped phones in the mix, just in case. I was vexed beyond belief at the moment. I'd woken up to Couture and that thug all in my damn face. She'd flooded her social media story with tasteless posts of the two of them prancing all over Paris, France, shopping trips, and fancy dinners. One photo in particular of them licking one another's tongues made me sick to my stomach, literally. It made me wonder how many times I had kissed after she'd done God knows what with that mouth to him. This wasn't the Couture that I'd known. I didn't even recognize the clothes she was wearing. Kari made her a different person. One who had no morals, and one who would have public sex knowing paparazzi was in view? Sure, you couldn't see anything, but judging from their faces and no clothing on their shoulders, only a complete fucking idiot wouldn't know what was up. Even now, as I checked her page again, she was still posting things of her and Kari. I think what bothered me the most, and what I would never admit aloud, was that she looked happier. She never smiled that much with me. She never posted me much except for one photo dump when I proposed to her. It was a hard pill to swallow as I realized that even though I was a better option than Kari, she couldn't see it. She didn't believe it. "You all right?" Mervyn sat down across from me in the orange jumpsuit. Yeah. I cleared my throat, seeing I was so deep in my thoughts that I didn't even know he'd walked out. "That nigga succeeded," I spoke through clenched teeth. Mervyn burst into laughter, pissing me off further. Damn, that got to hurt. Niggas like you stay thinking you better than everybody. But look at you, got your girl taken. He chuckled some more as I sat across from him, stale-faced. Look, are you here to bullshit and joke around, or do you want to get the hell out of here? I asked, making his laughter cease. You know I want to get out of here. Just making sure, because you seem to have veered off course for a moment. I opened the beige folder I had in front of me. This is Clyde Walters, and this is Quincy Serrano. Walters is a criminal lawyer, so he will be in charge of all this, since I am an entertainment lawyer only. Serrano is a homicide and sex crimes detective, so the two of them will be reaching out to you for details regarding the murder of Bernard Bean Jones's grandmother, Yolanda Klein. Now you tell them what you told me, which is that Kari was not only there, but he initiated the rape and murder of Yolanda. I ain't tell you that. I said the nigga was there, but he hung in the living room, complaining and begging us to just leave with the money like a bitch. Mervyn smirked. He was so damn dumb sometimes that I wondered how he and I were even related. You could see it in his eyes that even when discussing him getting out of jail, he wanted all the credit for such a heinous crime. Any man with a brain would lie until they turned blue to get out. But no, Mervyn needed everyone to know he was gangsta and tough. Lowering my voice and keeping an eye on the nearby guard, I said, That's what the hell you need to say then. If you tell the truth, all they're gonna do is tack on years to the 2 life sentences you already have. If you want to get released, you need to do exactly as I say, and repeat what I say verbatim. They gonna let me out? For real? He inquired. Yes, I've already spoken to them, I lied. The only thing I'd said to Serrano and Walters was that Mervyn thought he was going to get out of jail if he gave us information, so they knew to keep up that charade. I knew it was perfectly legal to lie to perpetrators, so long as it helped the investigation. All right, Kari was in charge, while me and Port stayed in the living room. Good, but make it so the other guy was in the room helping Kari. Single yourself out to make it sound more realistic. They're not going to fall for Kari being the only one, I corrected. Port dead, it don't matter. What did I just say, Mervyn? All right, I got you. He nodded. Port and Kari did it. You will get immunity in regards to this crime, and then your current sentences will be worked out and removed from the record. I laid the lies on thick. Once Mervyn snitched on Kari for me, I wouldn't need him any longer, and he wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. Smiles graced both of our faces as he reached across the table to shake my hand. I obliged, just as the guard told us we couldn't touch, and made Mervyn go back inside. Now I just needed to sit back and wait. Once Kari was out of the picture, Couture would come back to me. It was proven that when Kari wasn't an option, I was. That night, someone was pounding on my apartment door, jolting me from my sleep. As I lay on my stomach, I lifted my head with a frown, attempting to think of who the hell would be on the other side of that door, and at 8 p.m. When I realized it could have been Couture, since she did leave her key with me, I jumped from the bed and rushed to the door. Babe, my words turned to a lump that I quickly swallowed, seeing my parents there. I'd been avoiding them for the longest, not answering their calls, and pretending not to be there whenever they popped up here or at the office. Now I'd been caught from being a simp and half asleep. About time you answered the door instead of faking, my mother said, waltzing in with my dad behind her. Get us some wine, he told me, while removing her coat. I did as I was told, grabbing 2 glasses and a bottle, opening it before bringing it to them. They'd already made themselves comfortable in the living room, chatting under their breaths. What are you all doing here? I asked politely, setting the glasses and bottle down on the coffee table. You know damn well what we are here for, Leland Lewis. My mother swirled the wine my father had poured her before gulping some of it. Tell me what the hell is going on with your fiancé? She set the goblet on the end table next to her before resting her arm on the arm of the couch. She hasn't shown up to any of the wedding appointments, according to the planner, hasn't answered her calls, and has now been seen doing less than stellar things out of the country with her ex. My father ran down, as if I hadn't seen the shit for myself. Even hearing his brief summary made me bilious. I missed my woman. I missed staying up late, talking law terms and cases, ordering food and watching old movies. That woman I saw on social media didn't seem like she would ever do any of those things we used to do. Don't you think I know all that? I threw my arms out, allowing them to fall lazily back at my sides. I was at my wit's end. I'd done everything I could to get Couture back, even calling her mother, which I knew would make her hate me. So now I was at a loss until this plan with Mervyn went through. So she left you? My mom asked stupidly. Yes. Why else would she be proudly spending time with another man? How did this even happen? She asked. Where did she find him? Isn't he some rapper? I sat down on the couch across from them, interlacing my fingers as my elbows dug into my slack-covered thighs. Looking down due to my shame, I replied. He was the guy she was with since high school, and all through undergrad. And yes, he's a rapper. I'm sure the articles you all saw said as much. I sucked my teeth, remembering the headline calling them long-lost lovers, as if their toxic-ass love was something to be admired. I knew she wasn't who she portrayed herself to be, my father roared. I should have run that damn background check when we wanted to. I'm sure I would have seen something that would have been a red flag. What kind of woman does the things she is doing? She used us. She used you. Why aren't you angrier? I am angry, I snapped. I am exhausted from trying to get her back. This isn't new what you guys are seeing. All the late nights, the disappearances, and everything else you have been complaining about have been because of him. They sat there, stunned, eyes wide, as we had a staring contest. Well, we're going to run that background check. I want to see what else she is hiding. My mother scooped her glass back up for a sip. You better fix this, Leland. It's clear her losing a few clients isn't enough to make her shape up. I would tell you to move on, but we have invested too much time and money into that Jezebel. While ignoring my parents' calls and pop-ups, I assumed that would hold them off from penalizing Couture for her behaviors, while I figured things out, since she refused to come back to me at the urging of her mother. However, it only made them angrier, causing them to reach out to her client list and convince them Couture wasn't ready to represent them at the moment. Still, though, she'd run off to Paris and continued her unwholesome behavior. So now they were livid. As I said before, the Lewises hated to look out of control of their circle of people. I am trying. I couldn't look at my dad. I was too fragile right now to deal with that disappointment he'd eyed me with. It'd been too frequent as of late. Good, because once this news spreads even further, you can kiss the joint firm thing goodbye. If you call the wedding off. And you think only her career will be done? Huh. He laughed, making me look his way finally. No, son, yours will be too. I haven't done anything. You have. You can't even keep your woman in line. What kind of man are you? Sitting at home while your wife-to-be goes around town sleeping with another man. He eyed me in utter disgust. If this doesn't get fixed, and quickly, you will be disowned, just like your brother. My breath hitched in my chest at his threat. For years I never thought they would treat me the way they had Mervyn. Hell, I was the good son. I'd always obeyed and did whatever the hell they asked of me, even when I didn't agree. Mervyn had always brought them nothing but trouble and worry, so it made sense for them to disregard him to protect the Lewis name. If only they knew he used our family name in the streets. Most didn't even know his first name. I smirked at the thought. Instead of saying any of that, I said, I have a plan in motion. Do not worry. After an hour of more ridicule, my parents finally left. I sat on my couch drowning in my thoughts for a while, before checking Couture's social media page again. Nothing new had been posted, but I went back through her stories again, feeling just as ill as the first time. Me. Wow, he's turning you into a different person. I dropped my phone, then went to take a hot shower before brushing my teeth. When I came back to the living room to watch some television, I saw Couture had replied. Babe, no, you just never knew the real me. I read the message several times as if it would change, but it never did. For some reason, Her words made my heart sink even further. We'd see how much of that shit she'd be talking when the judge banged the gavel on Kari. "Let me just see some ID, please." The woman behind the post office counter looked over her bifocals at me. "Sure thing." I handed it over and waited anxiously for her to provide me the information I needed. Couture had taken everything of hers out of the apartment prior to leaving her key behind, and I had no idea where she'd been staying. And because she'd only just returned to the country after partying and doing God knows what all over Paris, I hadn't been able to follow her. "All right, here's the mail." The clerk handed me a stack along with a postcard-like paper, showing the address that Couture had been telling them to forward it to. Little did this woman know, what she'd done was very much illegal. However, I was able to use my extensive legal jargon to make her believe this was more than okay. "Appreciate that. You have a good day now." I winked at her, not missing the way she blushed as most women did. It was no mystery that I was handsome. I always had been. But when women paired that with the expensive suits, good-smelling cologne, 6 feet even stature, and top-of-the-line Range Rover they witnessed me hopping out of, they become nothing less than putty in my hands. At least twice a week I had to tell women that I was engaged and not willing to step out on my fiancé. Couture was the only woman who wasn't fazed by that stuff I had going on, and I believed it was due to the fact that she knew me back when I didn't have the nice suits, nice truck, and a big name in law. At the time, I was simply a rich college kid driving around town in my Nissan, although brand new, and I lived in lounge-type attire. I wish she did see me the way these other women did, though. I wish she looked at me the way she had Kari in some of the photos she posted. Those images plagued my mind, even still. Sometimes he didn't even notice how she stared at him, as if he were a rare diamond. He'd never known what he had, and therefore, he didn't deserve her. I shook my head as I parallel parked in front of the North Hollywood townhouse that Couture had been renting, I assume. It was very nice, and though she'd made a lot of money while working since we'd touched down in L.A., I wondered if Kari was footing the bill on such a nice place. Getting out of my truck, I checked the area, and was delighted to see how deserted it was. It appeared to be a quiet area, with not too much going on. As I approached the front door of the luxurious abode, I stepped back some to truly take it in, noticing the 2-car garage and large backyard. No way Couture had paid for this place. I heard the locks being unlocked, so I stepped back toward the door, only to be shocked by the sight of Kari standing there, shirtless, eating a bowl of cereal. He glared at me something serious, sending chills down my spine for some reason. I would never understand why someone felt the need to have that many tattoos. I wouldn't say I was afraid of the man, but I didn't put anything past him. Couture had alluded to him making stupid decisions and threatening his freedom in the past, so I came to the conclusion that he had killed, or at least brought someone to the brink of death. It was the only reason I'd come up with the idea to conjure up a plan with my brother. I knew Kari was dirty. Where is Couture?" I stammered, embarrassed that I had done so, especially when Kari smirked at that exact fact. "Where is who?" His frown appeared again, wiping the smirk off, as if he realized what I'd just asked. He shoved another spoonful of what looked like frosted flakes into his mouth, waiting for my response. "It's about business, trust me." I chuckled nervously. "You can have her," I lied. "I need to speak with her about the firm. I don't know if she told you, but we were opening a firm together." Kari set the bowl down, then seamlessly pulled a gun from the waistband of the cloth sweats he was wearing. It must have been lodged in the back of his waist because I hadn't seen it when he opened the door. My body froze in terror, my feet seemingly glued to the concrete under me. If I ran, would he shoot me in the back? Would anybody see? All kinds of thoughts raced through my mind, especially the one saying I should have just called Couture, but I felt like if she saw me, she may be more receptive to what I would say. She seemed more standoffish over the phone or text messages. "Let me tell you something, Leland." His voice was rather calm to be holding a gun like it was nothing. I couldn't stop my eyes from darting to it. "We not the same type of niggas. Meaning you can't show up where my woman lives, works, no fucking where. You think you about to pull a me on me, and all it's gonna do is get you lit the fuck up. You took my woman and you're upset with me? I stepped back abruptly when Kari moved my way. Nigga, she was never yours. He looked me up and down, clutching the gun tightly like he was preparing to use it. She always been mine. I told you then she wasn't going no fucking where and that I was never letting up off her. You thought 'cause time passed, shit changed? Get your ass up out of here before I fill that cemetery plot I'm sure your bourgeois-ass family done already bought for your bitch ass. I didn't hesitate to get my ass away from there. He seemed to be on edge, and like if I said a word more, he would use his weapon. I did check back over my shoulder just to see if I could spot Couture watching from a window or something, but all I got was a look from Kari as he finished off his bowl of cereal. Climbing into my vehicle, I started it just to get the air going, since it was so damn hot out today. But I wasn't ready to drive off yet. I needed to collect myself. To make matters worse, my phone began ringing, and I saw it was my father. I had a mind to ignore the call, but with them threatening to cast me aside, I didn't want to upset my parents any further. Couture had a rich husband to fall back on. I would be the one fucked for real without my parents. Hey, Dad. I hit the green button, then rested against the seat again, massaging the bridge of my nose with my eyes closed. My three-piece suit seemed to be extremely suffocating at the moment. We did a background check on the girl, and you won't believe what we found, Leland. What did you find? I tried to sound interested, but I truly wasn't. I was sure they'd found out she was married. I'd already gotten over that shock, and was now more focused on getting my plan with Mervyn into motion. Speaking of, I needed to find out what time Serrano and Walters were meeting with him tomorrow morning. She is married, and hasn't even filed for separation. She has been married for 6 years, Leland, he roared. I knew he was pissed off. My family had curated this perfect image that had almost been ruined by Mervyn, until they cut him off and out of everything. Now, most people in their circle didn't even know they had 2 sons. But now, Couture was coming through and ruining everything with her behavior. The Lewises hated to look like they didn't have control, and especially didn't like for people to believe they associated with women who engaged in PDA with thuggish rappers. Couture was proving to be everything my parents strayed away from to protect their image. What the hell? Are you sure? I feigned shock. That can't be. Well, it is, goddammit. She's married to Kari Compton. Isn't that the rapper guy she's been seen with lately? It is. Wow, I had no idea, Dad. You never have any fucking idea. You're always in the dark. I'm starting to wonder who was the damn man in the relationship. Smothering all the vulgar words and insults I wanted to spew, I let my finger hover over the red end button before saying, Is that all? I have to check on some things to rectify all of this. No, that's not all. She was shot when she was 18 years old and had a surgery to repair her abdomen or something. Pretty much she cannot bear children. Even worse, the police believed that gang Mervyn used to run with was responsible, but could never prove anything. What? Now that shocked me, and for more than one reason. My hand dropped from the screen of my display as I stared at it, as if it were Couture. Did I really even know her? First the marriage, and now her inability to have children. I was floored. In addition, I knew Mervyn was involved in that particular shooting, making him the blame for it. Couture being shot by my brother was no longer a harmless secret, because he had ruined her life. He had taken something from her that she was clearly so bothered about still, that she had to hide from me. "Hello, Leland," my father boomed. Yes, I'm here. I have to go." I hung up right away. I wanted to murder my brother with my bare hands at this moment, not necessarily for Couture, but for myself. He'd ruined the woman I'd had lifelong dreams about and had planned a future with. Unable to get my thoughts together, I pulled off to head home. I was in no shape to do any work for the day. I especially had to wonder why I still wanted Couture in my life, when she was of no use to me at this point. She was married already and couldn't give me a child. What the hell would I do with her when I got her? I wondered as I drove down the street. I still wanted Kari behind bars, though, just to take him away from Couture. Then maybe I would take her back, just to do her worse than Kari ever could. The thought alone made me smile, as I ventured onto the freeway. Chapter 6. Kari. 3 days later. I sat back in the swivel chair, fingers locked together, while Melly, my manager, and PR team paced frantically around the room. They hadn't seen me since before Couture and I went off to Paris, and after all those photos were released, everybody was up in fucking arms. I didn't give a fuck, though. I was a grown-ass man and wasn't gonna be told what the fuck to do by other people, even if them other people were the fucking media. And I meant it when I said, none of this shit was worth it without Couture anyway. I'd rather have her over a lot of this shit, even though music was my everything, and always had been. I don't know what the fuck to do with you. Melly shook his head, finally sitting down and using the pitcher of water to fill a glass for himself. I was trying to keep calm around this nigga because lately I felt like knocking him on his ass. I had no issue with that, but I hadn't pinned down a plan if I were to lose my contract with him. I was a spontaneous-ass nigga most times, but I wasn't reckless. I couldn't ruin my image and lose my recording contract in the same damn week. That was just some dumb shit. But best believe, once I figured some shit out, I was planning to part ways with Chief Music. I'd outgrown the experience, and at this point, Melly and the label were making cash money off me without having to really do anything. Yeah, they shelled out a couple dollars for promotion, videos, and other shit, but it wasn't shit compared to what they received when my royalties started coming in. They were essentially making millions without having to do half the fucking work I did. My name was big enough now to where I didn't need a label backing me, and for exposure. Okay, I've gotten several calls about people not wanting to be near this scandal between you and Kea. Kea is milking the whole situation, now claiming that you were cheating on her with your ex while she was pregnant, and even while she was recovering from her miscarriage. Leslie huffed, taking her long dark hair down and pinning it right back up before plopping down in the seat beside Melly. That bitch is lying, I sneered. Yeah, well, Kari, people are believing her because she was proven to be right about you leaving her for your ex. I explained to you, being out and about with Couture so soon after Kea made that allegation would have horrible consequences. Golden Snow wants to pull out, amongst others. Fuck. Why you ain't try to convince them niggas otherwise? I frowned. I tried, Kari, Leslie replied as Melly shook his head. My eyes darted across the room to see Jayla from my PR team making calls. Golden Snow is a family brand, and you haven't really been showing that as of late. Good news is, you can keep that check they wrote you. It was a bonus, in a sense. She shuffled papers. I don't want y'all to trip. Why wouldn't we? Do you understand how much fucking money you're gonna be losing? How much we're gonna be losing? Melly roared, slamming his hand down on the long table. Hey, who the fuck you talking to like that, bruh? I shot up from my seat, ready to crack this nigga's jaw. Kari, Leslie called my name. Nah, this nigga hollering and slamming his hand on shit. What's up? I've been waiting to whoop your ass. I sized him up. Like the punk-ass nigga he was, he sucked his teeth and waved me off. Please sit down, Kari. Leslie rose herself. Nah, I'm out. Y'all work on this shit, and I'm gonna do the same. But there won't be no fucking discussions about my personal life. I'm with Couture, and that's it. No more games, lies, stories, or any of that shit. I didn't wait for any of them to respond before I left the room. I knew if I stayed even a little bit longer, I would be sending Melly's ass to the hospital. Everybody that knew me knew I didn't take too kindly to niggas talking down to me, or like they were the motherfucker that raised me. Melly had that shit bad, and in the past, I let it go in the name of fame and money, but I was much older, wiser, and richer right now, so he wasn't about to get away with that shit. Not unless he wanted to be eating his next Wagyu steak through a fucking straw. Leaving the Chief Music building, I went straight home and got to work, penning a few songs to the beats Mitch had sent me. By the time I was halfway through recording the last one on my voice notes so I wouldn't forget certain shit, I heard a knock before Couture entered. I didn't understand why she even got that fucking townhouse, but she was adamant that she didn't want to just move into my shit. Made no sense to me, since I had this big-ass mansion, 2 of them, and she was my wife. This was where she was supposed to live, but I'd let her move at her own pace. A nigga was just elated we didn't have to do that secret shit no more. She spent majority of her nights here anyway, unless she had a lot of work to do. She claimed she couldn't concentrate well when I was in the next room, so she always opted to take her ass to the rental on those nights. Hey, she smiled, walking in wearing only her nightgown and house shoes. I could tell by how rosy her cheeks were that she'd just gotten out of the shower. Sup? I welcomed her pretty ass into my lap, kissing her supple cheek, then her full lips. You smell so fucking good. I hugged her body tightly. Thanks, you too, even though it's mixed in with weed. She smiled, pulling back some to cup my face and kiss me again. You okay? You look stressed. Damn, thanks, I scoffed playfully. I mean your eyes, not your face. She tapped my chest. Answer me. I didn't want to tell her about the shit that happened earlier because I knew she would blame herself. Unlike the couture from back in the day, this new couture had a flight issue. I hated it, but I felt like as much as she dealt with fucking with me back then, I could deal. It'd take time, but I knew eventually she would understand that we were never going our separate fucking ways. The label and my whole team been giving me shit about Paris in the photos. And I don't know if you've seen, but Kay had been making shit worse by adding falsehoods. She got the upper hand at the moment because it turned out that she was telling the truth about me putting that cheating story out in order to be with you. I'm sorry. Couture's eyes were overflowing with regret. Nothing for you to be sorry for, love. I shook my head, exhaling heavily because I knew she would say that shit. And I'm not sorry either for taking my woman out of the country to make her feel better and showing her off. I made music because I loved it. I was a creative, but I hated this media and image shit. I couldn't care less what type of nigga people thought I was. I just wanted them to fuck with my music and anything else I did. Shit wasn't like that no more, though. People had to like you to even think about liking your art. A smile tugged at her lips before she kissed me. So, you're still in this, huh? She smiled. Hell yeah. What about you? I'm waiting on you to give me a rundown on why we need to break up and just divorce. Sorry, nigga, you wish. She sucked her teeth. If I didn't want to let your ass go when you wasn't shit, what makes you think I'm gonna let the mature grown man Kari go? Her brow rose as she straddled my lap. Ooh, I gripped her hips, leaning back some and licking my lips at her nipples poking through the thin fabric of her nightgown. I like that, I admitted. This ain't ever coming off again. She waved her diamond ring that I'd given her years ago. I was shocked she still had the shit. I gotta get you something bigger. I was rich then, but a nigga is rich now. We laughed in unison before she said, We can worry about that later. Right now, let your well-versed entertainment lawyer girlfriend give you some free game. I'm listening. I chuckled a bit at her conceited ass. You need to be honest. I'm pretty sure people are blowing down your team's line for an interview. You need to choose one of those people, preferably someone you feel most comfortable with, even if it's just radio, and take it. Then, tell them the truth. Explain that you dated Kaya for a little bit and broke up. She got pregnant, so you tried to do the right thing by proposing. But the same reasons you broke up the first time were still there, and you just couldn't pull the trigger, knowing you didn't love her. That's gonna work? I tightened my grip on her body. Yep, Couture nodded. After that, play up the high school sweetheart ordeal with me. Tell them our love story, how we met in high school and dated until I was halfway through law school. Tell them we got married one night while on a love high and that we broke up a couple years after, but I was always the one. I bet you do want me to say that last part. Giggling, Couture said, I do, but mainly because it will help the situation. People love stuff like that. If they think I am just some random ex, they won't be able to tap into their emotions nor have empathy. So, if you're honest and make them understand that our love was too strong to just put in the grave, you may be forgiven. And us already being married will help your image too. It'll show you are a family man, but only with the right woman. You so fucking smart. I eyed her for a moment. That shit is sexy as hell. So I've been told. Who the fuck else said that shit? I frowned. Nobody, Kari, it's a joke. Better be a fucking joke. You know I'm still not right in the head, so be easy on that joke shit. Whatever. But I planned to do just that. I kissed her nose. I appreciate you, Mrs. Compton, in case you ain't know. I do. She pressed her chest to mine and whispered against my mouth. I appreciate you too. Hitting the elevator button to take me to the 8th floor, I ran through my thoughts as I rode up. I was back at the Chief Music Building, hoping to talk to Melly about hiring Couture in the legal department. I knew the nigga wasn't happy with a nigga, but one thing about Melly, he was about his money, and knew how crucial having a good lawyer was. So no matter how high he was with me, he would hire Couture if it benefit him and Chief Music. Ambling down the hall, I stopped in front of his office door and knocked lightly before twisting the knob like I always did. The fuck? I jumped back at the sight of Kaya's head bopping in his lap. Kari, she called out before quickly wiping the corners of her mouth with her funky ass. I quickly snapped a photo of her on her knees with that nigga's dick out whilst video recording. The nigga couldn't put his dick up fast enough, and Kaya couldn't hop to her feet and put her titties up fast enough. Man, you supposed to knock first, Melly barked. I did, motherfucker, but you was too busy getting your fucking rocks off. Kari, baby, I am so... Kaya started my way. Back your stupid ass up. I put my phone down. Now, if you don't help me clean up my image by telling the world you a motherfucking liar, I'm sending this shit to every fucking blog there is, even them white ones. And you could call revenge porn all you want to, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I stared down into her face. Cover your mouth up. I ain't trying to smell that nigga's dick on your breath. Kaya slapped a hand over her mouth out of embarrassment, while Melly sat there still stunned and a little pissed off after covering himself. Kari, understand that he has been blackmailing me. She pointed to Melly like I was supposed to whoop him. Hey, no need for an explanation. I'd have to give a fuck about you to need one. I couldn't care less whose dick been in your mouth. I just need you to do what the fuck I said for your ass be all over the fucking internet. You understand? I hate you. I don't care, ho. Do we got a motherfucking deal or not? Melly, you not gon'... Hell nah. His lip turned up in disgust, as if she were insane for even thinking he would help her ass out. Fine. She teared up before slipping past me in an attempt to leave. Hey, bitch, you not done. If you want a record deal, I need to bust a nut, Melly called after her, halting her steps and making her come back in the office. Shaking my head, I moved around her ass, ignoring the sad-ass eyes she was giving me, and took my ass on. I'd have to find another way to help my baby, because being in the vicinity of all this shit Melly had going on wasn't gonna work. I'd end up killing that nigga over mine.
Chapter 6. Couture. I was at my townhouse getting some work done for what we liked to call an up-and-coming actor. He'd gotten a contract for a film and had hired me to make sure the contract didn't have any language that would come back to bite him in the ass. The man was getting a significant discount since I needed the money and didn't have the luxury of picking through clients like I had only weeks ago. Okay, I didn't need the money like the next person in my situation since I had a very rich husband, but I'd never been one to live off the next. I'd busted my ass in undergrad, law school, and during my clerkship so that I would never have to depend on anyone. And though Kari had a lot of money, it was very possible he could hit a snag and the funds run out. Unlikely, but possible. Not to mention, I liked to spoil my man, too, occasionally, and the law career I'd envisioned for myself and had been on a path to build was gonna afford me that ability. I heard my doorbell sound off as I highlighted a talking point in the contract, making me check my watch. I knew it wasn't Kari because he was out of town today for an appearance, and if I didn't have so much work to do, I would have gone. Kari was too distracting, though. Anytime I saw him, I just wanted to jump on his ass. Plus, he was just fun to be around. By the time I was done with this contract, though, it'd be time to head to Hawaii with my man. As a late honeymoon since we'd never gone on one, I could hardly wait. Standing, I removed my reading glasses, then made my way to the door. Peering through the small window on my door, I spotted Leland's father, Greg. Mr. Lewis. I opened the door, but only because Kari had left me with a Cute little gun, one he claimed would still put a nigga on his ass, as he stated, and how I shouldn't be fooled by the size. No need for formalities, Couture. He walked inside of my house without even asking permission. His head was on a swivel as he looked around the place, taking in the surroundings. You must have saved up a lot of your earnings. Something like that. I shut the door. Can I help you? I have work to do, I said, witnessing the confusion in his face. He was wondering how I had any clients left, and I wasn't going to tell him. Clearing his throat, he placed a folder down on my bar top, then said, I knew when Leland first bought you around, I should have looked into you. I didn't, and now we are paying the price. But I've done one now, and boy, have you been lying your ass off. You are surely in the right profession, Couture, but you're fucking with the wrong family. Greg, I apologize for lying about my marriage, and the other thing? The other thing? His eyes widened. We've had lengthy talks about you giving my son children, and you think you can just write off your infertility as the other thing? He frowned, trying to read me and looking at me as if he thought I was insane. Technically, I am not infertile. I can get pregnant. My womb just cannot sustain the pregnancy due to a past surgery. Yeah, I know. He nodded slowly. My next plan of action, Couture, is bringing charges against you for fraud. You signed several contracts with our family and accepted several opportunities, knowing that you didn't want to marry my son and that you could not give him children. I wanted to argue and curse the man out, but I couldn't. He was right and had reason to be upset. I would feel the same had someone played with me and my son this way. I did want to marry Leland when I accepted his proposal, Greg, even though I was married. When we came back to L.A., my plan was to tell my current husband I wanted a divorce, but things didn't go as planned. Yeah, that's quite obvious. Leland told us all about you two and how he basically had to pry you from the man's fingers. Look, Greg put his hand up to stop me. I couldn't care any less about the relationship between you and the rapper guy. I couldn't care less about you. My issue is all of the money we have put behind you and Leland, the firm, the wedding so far, and the house down payment that neither of you have returned yet. You need to talk to your son about the down payment, and you can bring charges forth if you want to, Greg, but I doubt they will stick. I talked big shit. And if they do, so what? I shrugged. I'm gonna continue to do me. I could see the anger searing his brown face as he stared me down. Continue to do you, huh? He huffed. I hope you plan to do that outside of this country because you won't be able to practice law otherwise. You think we're done ruining you? He moved closer, and I backed up toward my bookshelf right near the door, making Greg's eyes dart to my hand. No need for that. I handle my issues in courtrooms, not through violence. To answer my own question, though, we aren't done, Couture. But when we are, your name will be synonymous with the plague. No one will go near it, not even people who need a lawyer badly and don't have the money for one of the top people. Well, we will just have to see about that. I opened my front door. Now, please leave before this turns into an issue handled by violence. Greg tittered softly before shaking his head, then tapped the folder he'd left before strutting out slowly like he was the man, and I guess he kind of was. As soon as I had the door back shut and locked, I rushed to sit at my bar and opened the folder. I scanned the contents, seeing they had all of my business displayed, even my medical history, which I planned to sue for, especially because it would result in a big payout. After my stack of papers, I saw a thicker one with Kari's information. Greg had highlighted, circled, and notated things he wanted me to pay attention to. I knew this was a light threat to Kari and how they could potentially take him from me. Coming for me was fine. It was expected and understood, but Kari? No way I would allow that to happen. Everyone else probably laid down and allowed the Lewises to do whatever the hell they wanted to do to them, but I wasn't about to. As a lawyer, I'd been taught to think out of the box, think ahead, twist things, and find my way out of shit that seemed to be impossible to navigate. I had to remember that. Compton honeymoon. Here you are, miss. The waiter spoke in his Polynesian accent as he handed me my frozen drink. Currently, Kari and I were in Maui, at the Waldorf Astoria, lying under a cabana by the pool. It was midweek, so there weren't many people here, and I couldn't be happier about it. We'd had the pool to ourselves moments ago, and now we were just relaxing, allowing a little bit of sun and shade mixed to calm us. Now, all that had been complemented with drinks and food which were still on the way. Thank you. I took a sip as he handed off the plain, boring-ass liquor Kari had ordered. You fit in here, I joked. Fuck does that mean? His handsome face contorted after he took a sip of the strong liquor. The long hair, the tattoos. I can see it. I half smiled when he shook his head at me. I ain't big enough. These niggas out here be 500 pounds of all muscle. I laughed. You're in shape. I turned onto my back, propped up only slightly in the chaise lounge chair. In shape ain't the same as these niggas. Let me find out you got a thing for these motherfuckers out here, Couture. What's gonna happen? I questioned, getting up to go sit between his legs on his lounge chair. I inhaled deeply, loving the cologne he had on. It smelled like polo blue but more expensive. I didn't know what it was exactly since he'd only been wearing it here on vacation. You gonna get one of these niggas killed. He kissed the side of my face. You know I'll put a nigga down for you. No questions asked. His comment caused my mind to venture to Greg Lewis for a second. Kari wasn't just talking, and I feared he'd get fed up and kill them people. I didn't know if that would help or hurt the situation, but I didn't want him in any trouble on account of me. I craned my neck a little for a kiss, and he obliged. Turning back to face the pretty pool, beautiful greenery, striking blue ocean, and the warm sands it was crashing upon, I said, This is really nice, baby. Thank you. No need to thank me, love. He planted kisses on my neck. I have to. You always spoil me, even when you didn't have much money. I smiled, reminiscing. Seeing how happy you'd get when you made enough at a performance to treat me to Red Lobster always made my heart flutter. He chuckled as he took a sip of his drink. Man, and that shit seemed so fucking costly back then. Now, a nigga can buy a Red Lobster. Okay, Kari, cocky. Nah, just stating facts, baby. I can buy that nigga Red Lobster himself. We laughed in unison. My goal has always been to spoil the fuck out of you and my moms. Now Harmony and Banks got added to the list. So that's why you still have so much money. Yeah, I ain't never splurged on a female that wasn't the people I just fucking named. The most you gonna get is a meal. Not even Marley? I chuckled. Nope. She got food. And I may have bought her a pair of sneakers from Gucci for her push gift. The house was for my daughter. He took another sip. She already get the wrong impression off everything. I wasn't about to be spending on her motherfucking ass like that. Well, she better stay in line. I may be nice and mind my business when it comes to Harmony, but I'll beat her ass. I stated seriously. I already know. He turned my face so we could look each other in the eyes. You happy? Very. I gave a closed-mouthed smile before we kissed. When it went from pecks to some nasty tongue-kissing that had me dampening down below, I said, Let me show you, before going to shut the cabana curtains and returning to Kari on my knees. Handle your business then. He leaned back with his drink to enjoy the show as I removed his thick, long dick from his pants that was already hardening. Pulling my car into the space right in front, I put it in park, then shut the engine down. Today I was free, so I decided to handle a little business, making sure to dress to impress, and cut-off jean shorts, a cropped Hervé Leger top in white, and Bottega stilettos in white. My hair had been freshly washed and styled, so my curls were voluptuous as they blew in the nice Los Angeles afternoon breeze. I stepped up onto the sidewalk before venturing into the business, bypassing the receptionist who'd called out to me a few times before giving up with her lazy ass. Finally, I got to the office with Kaya's name on the door, barging in without knocking even once. I wasn't here to be friendly or accommodating, so I didn't give a damn about being polite. And once inside and closing the door behind me, I chuckled a bit at the shock on Kaya's face. When I dropped my purse on her desk, her jaw fell open. "Excuse me, but what the fuck?" She stood abruptly. Sitting down in the chair across from her, I reached into my bag for my sneakers and began removing my heels. I'd only worn the latter because I'd just come from lunch with Kari and wanted to look good. He would have been suspicious of the sneakers because I didn't really wear these unless I was working out. I wore heels to bed damn near, and the occasional slides. "You've been causing a lot of problems for my man." I bent over in the chair to tie up the laces to my Nikes. "Your man? Did you forget that he was engaged to me?" "Bitch, we both know that wasn't real, and not just because he's been my husband for the past 6 years. I showed off my diamond once I was done securing my laces. "Now, come from behind there." I rose to my feet. I'd never been much of a fighter growing up and still wasn't now, but that's not to say I didn't know how to or that I was a punk. I just rarely found myself in situations that required me to put my hands on someone. The last time was when I punched Alyssa for popping up at Lisara's saying she was pregnant. The only reason I was about to hand Kaya an ass-whooping was because she had been deserving of it for a minute now, just like Alyssa had when I decked her ass. I was a slow burn type. It took a lot for me to go rogue, but when I did, there was no stopping me. "For what?" Kaya frowned. "Kari and I have already settled this, so this was a bum trip for you." "No, it wasn't. You still haven't made that statement that he asked you to make. And instead of waiting on him, I decided I would handle it. Now, either you come from behind that desk or I'm coming behind that desk and fucking you up." With her chest rising and falling rapidly, Kaya looked me over with eyes full of fear. Right then, I knew she was all bark and no bite. One would think from the outside looking in, aka the internet, that Kaya was big, bad, and about that action, but she wasn't. I think the only reason she had smoke for Marley was because she was just truly jealous of her. That envy gave her a boldness that she typically didn't possess. "I can post something right now," she said finally, nervously trying to pick her phone up. Her long-ass nails were making it hard, though. "That works, but I'm gonna type it." I held my hand out. "Make sure it's unlocked and shit." She stared me down for a bit, but when I bucked my eyes, she placed the unlocked iPhone in my hand. Of course, her social media account was already open. I quickly searched the internet for a photo of Kari, choosing one of those editorial types so it would seem more professional, then got to typing a short but explanatory caption that ended with a lengthy apology. "Can I see it first?" she asked softly. "It's already posted, but go ahead." I handed her the phone. She read it over, then nodded, locking the iPhone and placing it back down. "I just want to say that—" Her sentence was cut off when I punched her ass right in the nose. Popping her head back up and cupping her bleeding nose, she screeched, "What was that for?" "So you'll know what's gonna happen if you try anything like deleting that post or following up trying to say you got bullied into posting it." I sat back down and switched my shoes back while she watched, frozen in place as if any sudden movements would make me hit her again. "See you, girl. This place is cute." I opened the door to the outer area of the teeth-whitening salon and then switched out. Mission accomplished.
Chapter 6. Kari. St. Thomas Mansion. Prime, Bashar, and I were sitting outside in my parents' big-ass backyard, the sun setting and providing a nice breeze after a hot-ass day. While Bashar and Prime discussed the former's plans now that he had graduated law school, I sat zoned out and in deep thought about my own fucking plans. The shit between Melly and I had gone to a place we couldn't come back from, and a nigga didn't feel comfortable working with his ass no more. I didn't know about other people, but I didn't like breaking bread with motherfuckers I didn't like, or vice versa. And lately, even prior to the NK shit, I could sense the hateful-ass energy emitting from Melly's pores. Way back when, shit was different. I could feel his support and how badly the motherfucker wanted me to win. I was winning too much, though, now, and he didn't like it. In this business, I'd learned quickly as fuck that some people only rooted for your success as long as you didn't supersede their asses. And that was Melly. He wanted me to be the biggest rapper in hip-hop and break down barriers, just as long as I wasn't bigger than him, or break down barriers he'd attempted to knock down and couldn't. I remember when I had won my 5th Grammy in one night. His energy had shifted then, and over time it seemed to get progressively worse. "Nigga, you alright?" Asif quizzed, taking a seat after slapping hands with his dad, then Bashar. "Damn, when the fuck you get out here?" I stood to greet him before we both descended into the seats under the gazebo. "Just now, but you was zoned the hell out." Bashar shook his head with a smile. "All them fucking women problems." Prime put the glass of lemonade to his lips. How this nigga never took a drink amazed me. Sometimes I needed that shit. Weed too. And this nigga never indulged in either. One day I wanted to get like that, and not be so dependent on shit like that. I felt like Prime was so intelligent and always on top of shit because his mind was never clouded. I think that's pretty much over with. Kaya made that statement and been ghost ever since. I even think her shit with Melly fell through. And Marley mad at me for not fucking her no more, but little do she know, I'm cool with that. The less she talks to a nigga, the better. I caused everyone to chuckle, including Prime. "You fucked up, 'cause you know she thought she was gonna be the one," Bashar laughed. "Nah, for real. She was cozying up to Ma and everything, thinking that was gonna solidify her position." Asif shook his head, filling his glass using the pitcher of lemonade my mama had brought out about a half an hour ago. "You niggas is immature making fun of her ass." Prime shook his head. "That's definitely what she was doing, though. Me and Liz talked about the shit." He smiled as we all laughed. "Exactly," Asif shrugged. "Ain't making fun. I'm just telling it like it is. She ain't even care that you loved couture still. I tried to warn her ass," he added. "Nigga, what? You was telling my baby mama shit?" I frowned, trying to hide the grin in my face. "This was before Harmony, and I was trying to get her number and be friends." He winked. "She wasn't with the shit, though. Now look at her ass. She bet not come round here trying to take me up on my offer now that you off her ass for real." The whole table erupted in chortles before it died. "Anyway, for y'all information, I ain't zoned out about no damn women. I'm thinking about starting my own shit, my own label, or just doing my own fucking thing." I exhaled. "I've been told y'all Melly been on some other shit, but catching him in Kaya's mouth while trying to make me marry the bitch was the cherry on top." I shook my head at the thought. "I think you should do the shit. You've grown up in the business and know everything that nigga Melly knows. Why not cut his ass out? Nigga getting paid for nothing," Prime supported. "Exactly." I nodded as Bashar and Asif listened in. "I'm gonna look into that shit ASAP and have my lawyer look over my contract and figure a way out of that shit now." I nodded again, but to myself. "Hey, I wanted to see about getting Couture and St. Thomas Financial and Legal," I threw out. "Ain't she an entertainment lawyer?" Bashar frowned. "So, nigga?" I looked his smart ass up and down. Chuckling at us, Prime said, "Yeah, not much she can do for us being an entertainment lawyer. I wish I could, though, 'cause I do still like her, even after that move she pulled." He stroked his beard. "Give my baby a break." I smirked and then pondered. I had to do something for my baby. I had to. She gave up a lot for a nigga. What if I hire her, like, for my shit? I said more to myself, realizing they all heard when Bashar tapped my chest. "Good-ass idea." He pointed at me when I looked his way. "Hell yeah, get that bread together." Asif celebrated, as if the shit had already happened. Nigga, take your ass in the house and shower. You done came in from playing ball and got us holding our fucking noses. Prime reprimanded his son. Standing, Asif said, Bet you I still get bitches. Nigga, Prime sat up, but Asif darted into the house. That is a good-ass idea, young nigga. Y'all attached at the fucking hip already anyway. For real, them niggas couldn't even hold off on fucking when I came to visit, Bashar blurted. You tell every fucking thing you know, dog. I hit his shoulder. And I know you ain't talking, Pop. He ain't lying, Bashar guffawed. Thank God I don't live here no fucking more. What you said, I agreed. Hey, how much longer you gonna be out here? My mother appeared as if we talked her up. Why, you miss me? Prime smirked over his shoulder. As my mother strutted out, I rose to my feet, knowing I didn't want to witness anything that was about to happen. I wasn't fast enough to miss her straddling his lap. Y'all be easy with y'all nasty old asses. I waved them off with Bashar behind me. The last thing I heard was them kissing as Bashar and I rushed from the area like our asses were on fire. I said bye to Asif, Unique, and my baby girl Banks before both Bashar and I left out. As I headed out of the roundabout, I saw Marley's name pop up on my display screen. I was hoping I hadn't spoken too fucking soon about her having left me alone and giving me the silent treatment. Kari, she hollered frantically. What happened? I frowned, speaking just as frantically as she was now. My mind immediately went to my baby. You have to come over, she cried. Marley, what happened? Just come, oh my gosh. She hung up the phone, so I floored the gas pedal as I made a U-turn to go in the opposite direction. The whole ride I kept praying to God that my baby was all right and to forgive a nigga for whatever I had done. I parked all fucked up when I got to Marley's place, running up to the door and banging on the shit like I worked for the fucking SWAT team. I was so shaken up I forgot I had a fucking key for shit like this. Marley yanked the door open with tears in her eyes. Where's Harmony? I burst into the house looking around for my baby and almost knocking Marley down. She's spending the night with my parents. My mother wanted to allow me a night off to get my bearings. Marley hugged herself in the short gray robe. Her brown face was damp from all the tears that had hit it, and her golden brown hair looked as if at one point the shit had been curled but was now loose. Get your bearings? What are you talking about, and why you call me like it's an emergency? Because it is, she snapped. You're already married? I know the fuck you didn't. I plopped down on the couch. I needed a moment after racing and dipping all across fucking town to get here. I know that call wasn't about you finding out I'm married to Couture. It is. This whole time I've been fighting for your love, hoping that one day you would see me, and it was never going to happen because you already married that bitch. Watch your fucking mouth. I shot up from the couch, dwarfing her ass instantly and making her cower. It was never gonna happen regardless. I told you from day one I was in love with that woman, and nothing you could do or say would change shit. And how you this mad when I was engaged to Kaya? Because I knew you didn't love her. It was fine because I knew she would never do it for you and you would never make that marriage official, Marley sobbed. A part of me felt bad for her ass, simply because I could see how fucked up this shit had her. Look, I apologize for keeping this shit from you, Marley. But when we met, the subject of Couture and us being married was a sore spot. I just needed whomever I fucked around with to know someone already had my heart, and it was there to fucking stay. Unavailable. I should have told you, especially when we had Harmony. But baby girl, that marriage don't change shit. It was never gonna be you. If I didn't marry her then, I would have done it now, and right a fucking way. I ain't never lied or told you anything other than the shit I'm still saying right now. You gotta take some accountability. I ain't never led you on, not purposely. I always made sure you understood shit was what it was. That's why we stopped messing around for a bit, ain't it? I need you to go, Kari. She folded her arms after wiping her face for the 100th time. All right, make sure you pull yourself together before my daughter comes back tomorrow. If not, I'll come through and scoop her to give you some time. She stared at me for a minute like she was shocked by my dry-ass response, but I had nothing for her ass. Only a small percentage of me felt sympathy for what she was going through, but the majority reminded me that I had explained and told her ass several times what it was never gonna be. It wasn't my fault she thought a nigga was playing, or that she could talk me out of the way I felt. This was the same woman who was just begging me to fuck her and telling me how she could handle it. I was happy as fuck that I listened to myself and not her ass. Even if Couture had never returned or chose not to rekindle with a nigga, I didn't want to be with Marley in that way. I hated to participate in making a broken home for my daughter, but I wasn't about to be with anybody I didn't want to. My mama had taught me long ago that staying or being with a motherfucker for your kid ended up doing said kid a disservice. A child deserved a happy, healthy, and mentally stable parent. And you couldn't be that spending your fucking days with a person you didn't want to be with. To be the best father I could to Harmony, I had to distance myself from her mother when it came to sex or any type of relationship outside of co-parenting. Marley didn't understand that shit, and that for her to be on point as a mother, she couldn't keep leaning on the possibility of us being a couple. Why? Because she ended up in shit like she was now, where people had to remove Harmony from the household so she wouldn't see her mama crying and shit. I can say firsthand how bothersome it was to see your mama crying or sad as hell. It was a little percentage of why I hated that nigga Devontae so much. Just leave, Kari, Marley sobbed hysterically. Saying nothing else, I did exactly that shit. I bobbed my head to the latest track that Mitch had sent me. He claimed it had to be used for a song on my album, and even though I was done with the recording process, I had to give the shit a listen. Mitch had been a big part of my success as my sole producer, so if he said some shit had to be on my album knowing I was past the recording of it, it must have been hard. I heard a knock on the door, making me shake my head as I slammed my finger down on the space bar. I didn't even want to be here at the Chief Music Recording Studio, but I was having some shit added to mine, so if I wanted to do any type of work, it had to be here. I was low-key thankful that I had a backup and hadn't burned that bridge with Melly just yet. My plan was still in motion, though. I was bouncing and doing my own shit. Standing, I made my way to the door and looked through the small peephole to see Kaya. She still had a tiny white Band-Aid on her nose from Couture punching her ass, and the sight made me smirk before I unlocked, then opened the door. You bold. I attempted to smother my laughter, but it didn't work. Relax. I just came to have a conversation with you. She touched her nose lightly. Can I come in? It's the least you can do after allowing your wife to hit me. She's her own person, so she did that shit out of her own free will. I stepped back to allow Kaya in, but I can't say I don't approve. Seriously, Kari? Kaya whipped around to stare me down with her brows knitted together. Yeah, I glided past her to sit down at the mixer. You've been causing me a lot of fucking issues, Kaya. Taking a seat in the wheelchair next to me, she replied, Okay, I have, but you've done the same to me. You told the world I cheated on you and everyone thought I was a hoe. You are, I stated seriously. That story put out by my team may have been a lie initially, but the shit ended up being true. You've been fucking Melly this whole time. So, you've been fucking Marley and God knows who else the whole time. She hiked her brow as if she'd caught me in some shit. I was never trying to make you believe I had real feelings, though. I pointed her way. That was you. You was doing everything in your power to convince me to take you and that engagement serious. That's the fucking difference, Kaya. Her attitude-filled expression dissipated, and she dropped her head to fidget for a bit. Her eyes reconnected with mine before she said, I'm sorry, you're right. She exhaled, abandoning eye contact with me once again. My feelings were real, though. I liked you a lot, and it somehow developed into something deeper the more we put on. I was telling the truth when I said Melly blackmailed me. I saw you take that singer Justine or Justina home, and I got drunk. When he consoled me, we ended up doing a few lines and having sex. I was out of it, but when I came to, I immediately regretted it. Then he told me if I didn't continue fucking him, not only would he not sign and support my rap career, but he would tell you. I just couldn't let that happen. It honestly don't even matter at this point, Kaya, so why the fuck you even telling me this? We wasn't truly together, so I don't need no closure or explanation. I'm straight. Cool. She nodded, lips tucked in like she was offended. But I truly didn't give a fuck. She shrugged. I guess I thought it would be like the movies, where eventually you would fall for me. But I was wrong. Very wrong. I tittered a bit. moving my computer mouse so the screen wouldn't fall asleep. I didn't plan for this conversation to go on much longer. Thanks, Kari, no need to rub it in. She fidgeted again. So, you don't think this would ever become a thing again? Nah, because not only will I never fuck with you again, I got the woman I've been wanting for the majority of my life. What I look like jeopardizing that for you? Kari, nah, real shit. I leaned forward, resting my arms on my legs. Would you fuck up something with a man you love more than any fucking thing for a nigga that ain't really about shit? So I'm not about shit? Not to me, nah. I don't fuck with hoes that fuck around on the low. At least be out and proud about the shit. Whatever, Kari. She hopped up from her seat. Oh, and let's keep this conversation from Couture. She broke my nose, and I need my face to make money. I wanted to chuckle at the thought, but I didn't. I wasn't going to tell Couture, simply because there wasn't shit to tell. And my wife needed to stay focused, spend my money, take dick, and relax. I didn't want her using energy on females that honestly didn't fucking matter. She got her one lick in, and that should suffice. Lock the door behind you, I said to Kea, just as my phone started ringing. Kea said something, but I didn't even care to listen as I tapped to answer for Leslie. Sup, tell me some good shit. I turned to face the mixer before leaning back in the chair. I wish I could. My brother works for the Los Angeles Police Department, and he said they've secretly been looking into a super old murder case. I want to say he said it was over 10 years old. Anyway, you're a person of interest. They probably haven't reached out to you yet, but if not, they surely will. My heart raced as I processed what the fuck Leslie was telling me. I knew Prime had handled the shit with that nigga I'd killed after my performance, so I was confused. What fucking murder? He tell you any details? The one involving some local drug dealer's grandmother, I think. His grandmother or mother, I wrote it down, but I'm driving and I can't look right now. I zoned out as Leslie continued to ramble, not knowing how the fuck to feel. The whole case with Bean's grandmother hadn't even been a thought. Once Prime killed basically the whole Da-5-9 gang, I assumed the secret died with them niggas. But somehow, this shit had been revived, and now I needed to find out who the fuck was giving it life. Later that night, Couture and I sat on the large balcony right outside of my bedroom overlooking my backyard, like we often did once nighttime hit. The breeze always felt good as hell, and it was perfect fucking, smoking, shit, anything weather usually. I noticed she and I were both sitting in comfortable silence, but it made me wonder if shit was on her mind, the same way it was on mine. I didn't want to bring up the shit I'd learned earlier today, though, because I didn't need her ass worrying. Couture had enough shit going on, and the last thing she needed was to find out the police were looking into and possibly becoming a threat to my freedom. So instead of sparking a deep conversation about our troubles, I said, I've been thinking about leaving CM and doing my own thing, signing my own artists too. About time. You are so good at what you do, and I know so many up-and-comers would be excited to learn from you. Plus that extra money would be nice. She shifted to face me as she sat in my lap. Damn, so when was you gonna say something? I laughed. I like to let people move at their own speed. She smirked before I kissed her softly. I also been thinking about hiring you to be the lawyer for my label. It makes perfect sense since you're in the entertainment sector, and I think it would be nice to make bread with my woman. Nobody I would rather make rich. Thank you, baby, but you don't have to do that. Have to do what? You think if I thought you wasn't good at what you do, I would be offering this shit to you? Her idea to get me out of the predicament with Kea worked like a fucking charm, making me want to fire my PR team and Leslie's ass. Couture's idea had even gotten me in her magazine spread offers, since now every fucking body was so interested in our love story. Shit worked just like she'd said. Yes, she answered. Nah, love. I shook my head. I take my business very seriously. Too seriously to give that type of job to just anybody. I would have just told you keep your fucking head up and footed all your bills until something came through for your ass before I hired you. You smart, even when it's some shit that's out of your field, like helping me figure out my situation with Kea. I let my thumb brush her smooth-ass thigh, watching her curly hair blow a little in the gusts. She giggled, then searched my eyes for a bit, as if to make sure I was being real. I was. I loved couture, but I wasn't about to be in badass deals or have my artist in horrible shit because she didn't know what the fuck she was doing, all to make her happy. I'd rather her lay up and spend my money. Well, in that case, I like that idea. I get to work with you and do what I love. Sounds like the perfect opportunity to me. She pecked me. Especially since Greg Lewis is trying to have me disbarred now, which I don't think will happen, but the fact that he won't just let it go is annoying. And a tad bit scary for me. She turned away, talking as her eyes feasted on the scenery of my impeccable-ass backyard. Hey, I used her chin to steer her eyes back to mine. Don't worry about that nigga Greg, alright? Or anybody else in that motherfucker's family. I'm gonna take care of the shit once and for all, and I don't want any fucking debate about the shit. I'm your man, your husband. It's my business to make sure you aren't afraid of shit or having to deal with a goddamn thing. She nodded, then said, Just promise me you won't get caught in the crossfire. It won't be worth it if I have to be without you. You got my word. A wide, beautiful smile spread across her light face as she inhaled and exhaled excitedly. That was how I like to see my woman, and I would take out any fucking body who kept me from seeing that shit.
Chapter 7. Couture. That weekend. Today, I was due to meet little Harmony, and I couldn't wait, but also, I hoped that I could keep it together. I didn't know how seeing a child of Kari's would affect me, but I prayed I didn't break down into tears or start having those depressing thoughts about being unable to have one of my own with him. Additionally, I hoped Marley could come through and be mature. I wasn't sure simply because from what Kari had told me, she'd been struggling with accepting the fact that she would never be the woman in his life. However, he also let me know that she was pretty chill and only had issues with Kea because the latter had initiated the beef. So I was hopeful, but I also had to remember that Marley was still so damn chill because she was still getting Kari's dick, and now she wasn't. They're here. Kari peeked into the room and smiled when he and I made eye contact. Don't start all that. I strutted his way before standing on my tiptoes to kiss him. Start all what? Making me blush and stuff. I don't want to look flushed when I go out there. Man, come on. He shook his head with a chuckle before taking my hand and leading me down his two-sided staircase. We headed to the backyard, which Kari told me was because Harmony wanted to play with the treehouse he'd had built back there. For a moment, I smiled to myself on the way, thinking of how different, but the same Kari had been. The old Kari wasn't ready for fatherhood, but this one was more than that. Even though it hurt sometimes, I enjoyed hearing him speak on Harmony and all the things he did for her. Marley, this is Couture. Couture. Marley. Kari introduced us, still clutching my hand, which Marley took a while to take her eyes off of. We both nodded politely, but I could tell her smile was fake. Stay calm, Couture, I inhaled while thinking, as Kari went to grab his daughter who was in her own world with her toys. How are you? I asked Marley while it was just us two. Fine. She wouldn't look my way. She kept her focus on Kari wrangling Harmony, who was giggling and squealing at her father clawing her round stomach. That is so cute, I commented, and Marley didn't respond, which I couldn't say I was surprised about. Finally, the awkwardness eased up when Kari got in the vicinity, placing Harmony to her feet. Baby girl, this is Couture, my wife, he introduced, and I could see, out of my peripheral, Marley sizing me up. I just kept my attention on the pretty little girl with her father's eyes and wild, curly hair. Hi, she waved to me with her hand the wrong way, and it melted my heart for some reason. Hi, cutie. Can I hold you? I quizzed, expecting for Marley to say something rude. When she looked to her mother, Marley replied, Go ahead, baby. Be nice. Harmony's face lit up as she lunged at me. I caught her as Kari looked on, hope all throughout his eyes. I knew how much it meant to him for Harmony to like me. He would be in a weird space if she didn't take to me. I knew it. I wasn't some woman coming in after he'd had her all this time. I was before her. I had his heart well before she was even thought of. His heart would be split, and I didn't want that for him. "How old are you, cutie?" I cooed. She just stared at me without a response before reaching up to touch my hair. "She can't say that yet," Marley laughed, smiling at me like we were old friends, and it threw me for a loop, rendering me silent for a moment. "I see. I don't really know. I don't have children, and I was an only child," I said, keeping my eyes on Harmony. After playing with my curly hair for a while, she hopped down, then tugged on two of my fingers. "Up! Get up!" she hollered. "Be nice, baby girl." Kari looked her way. "It's fine," I replied, standing like she wanted me to. She led me off toward her treehouse, where she then bullied me into taking her up into. For the next half an hour, she and I played, me slowly learning to understand her baby language. Half of it was plain, clear English, while the rest was babble that probably only Marley and Kari could understand. All the while, I stole a few glances at Marley and Kari talking to one another. He was sure to keep a far distance from her at the garden table. I couldn't tell if the conversation was heated or not, since Harmony commanded much of my attention to her and her play kitchen set. But I could see Marley was doing a lot of talking while Kari did a lot of beard stroking, something he did when he was trying to avoid confrontation. "Juice." Harmony snatched my attention from her parents. "Juice?" I asked, and she nodded animatedly, making me smile at the fact that I'd understood. Scooping her up, I carefully climbed down before she fought me to let her go. As soon as her feet hit the grass, she took off, pouncing on Kari before begging him for juice, I assumed, since he kissed her round cheek with a grin, then carried her in the house. Taking a seat at the table with Marley, I said, "She is just so cute and funny. I think I'm starting to catch on to her baby lingo." Marley's welcoming smile from 40 minutes ago was nowhere to be found as she looked me over with a light disdain. It was right then that I recognized she was only being nice in front of Kari, but her true feelings spilled out when he wasn't around. "Look, I don't know what plans you have, but you won't be stepping into my daughter's life trying to be a female Russell Wilson. Are we clear? So, you want me to mistreat your child because she's not mine? Is that what you're saying?" I queried sarcastically, making Marley smile snidely. "No, you better not." She twirled her neck as if that was supposed to intimidate me. "You know what I mean. You better not try to be her mother. She only has one. Therefore, when she does come over here with her father, know your place." "You need to grow up, Marley. I have no plans on taking your place or attempting to, but as Harmony's stepmother, I do plan to get to know her, and while she is with us, I will not treat her like some random stranger simply because you're afraid that she will like me. I'm not finished. I am Kari's wife, and I won't be going anywhere." I held her eye contact for a while so she could allow my words to seep into her small-ass brain. "You can be a bitch all you want to, but that won't change the dynamic. You will never have Kari, and I will always be his wife. And even if you got the balls to cause me harm, he still wouldn't be yours. You're old enough to realize that when a man wants to be with you, he will. You don't have to convince him or sell yourself to him. Kari has had plenty of opportunities to make you his, and he didn't." "Because you married him," she boomed, then looked to be sure Kari and Harmony weren't on their way back. "Since when has being married ever stopped a man from being with the woman he wants?" I frowned. "A man will drop his wife in a millisecond to be with the woman he wants more. But if that's what you need to tell yourself, I won't stop you." The trickle of tears coming down her cheeks caught me off guard, making me reach for a napkin out of the stack on the table. Thanks. She snatched it, then dabbed her eyes before tilting her head back as if that would make the tears stop. I want to be sure you understand, Marley, that I won't allow any disrespect. If you continue to have a negative attitude, you won't be allowed in this house. You and Kari will exchange baby girl outside in the driveway and call it a day. You think you can make that call? You don't own this place. Don't test me, girl. We glared at one another for a little bit before her body language showed she had conceded, just in time as Kari and Harmony returned to the backyard. My bad. Mom's FaceTimed me and wanted to see Harmony. He set her down, and she came right to me. I glanced over to Marley for a moment, hoping I'd gotten through to her. I would much rather us get along for Harmony's and Kari's sake, but I wasn't about to let her cause me any problems. After a few more hours that included some dinner, Harmony and Marley left. So, while Kari took his shower in the guest bathroom, I set up in the adjoined master bathroom. He wanted to shower together, but I was still sore from this morning and needed a little break. I'd be good for our usual middle-of-the-night quickie from the side, though. I smirked while recalling last night's session and Kari's sexy moans of pleasure just as my phone rang. Bambi! I damn near screeched. She'd been bogged down with a big murder case and hadn't been available as much for our usual hangouts, lunch meetups, and nights on the town. I had so much to tell her and was overjoyed to hear her on the other side of the line. Damn, I wish I had a man that was that happy to hear from me. She laughed. Well, the fact that you don't just shows how dumb these niggas are. I cut the shower on. Very true, very true. We cackled in unison. I miss you. We have to go to dinner or lunch or whatever ASAP. Yes, we do. I've been busy, but I've also been front row to your social media posts during my bathroom breaks. She laughed. You even look different. I do? I frowned, wondering if others felt the way Leland had. In a good way. You look like the old, bubbly, happy couture, not the stuffy, straight up and down one. I love both, but the former is my all-time favorite. I love you. I sighed out of relief as I sat on the closed toilet top. I love you too, which is why I am calling, even though my client's wife is waiting for me to call them to do some trial prepping. She typed away on her computer. When I went to visit my client who was locked up, guess who I saw? Who? Leland. He was there visiting an inmate. Now, this wouldn't be weird except for the fact that Leland is an entertainment lawyer like you, and said inmate is no one he should be meeting with. I checked, and the nigga ain't so much as thrown a football for Little League or entered a talent show in middle school. He's a nobody. What's the man's name? Just sent all his information to you. I didn't recognize him, but maybe you will, or his name or something. But look, I have to go. I should be free this weekend. Cool? That's perfect. Thank you. I hung up. I didn't even want to take my shower before I checked my email. Tapping the one from Bambi, I clicked the profile, which redirected me to some website. It requested my lawyer license number for access, so I quickly typed it in. When the file loaded, I scrolled through carefully until I got to the photo and information of the inmate. I didn't recognize him or his name, but what stood out to me was his last name. Lewis was a common last name, but the fact that Leland was meeting with him was no coincidence. Like Bambi said, his line of work didn't cause for him to meet with this man's kind, not unless he had a burgeoning career in prison that involved contracts. Locking my phone, I pondered for a moment, deciding to hop in the shower, brush my teeth, and then go to sleep. After my middle-of-the-night quickie, I would dig in a bit deeper to see just what the hell Leland was up to. The next morning, Kari and I were in our favorite spot on the balcony outside of his bedroom. He always corrected me, stating it was both of our bedroom, but I was still struggling to call it that for some reason. I think because I stupidly got that townhouse away from him and barely slept there. It was essentially just an office away from the office Kari had set up for me here. I would never admit I regretted getting that townhome simply because I hated when Kari's ass was right. He never shut up about it. In front of us, on the round glass table, were a pile of freshly made waffles, a variety of fruit, eggs with a nice amount of cheese, potatoes, and some breakfast sausage. Kari's occasional chef had come over and made it. The man only worked during the week, making meals for Kari and now me. During the weekend, he and I usually went out somewhere. That was nice, too, because 99% of the time, the meal was free because of who he was. I couldn't remember the last time I paid for a meal when dining with him. Let me ask you something. I swallowed the extremely fluffy waffle, shaking my head out of pleasure at its buttery taste as I picked my phone up from my lap. What's up? Kari's eyes hadn't shifted from his food. You need something else? He glanced my way, one of his brows furrowed. The sight in question prompted a smile. I loved how he was always so ready to make things right for me, even something as small as breakfast. No, this is perfect. Even the iced coffee. I sipped from the glass and enjoyed the cool liquid flowing down since the sun had really been doing its job this morning. Leland visited this man in jail. I turned my phone screen his way to show Mervyn Lewis's photo. I've been trying to figure out why, but this guy essentially seems to be a nobody and doesn't indulge in anything that would require an entertainment lawyer. I would know. That's the nigga, Lewis. Mervyn. Kari read his first name aloud as if seeing it for the first time, but clearly he knew him. You know him? Now I was truly confused. Hell yeah. He put his silverware down and took my iPhone. Nigga used to run with the 5'9" game back when I was kicking it with them niggas. I thought the nigga was dead, though, since Prime got rid of all them niggas. Well, it says he got arrested the morning after I was shot, so that would explain why he evaded Prime's wrath. But why is Leland meeting with him? And why the hell do they have the same last name? I know it's common, but all night I searched this guy's background and nothing about Greg or Adriana being his parents came up. No idea, but the nigga looks like Leland. I'd never seen Leland's ass until you got with that nigga, but before Mervyn had all that fucking facial hair, he looked just like that nigga. Kari spoke as if it was all coming back into his mind like a flood. The fact that this nigga Leland is related to the motherfucker responsible for shooting you is wild, he added, and I could tell by that look in his eyes as he stared at Mervyn's photo that all he saw was red. The revelation had only just hit me moments ago, while Kari and I had been putting the pieces together. Did Leland know? How could he not know his own brother was behind me getting shot? And if he knew that, he must have known I was unable to get pregnant. I mean, before his dad did the background check. I was so confused right now and had completely lost my appetite. All this time, I'd felt like a piece of shit and a full-blown hoe for cheating on a good man like Leland and then leaving him for Kari. But this whole time, he'd been deceiving me just as I had him. We were a match made in hell. That was clear as day. And as much as I had previously planned to cut him off and never speak to him again, I had to confront his ass. I had to let him know I knew he wasn't the nigga he claimed he was. I almost married that nigga. I began to panic a bit at the thought. I had fully come back to LA with the intention of divorcing Kari and marrying that asshole. Just thinking about it scared me. Had Kari not been persistent and infiltrated my life against my will, I probably would have gone through with my plan. I am so fucking stupid. Hey, calm down, all right? Kari made me look his way, using his finger to hook my chin. How the fuck would you even have known? You ain't met that nigga Mervyn, a day in your life. To keep it 100, I ain't even know what Leland looked like. When I caught y'all messaging, I simply responded to the nigga and that was the end of the shit. Had I actually seen the nigga back then and had it stamped in my head, I would have been peeped game. It was no way for you to find that shit out. Even you looking into his ass brings up no connections to the Lewis family. We only know he's related to them because I'm telling you, Leland is a dead fucking ringer for his brother. The shit didn't hit me until now. I honestly forgot about that nigga Mervin, who I thought was dead. He and I weren't cool like that. He always gave me a hater-ass vibe. Shit, I never even knew the nigga's first name. I nodded, soaking it all in. He was right. There was no way for me to know Leland was connected to the nigga from the 5'9". In fact, had Kari not confirmed they were brothers, I wouldn't believe it. How did Greg and Adriana create Leland and then Mervin? I hadn't ever met the 5'9" gang, but from all the shit Kari had told me back in the day, I knew they were ruthless, and I never wanted to be in their presence. It was hard to wrap my head around the fact that the Lewises had a murderous career criminal as a family member. Why the hell did they act like I was the worst thing when they had birthed someone like Mervin? I need to confront him, Kari, I said, waiting with bated breath for his response. Not alone, you fucking not. That's fine. Hand in hand, Kari and I treaded through the restaurant to the private room that had been booked for the dinner with Leland. He would only agree to meet in a public place, claiming he didn't know what Kari would do. I almost didn't tell his ass Kari would be coming, but I didn't want Leland clamming up and unable to reveal anything upon the sight of him. I needed him to be prepared, calm somewhat, and able to say what I needed him to. The hostess knocked lightly before opening the door and announcing us. He was clearly a fan of Kari because as soon as he saw him, he couldn't stop smiling and tripping over his words. Upon entering the room, Leland attempted to look unbothered, but I could see his temperature rising. He was on edge and watching Kari like a hawk, as if he would pounce on him. Fuck you looking at, nigga. Don't look this way unless you get spoken to, Kari spat, making Leland snap his eyes in the other direction as if he'd been bitch-slapped. Kari pulled my chair out, then sat off to the side so that I was the only one directly across from Leland. Can we make this quick? I have a date. Leland checked his watch. I almost laughed, knowing he was attempting to ruffle my feathers, but I just didn't give a damn. I simply looked at Kari, who had the same smirk as me, catching on to Leland's poor efforts to make me jealous. That depends on how forthcoming you are. I set my phone down on the table. How do you know Mervyn Lewis? Seeing Leland freeze for a beat told me he did know him, but I chose to let him answer. I don't, he shrugged, glancing at Kari briefly before remembering his threat earlier. You don't? I unlocked my phone and pulled up the birth certificate I was able to pin down thanks to Bambi's connections or fuck-buddy relationship, shall I say. This lists Greg and Adriana Lewis as his parents on the birth certificate. I tapped the screen with my nail. Aren't those your parents? I raised a brow. Yes, he eyed it with fake confusion. How could they lie to me? They have another son? He was cut off by Kari's deep laughter that bounced off the walls. Quit playing games, nigga. Kari set his gun on the table, making Leland jump at the sight. Okay. His eyes were glued to the gun as if it would jump from Kari's tatted hands and bite him on the neck. He is my brother, but we are estranged. I haven't spoken to him since I was in high school. He was a menace to society growing up, and my parents wanted nothing to do with him. So they disowned him, had everything linking him to us erased, expunged, you name it. The birth certificate was the only thing they couldn't have changed because it is a government-issued record. It isn't something that can be removed, no matter what. Why did you visit him then? I quizzed. He's my brother. Why else? Leland, you have never visited him before. You never even mentioned him either. No one even knows you have a fucking brother. Now, all of a sudden, you're visiting him and weekly? I pulled the visitor log from my purse. Again, he took it to read, forehead creased, as if his lying ass didn't know anything about this. Did you know he shot me? Or was behind it? No. He shook his head, eyes staring deeply into mine. I knew he was lying and desperately trying to convince me that he wasn't. But did you know you couldn't have children? His lips pursed. You forgot to tell me that shit, huh? Don't sit here and act like I'm the only one lying. He banged his fist down, shocking me and jolting me from my calm disposition. I was about to marry you, and you couldn't even do the basics like give me a baby. Blood and spittle flew from his mouth as Kari whacked him across the face with the gun. The movement was so quick that I didn't even see Kari stand up. Without another word, Kari proceeded to pistol whip Leland like he was his father. His handsome face was twisted into a deep glower as he pounded into Leland's face with the gun, knocking him from his chair. Kari, baby, please stop, I begged, too fearful to get close to the action. I had heard people say many of times that was how you got accidentally knocked the fuck out. And with the way Kari's long arms swung back and forth with such velocity, he'd knock my ass into next week. Is everything? The young host peeked in, probably because someone mentioned Leland's howls and cries flowing through the closed doors. Close the fucking door, Kari boomed, and his biggest fan obliged. Finally, after 3 more hits, rendering Leland's body somewhat lifeless, Kari stopped, putting his stained gun back up. I rushed to check Leland's pulse, thanking God he still had one and was simply knocked out. We have to go, Kari, and I need some cash, a few hundred. For what? He frowned, pulling a wad out of the pocket of his Amiri jeans. Just give it to me. I rushed him along, snatching the few hundreds he'd handed off. I took his hand, tugging him since he seemed to be salivating at the thought of just murdering Leland right there. But no, I didn't do all this just to get him, then lose him. We came from the room walking calmly as I had instructed him seconds earlier until we got to the hostess stand where the young man was standing wide-eyed. Call an ambulance for the man in there and don't tell what you saw, I whispered. Please. I slipped him $300. No problem. He leaned closer then said, That was dope, cut. Kari smirked so subtly it was almost unapparent. Thank God for these delusional fans that idolized celebrities even when they did crazy shit. I should have killed him. Kari sped out of the parking lot once we got the car from ballet. No, you shouldn't have. We just have to hope his family doesn't retaliate against you. Fuck! I shook my head. This was the old Kari reappearing, doing crazy shit first and thinking later. I still loved his semi-reckless ass. They already are, he stated after driving for a bit, eyes on the road. Looking to my left at him, I asked, What? They're already retaliating. Somehow, that murder and rape case that happened when I went out with Port and Lewis one night has been pulled from the cold case room. He shook his head, but calmly. That's why Leland is meeting with his brother, probably offering him something in exchange for snitching. My stomach dropped thinking about Kari being taken away from me and on murder charges. I wouldn't be able to handle that. What are we gonna do? I felt tears welling up. We not gonna do shit. He looked at me for a moment, hazel green eyes sparkling. I'm gonna handle it. You just sit back and look pretty. Kari ain't nothing to discuss. I sat back in my seat again, watching all the cars, people, and luxury apartment buildings we were passing in Kari's Rolls Royce. I hate what you did back there, but I also appreciate it. The fact that the nigga thought he could talk to you any kind of way with me right there? Kari chuckled. Nah. He shook his head repeatedly. Told you I'd give my life for you, love. And I don't just mean when death is involved. I'll go to jail before I let a motherfucker disrespect you or make you feel some type of way about yourself. Bitches included. I know. I touched his beautifully braided hair. Lisara was a damn artist at this point. So, listen to me when I tell you not to worry about them Lewis motherfuckers. I got it. I got you. Okay. My hand drifted to his beard before I toyed with it a bit. When we got to a red light, I leaned over to kiss his supple lips. Chapter 7. Marley Stanton. My hands trembled slightly as I put the spiked tea with lemonade to my lips. I was currently with Lisara in the den while she played with Harmony, and I hadn't been able to stably hold any damn thing since I met Couture. I didn't know if it was because seeing her in the flesh made the situation with her and Kari real, or if it was because this coming weekend, Harmony would be going with her father and her. I got ice cream and I got cookies. Which one? Prime's fine ass swaggered into the den, holding out a bowl of chocolate chip ice cream and then a plate with fresh baked cookies. Who made the cookies? Lisara smiled. Me? Banks peeked her head in, removing one side of the earphones I never saw her without as of late. She was a pretty girl, Lisara's twin with her father's eyes just like everyone else, except Prime wasn't their father. When Kari explained it to me, I thought he was joking until he showed me his real father. I could see the resemblance slightly since Lisara's genes had done all the work, but seeing Kari and Prime together, one would never know. Both, Harmony shouted. All right, come on. Prime caved, making us all laugh as he walked out, Harmony running after him and Banks with excitement. I so badly wanted to be a part of this family and more than I was. Right now, I was simply Kari's baby mama, and that wasn't good enough. Couture had always had a presence in this household. Several times when I'd come to family events, they'd begin to reminisce about old times and her name would be mentioned. It used to make me cringe, but once I felt like Kari and I were growing closer, I stopped caring. In my mind, she was a thing of the past, and I planned to help Kari forget about her despite what he'd been telling me. They love him, I said to Lisara as she began to clean up the mess Harmony had made. They do, she smirked. Let me help. I attempted to stand, but she shook her head. It's fine, I have no problem cleaning this. I haven't had a little toddler around in a long time. She dropped everything in the clear box full of Harmony's toys and started my way. Banks is 10 years old, but she thinks she is grown. We shared a laugh as Lisara sat next to me. Yeah, I see. She's so smart, though. I took another sip of my drink while Lisara did the same. I did want to talk to you for a second. It's just us right now, so I figured what better time. I smiled. I'd made an effort to get close to Lisara in order to anchor my spot in Kari's life, but again, all of my efforts failed. Sometimes I wondered if I had never given him that ultimatum, telling him he had to either be with me or we could no longer fuck around. When I got pregnant, would he and I be together? All was fine until then, but I assumed that if I put my foot down like my sister Carly had advised, Kari would fold in the name of having a family since I was pregnant with his child. That didn't happen, unfortunately. He simply agreed we should cease all romantic interactions, and our dynamic had never been the same. Kari had a commitment problem, meaning he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. I tried my hardest, even turning a blind eye to some of his obvious ass antics that he gave no fucks about hiding. But after seeing him float around Los Angeles with a new bitch every 2 months, sometimes ignoring my calls when I knew he'd gotten them, I couldn't take the shit anymore. Here I was, sitting in the house, sick as a dog from being pregnant, and he was outdoing him. Now, though, I sometimes wished we could go back to that time. He seemed to care about my feelings more. Now, if it wasn't Harmony or Couture, he seemed to be apathetic to the subject. What's going on? Lisara put the pillow in her lap, readying to listen. I was thinking I wanted to give Kari's and my relationship another chance. I was wondering if you had any advice as his mother. The smile tugging at the corner of my lips relaxed when I saw the distress in Lisara's face at my statement. I knew she liked me, but I couldn't truly tell how she felt about Couture. I knew when she was with Kari long ago she loved her, but before Couture's return, whenever her name was brought up, Lisara never commented. One could conclude that she either didn't like her anymore or was indifferent toward her for leaving her son. But at the moment, I feared I was wrong. Placing her glass down on the coffee table, she sighed, looking down in her lap for only a brief moment. Marley, honey, I think you need to put more energy into healing and moving on. Kari and Couture are married, and because you have a child with him, you're going to have to get used to that idea. The only way co-parenting will work is if you no longer have these feelings for my son that you do now. You don't think she's gonna up and leave him again? I think so. I laughed it off, but I wanted to cry right now. If anybody would be encouraging me, I thought it would be Lisara. She always told me she didn't understand why Kari was choosing Kea over me. I don't think she will. Why not? I'm sure you didn't think she would before, and she did. What's so different now? I think now they have a better understanding of each other. Before, they had issues, but because neither wanted to be without the other, they swept it under the rug instead of attacking and solving it. But regardless, even if I am wrong, Kari will always love that girl. She has had his heart long before you came into the picture and till this day. I have not seen him love someone as much as he does her. She's the only one that I have seen make him smile or be happy when I know he's having a bad day. They have always been each other's, Marley. And even if you were somehow able to commandeer him, he still won't belong to you. She shrugged, face laced with sympathy. Unable to speak, I looked off pondering. Lisara was his mother, and maybe she had a point, but I would never forgive myself if I didn't try. My feelings for Kari were too strong for me not to. 2 nights later. What do you think? I put my hand on my hip as I faced my best friend, Monica. She was sitting on my bed, propped up by her arms that were angled behind her. You look beautiful as always, she replied after eyeing me in the very revealing dress I was wearing. Thanks. I fluffed out my freshly wand curled hair and admired how perfectly Monica had beat my face. No wonder she made the big bucks doing so. You sure you don't want to come? Tonight, Kari had an appearance and I planned to show up and kick it with my baby daddy. I couldn't see his little lawyer babe being there, so I wasn't even worried about her. She looked like she covered her ears when Song said the word nigga. I hadn't been to one of Kari's appearances in a minute, not since before I got pregnant with Harmony. Before that, I used to be out at them, and he and I would have a time. I missed that. And him. No, I don't. She shook her head. I'm not going to support you going after that man. For one, he is married, and I don't approve of mistresses, and secondly, you need to let it go. His marriage doesn't really count for one, because I was fucking with him before I knew it. Secondly, he would have to fast-track that divorce if we got together. I would never be a mistress. Third, I'm not letting shit go. You know what I've been through trying to be a family with him. If I can make it out after Kaya's dirty ass, Couture will be no problem. I smirked, tussling my hair again. She's so bourgeois and soft. All I have to do is pop up a few times and she'll skedaddle it out of his life. If you say so. She wasn't too bourgeois to be all over him in Paris. Monica rose, verbally punching me in the gut, and began placing her makeup and tools back into her bags and cosmetic cases. Just be careful. It'd be better if you came with me. I rushed to her and gripped her arms at her sides. Just come in, and once he and I link up, you can go free. How will you get home? And what if she is there? I am not about to be scrapping with that man's wife. I will be going home with him. I raised a brow to insinuate all the nasty shit I would be doing to Kari by midnight. I missed the sex with him. It wasn't fair for Couture to have all the time. Suddenly, I began to wonder if he gave her head something he would never do. However, I didn't miss how differently he approached her, making me wonder if she'd been able to reap such a benefit. And she ain't gonna be there. She probably never even been to a club nor listens to rap music. You can't be fucking serious, Marley, Monica laughed. She's been with him since high school. She definitely listens to rap and most likely knows all his songs. Do you have to be so damn negative? I turned my lip up. Do you have to be so damn delusional? She stared me down. Fine, I will go, but only because if you get your feelings hurt, I will be there to drive you home. These rideshare services been on some other shit. Yay! I jumped in the heels, strapped and winding up my legs. I didn't give a damn why she was coming. I just didn't want to go to the club alone, not until I met up with Kari. Then she could go. Monica refused to dress up, claiming we wouldn't be there long, so we were out the door 20 minutes later. Thankfully, she loosened up, dancing a little in the car on our way to the club. Per usual, the line was wrapped around the corner, but we were able to skip the line and get in since the bouncer not only recognized me, but Monica too. She'd beat plenty of celebrity faces and made a name for herself. And in this day and age, you didn't need a musical or artistic talent to be famous. You could blow up for anything. Monica and I ventured into the club, and it was fairly easy to spot Kari. My stomach roiled heavily when I spotted Couture right there in a dress that rivaled mine on the sexiness meter. The girl was beautiful. There was no denying that. But what was worse than me seeing her here was her standing in front of Kari as they overlooked the balcony of VIP. With his arm around her body, they swayed to Kari's song that was playing. Though the song was upbeat, their movements weren't, as she laid her head back on his chest. She mouthed the words perfectly, knowing the lyrics just as Monica said she would have. The actions were simple but extremely intimate at the same time. Marley. Monica shook me, but I was paralyzed by the sight. The club was packed tight like a can of sardines, but I didn't even care as people bumped into me and my friend dancing. It seemed like it was only the three of us in the room, and I had a front row seat to their love. I could tell from the way he held her, how he spoke into her ear every now and then, the way he looked at her and smiled when she spoke back as if he was just happy to be near her, that she was the love of his life. I didn't even recognize him. It was only then that I realized I couldn't compete, and Lisara was right. She knew her son. She knew how he felt. He was Couture's in a way he would never be mine, and I would only be renting him, borrowing him if I ever sank my teeth into him again. I finally whispered when I felt Monica's hand wipe the tears I didn't know I had produced. The duo began to kiss feverishly once she turned to hug his torso, just as the DJ dropped Always and Forever by Mariah the Scientist. The song was perfect for the moment and dreadful at the same damn time. The sight caused me to bury my face into Monica's chest. Holding me tightly, she rubbed my back gently like a mother would, with her chin pressed into the top of my head. I was in the middle of the club crying over my baby daddy who had made it no secret that I would never be the one. Let's go. Monica gripped my hand and led me out quickly, snapping on people who were stationary even after she'd said, "Excuse me." The cool breeze of nighttime in Los Angeles helped keep any remaining tears at bay as Monica and I hurried down the cracked sidewalk of Hollywood. "Thank you for coming," I said to her. "No problem. Just hope you saw what you needed to," she replied, keeping her eyes ahead. Tonight hadn't gone according to plan at all, and although I didn't see or get what I wanted and would be sick about it until further notice, I knew it was the revelation I needed to start closing that Marley and Kari chapter.
Chapter 7. Kari. Couple weeks later. After about a month of me being low-key with shit, making small moves that didn't make too much noise, I'd decided to meet with Melly. I had to let him know what my next moves were, so we could start winding down our work relationship. I knew the nigga wouldn't be happy about the shit, but I just prayed, legit prayed on the elevator ride up that the nigga came at me respectfully. Melly had a problem with his mouth, especially with niggas younger than him, and niggas doing better than him. He was the type of nigga who was as strong as the niggas he had behind him. He paid off gangs in every part of the city and in different states, just to be able to move seamlessly throughout any spot. To the average person, he appeared to just be that nigga, able to sit at any table with anybody. But truly, he was a fucking fraud. Only thing real about the nigga was his ability to send rappers to the top of the fucking charts. That was the one thing I could never take from his punk ass. Sorry about that. He walked into his office. I'd been sitting in getting flashbacks of Kaya's snake ass on her knees, topping him off with the same mouth she claimed to love a nigga with. I let out a scoff chuckle at the thought. I wasn't jealous, and I definitely didn't give a fuck. But I found it funny how bitches could put on acts knowing damn well they weren't living or moving right. Them same ones wanted to act like it was only niggas doing foul shit, or moving funny. You good? I laced my fingers at my torso as I leaned back in the chair. So, Melly sat down and scooted closer to his desk. What is this about? I hope it's to let me listen to the new album. We need it to drop. Take advantage of all this back-to-back publicity you've been getting. He cut his computer on, not even paying attention to my demeanor, even in the slightest. I wanted you to hear from me first, that this is going to be my last album with Chief Music. I let him know, making him snap his head in my direction. His expression quickly switched to one of amusement. You can't do that. You're under contract. So unless you want me to sue your ass for all the money you've made for your entire career, I suggest you sit the fuck down and continue business as usual. Who the fuck you think you be talking to? I asked calmly, truly fucking confused. I didn't know if this nigga actually thought I was a bitch, or if he truly felt he was tough shit. When his mouth opened but closed back up, showing the fear in his tenor, I continued. I ain't the same young nigga coming to you for scraps. You watch how the fuck you talk to me, for you be floating some fucking where in the Pacific, nigga. I kept my tone relaxed, not wanting to raise my voice too much so he wouldn't get distracted from my words. He needed to understand he was talking to somebody who wouldn't hesitate to end his existence. I loved music, felt I was on my way to becoming one of the greatest rappers alive, but I'd never been one that would accept disrespect. Last time a nigga came at me funny and lived was over a decade ago when I first met Prime. Besides that, I'd always put my foot in a nigga's ass or something hot in his chest for even the slightest bit of incivility. Look, Cut, he used my rap name. I'm not trying to go there with you, but business is business. You signed a contract, and therefore until you give me 2 more albums, you and I are going to be working together. Yeah, all right. I stood smirking. Keep thinking that. I started for the door. What does that mean? You must have forgot who the fuck my wife is. His mouth opened, but yet again nothing came out, so I continued past the threshold, shutting the door behind me. I was talking big shit, but honestly, I had no idea if Couture would be able to help me. I was sure about to find out. Leaving the Chief Music building, I drove straight home, calling to check on my daughter on the way. I was pleased that Marley allowed me to speak to her, without prefacing or following the conversation, questioning where she stood in my life. I didn't know what had gotten into her ass, but she had been on some chill shit lately when it came to me and her. She did look a little dejected the few times I'd seen her ass, but I wasn't going to find out why, unless I felt it was affecting my baby girl. Princess, I called out, shutting my front door and ambling toward the back office that Couture had finally been using daily now that she had moved her shit from the townhouse. Thankfully, I knew the nigga renting them out, and he allowed Couture out of the rental contract. I was on an important call. She bucked her eyes at me through the UV glasses she had on her pretty delicate face. So, you ain't tell them motherfuckers you was Princess Couture Compton Esquire? I fell into the butter leather couch that she'd just gotten last week. Shut up, she giggled, clicking on her computer. She'd been able to get a few clients sparingly, but she wasn't tripping, knowing I was about to put her on with my own label. Once I got out of this contract with Melly's ass, I was gonna hit the fucking ground running. I appreciated Couture's faith in a nigga, though. Not once had she questioned my plans or how I was gonna help her out. She took my fucking word for it, and as a black man, that meant more than a lot of motherfuckers knew. Come over here, woman. I patted my lap with a smirk. She clicked a few more things, then got up, showing off her sexy-ass frame and the tiny wife-beater styled top and pussy cuffing shorts I loved. The fact that she never wore panties with them shits either always had my dick swelling in my jeans. How did it go? She quizzed, sliding into my lap. He was pissed off, and so I got pissed off. You threatened him, didn't you? Maybe. I shrugged with a grin as she rolled her eyes. I know you did. I know you. You have too much testosterone. You always have. I know. You always said that. I stroked my beard as she began to take down one of my braids. I didn't know why she insisted on doing that shit when my mama was getting paid to do it. After my mother thanked her for doing it once, Couture felt it was her new duty when she knew I had an appointment coming up. Also, she liked a nigga's hair loose. So what's next? I might have gotten ahead of my damn self. I looked her in the eyes as she shifted in my lap. I told that nigga you was gonna get me out of the contract. Kari, I said I would try. I know, but I had to wipe that fucking smirk off his face, and it just came out before I could really think about the shit. Yeah, right. She got up from my lap, then went to her file cabinet, retrieving the contract. I've read it front to back and made a few notes. She sat next to me as I peered over her shoulder, chin pressing into her skin. When she looked back at me, we kissed before she playfully rolled her eyes. Focus, Kari. Let me get some, and I can. Nigga, do you want to be free or not? If I stay in the contract, will I get some at least? I asked after thinking about it. When she made a face, I said, all right, continue. I see here it says that you will be given a video shoot budget of $500,000, and anything remaining will be put into promotion. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you state that your last video was only a little over $200,000? Yeah, but that's within the budget. It is, but where has the rest of the money gone? You've been paying for promotion out of your own pocket. In fact, when is the last time Melly has cut a check for promotion of this latest effort? I mean, a minute, but I've been making a lot of moves without his knowledge. It doesn't matter. He has no provisions for this clause, and therefore he's in breach. He is supposed to make that remaining money available within 30 days, and he didn't, am I right? Yeah, you are. I nodded. Watching Couture, she continued to talk, in awe of her smart ass. So we're going to use this. We're going to send him a letter via email and mail so he cannot say he didn't receive it. It's basically going to say that you are requesting termination of the recording agreement due to breach of contract, and that he has 90 days to pay you any remaining royalties he owes. She nodded, talking a mile a minute as she sifted through the pages. It will have other things listed as well, but that is the gist. You so fucking smart. I took it from her hands, laying her on her back and making her drop the contract on the coffee table in front of us. I just got this couch, Kari. She giggled under me as I wedged myself between her legs, proving myself right that she was pantyless. I quickly got them motherfuckers off. Removing my dick from my sweats, I prodded her opening before pushing inside. Kari, she whimpered, digging her nails into my shoulder blades. Fuck, I groaned, working my way inside of her. Only half of my damn dick was in, but the shit felt amazing as I continued breaking the pussy open for my comfort. And the more I glided, the wetter the pussy got, and the more Couture cried my name. Nuzzling my face into her neck, I enjoyed the soft, sweet, but fresh scent of her perfume and hair mixed together, as her pussy accepted me with ease, finally, gripping my dick something serious. Sucking her neck, I used my hand to lift her top, exposing her erect brown nipples before taking one into my mouth. Couture spread her legs wider, making me sink deeper inside and causing me to groan as my tongue circled her nipple. After tending to the other, I lifted my head to slip my tongue into her mouth as she stilled and washed over me like a fucking tidal wave. Locking her legs over my shoulders, I pounded between her legs, making us both call out in concert before she came again. I thrust my lips to hers, going harder as I reached my fucking peak before releasing everything I had inside of me. "I want another baby," I admitted. "God damn, I hate Melly gonna get this one." Mitch bobbed his head to the 10th track of my album. At the moment, it was Mitch, Steph, then my brothers Asif and Unique. They'd been begging me to hear the album before the public, including the people who'd be at my album release party. I knew it was for bragging rights. That was how young-ass minds worked, so I obliged. I would always be down to help my brothers stunt on the next motherfucker. "Man, I need this shit on my phone, bruh." Asif danced, making us all chuckle. "No, I don't need you playing my shit on the outside." I stood next to Mitch, arms folded across my chest with a blunt hanging from my mouth as I tried listening for any imperfection. "He loves that fucking excuse." Steph licked the blunt paper in order to seal it. A knock sounded off on the door, making me wave to Mitch to cut it off. Treading to the door, I regretted doing this shit in the Chief Music Building, but I had no choice with my shit still out of commission. Seeing a plainclothes nigga that I knew was a detective caught me off guard. For a moment, I let my hand rest on the door handle, thinking, before I turned to let the room know I'd be back, and slipped out. "You lost?" I questioned, taking the blunt from my mouth and blowing out the smoke. I was hoping the nigga was, but something told me Leland had moved forward with whatever he'd been conjuring up with that nigga Lewis, or Mervyn, I had learned. I was sure when he came to after that ass whooping I delivered, he got the ball rolling. He'd been too quiet about the shit. "That depends," he said, submerging his hands into his pockets as he looked up at me. "You mind putting that out?" He gestured toward the blunt. "I do." Silence lingered for a bit as we eyed each other. His brows were knitted together, and I was sure mine were too. "Mr. Compton, my name is Alan Higgins, and I came to speak with you and ask some questions about where you were the night of Yolanda Klein's murder." "Who?" I frowned harder. I didn't know who the fuck that was, truly. "She was the older woman that had been murdered and raped in your old neighborhood. She was the grandmother of a local drug dealer by the name of Bernard Jones, or better known as Bean." He read from a small notepad he'd retrieved from the inner pocket of his suit coat. "I don't remember where the fuck I was. It was a long-ass time ago." I shrugged. "But you remember?" "Yeah. Bean lived in the same area I did back then. Everybody knew about that shit. Been over 10 fucking years, though, so as I told you before, I can't remember where the fuck I was. Anything else?" I inhaled on the blunt, blowing the smoke as he coughed. Something told me his cough was fake as fuck. "Well, let me refresh your memory a bit." He turned the page on his notepad. "We have an eyewitness who puts you at her residence the night this happened." "So where are the cuffs at?" I quizzed, already knowing the fucking answer. "Oh, right. Y'all don't have enough to come through here like that, without me suing the fuck out of y'all, huh?" I laughed, toking on the blunt. "I suggest you take your happy ass on somewhere and don't come back round here bothering me until you got something solid enough to lock a nigga up." Tucking his lips in, Alan nodded, shoving his notebook back into his jacket and walking down the hallway without another word. That shit was too close for comfort, and I knew if I didn't make moves, it'd be a matter of time before these niggas actually got some shit, ironclad enough to bust through my shit and lock me up. I wasn't gonna let it get that far. Plus, a nigga was tired of playing nice to them niggas in favor of Couture. Some shit she had to let me do, and understand that it was the best way for that shit to be handled. The next weekend, Saturday night. Damn, this shit looks the same. I followed behind LaQuay into Prime's warehouse way out in the cut. Last time I was here, Tangi got smoked. The memory of the shit had been embedded in my mind forever, and I remembered every fucking detail. just like with the Yolanda Klein shit. Talking to that detective had me tossing and turning ever since. All I could hear were her screams and begging them niggas Lewis and Port not to kill her. I was a young coward back then, not man enough to bust off in the room and stop them niggas. And now, I was in some shit 10 years plus later, having to revert to extreme measures to clean up my fucking mess. I know, ain't no point in fixing what ain't broke. He typed in a code to some room off to the side. As soon as he and I stepped in, I felt my mouth part open at the sight of all the guns lining the damn walls. There was no space for anything else, because all kinds of machinery littered the walls until it hit the fucking floor. God damn! I whipped around trying to take it all in. In the middle of the room were glass cases with other types of weapons, ranging from knives, saws, to other types of guns that a nigga had only seen on television. I know. When Pop first showed me this shit, I was looking just like you. LeQuay talked as he began taking what he felt we'd need for the mission tonight. Said mission was dangerous and risky as fuck, but it was the only way to get them Lewis niggas off my back, and especially off of Couture's. And tonight was the only time it could be done. The Lewises were having a party for Greg Lewis's brother Gene, and they would all be in the same spot tonight. I hated I had to take Gene's ass out, since, in a sense, he hadn't done shit. But I couldn't risk even one of them Lewises making it out alive. Gene was childless, and I already had someone taking care of Mervyn, so shit would work perfectly. This one right here has 20 rounds. That should be cool for each of us. I'm gonna come in behind you, guard you. I'm not well versed on what them niggas look like, and therefore don't want to shoot the wrong person. So while you murk them, I'm gonna take out any motherfucker that looks like a threat. LeQuay explained as we slipped on gloves, loaded the guns, and then put our ski masks on, leaving our faces exposed for the time being. Hey, I appreciate this shit. I ain't want to ask you, but I knew I'd be a fool to run up in there alone. I tapped his chest as we got ready to leave the room. We brothers. That's what the fuck I'm around for, nigga. He smirked. I had no idea brothers were there for you to commit mass murders. I chuckled as we headed toward the exit of the warehouse. Not brothers LeQuay Compton. Oh, all right. I shook my head. I need a new pair of your shoes, so don't forget, nigga. I got you, he chuckled. LeQuay's shoe line had taken the fuck off, and the nigga could barely keep them in stock. People had them up on resale sites for astronomical-ass amounts, and certain motherfuckers were actually buying. I'd be damned if I had to resort to that when I was his fucking brother. Cool. What you got going on besides shoes and being prime number 2 in the drug game? I questioned, purposely, before we got into the awaiting van. LeQuay was making a lot of fucking money, and now, even though his shoes sold well, the income didn't match up enough to clean his drug money. Same shit I've been on. I don't want y'all to see the popcorn shop until it's done, but you ain't got to worry about me. I ain't no dumb nigga. He stroked his beard, looking straight ahead just as we got to the car. I nodded to agree, knowing he was speaking facts. LeQuay had always been the smartest in the street smarts, out of us all. Bashar had always been the smartest as far as books and shit. The same way LeQuay could easily figure shit out when it came to street shit, Bashar could do the same with any math, word, or a life dilemma involving logic, except for his shit with Nixie. That nigga was just a fool when it came to her. But every one of us were assets to the other, and I fucked with that shit. None of us were lacking or on some trifling shit. My mama had really done well. She and eventually Prime, but nobody fucking else. My mother had done the bulk of the work without that nigga Devante, and then Prime came in at the perfect time to teach us how to be men. Not just outside, but at home, too, with our women. I couldn't be more appreciative of that nigga. Real shit. LeQuay and I got into the blacked-out van with LeQuay's homeboy Stez driving. LeQuay said he trusted him, so I was rolling with the shit. Plus, LeQuay was a silent killer. If that nigga so much as looked like he was about to fold or snitch, my brother would take his ass out. The ride to the event was supposed to take 45 minutes since Prime's warehouse was outside of L.A., in the butt-fuck part of California. However, the ride came quick, and I guess that was due to all of the adrenaline running through my fucking veins. I wouldn't call myself a killer, but I'd send a motherfucker to his maker if necessary, especially to protect my woman. I didn't feel like a man with my woman walking around afraid of the next nigga. These niggas would have been dead months ago, but out of respect for Couture, and to show her I'd matured, and wasn't the same Kari who reacted immediately without too much thought, I held off. But that Kari would always be a little part of me, no matter how fucking old I got. When Stez pulled over, LaQuay and I hopped out quickly after yanking our ski masks down over our faces. By the time the niggas watching the door peeped game, they were on their asses, riddled with holes. Shit happened so quickly they hadn't had a chance to scream, run, or even cover themselves. We barged into the event and walked briskly down the hall. My heart was thumping in my chest, knowing if I made one wrong move or hesitated for a second too long at the wrong time, my whole life would crumble. And worse than that, my little brother's life would crumble. I'd much rather go down for some shit than LaQuay. We were only 2 years apart, but ever since I was 6 years old, I'd always felt the need to protect his ass, even though he'd never truly needed it. We kicked open the doors to the event, and as luck would have it, the Lewises were sitting at the back of the ballroom at a long horizontal table, decorated with a gold tablecloth and plenty of other shit. Plates with half-eaten food, goblets with wine, napkins, and silverware littered the table just like everyone else's in the room. Wasting no time in keeping a certain amount of distance, I let off kill shots one by one, hitting Adriana Lewis first, then her husband, and Jean, then his wife. Leland hopped up to rush away, so I lit his ass up from behind before he could make it out of the emergency exit. I heard LaQuay shoot a couple times, and since he and I were back to back, I couldn't see who it was, but I knew it was someone trying to play hero. Not saying a word and keeping our heads low, so no one would pin our eye color well enough to describe to the police, we ran from the building. By the time we got out, Stez had the back doors of the van open, so we hopped in before he rushed back to the front and sped off, leaving us to shut the doors. LaQuay and I still hadn't said anything as we removed our masks and rested against the cold metal of the inside of the van. Making eye contact finally, we smirked before leaning up a little to slap hands like we always did.
Chapter 7. Couture. Kari had left out this morning pretty early since he had a photo shoot, so after we got our quickie in, I decided to shower, eat some oatmeal, and then go to the gym he had here at the house. It was equipped with every machine, barbell size, weight plate, and cardio machine you could ask for, not to mention the sauna and steam room he also had put in. There was literally no need for me to go to an outside gym. Also, with it being right downstairs, it was harder for me to make excuses not to work out. This afternoon, I especially needed it, though, since working out cleared my mind, which had been a clusterfuck since Kari brought up having another baby. I just didn't know how to go about it, and usually, I would be a train wreck right now about not being able to do that for him the old-fashioned way, but I was growing and learning to accept it. If he didn't mind, which he truly didn't, maybe I could get to that place too if I stopped looking at it as the end-all, be-all. Turning on the workout cycle bike, I ventured to my playlist, then began writing. I hadn't been in the groove for a good 2 minutes before a call burst through. Had it not been Bambi, I would have ignored it. "Hey," I picked up, praying this would be quick since I was mid-workout. "Girl, tell me you know what I'm about to tell you." No, you can't know because your ass would have been called me. Oof. Bambi, what the hell are you talking about? I fully got off the bike and sat down on one of the nearby weight benches. 2 niggas ran up in some event the Lewises were having and killed the whole family. Well, the whole immediate family, shall I say. What? When did this shit happen? Last night, girl. It's all over the news, but when I saw you hadn't hit my phone yet, I knew your ass wasn't aware. The whole family? Even Leland? I didn't know how to feel. Bitch, they got Leland's ass, his daddy, mama, his Uncle Gene, and even Gene's wife. Then get this. The guy Leland was visiting. They found him hung this morning. It's all over the news. This had Kari written all over it. But Bambi said it was 2 men, so I wondered who else had helped him. The only people I could see assisting him in some psycho shit like that would be LaQuay or Prime. Asif had that streak too, but I was going with LaQuay because Kari would never involve his little brother in something like that. He was too young, but LaQuay, very much so. Wow, so you literally meant the whole family. Yes, I just wonder who the hell would do all of this. It's somebody they done fuck with. They're known for dogging people out and manipulating the law to put people up. True. Well, I will call you back. Let me go read. I hung up the phone after we exchanged goodbyes and then immediately searched Leland's name in Google. The first article that populated was titled, Lewis Family Massacre Details. I tapped immediately, hands shaking damn near uncontrollably. It was eerie seeing Leland's photo knowing he was no longer on this earth. As I read it, I did feel partially bad, mainly for Gene and his wife since they were innocent. But if I knew Kari as well as I did, he'd killed them too for safe measure. Gene was a nice guy, but I was sure he wouldn't be so nice if his family got killed. And his wife, the same. Any niceness she may have possessed would be gone once she became a widow. Unable to discuss this over the phone, I simply shot Kari a text. Me, can't wait until you get home. Husband, I'm sure. Make sure you don't have on no panties either. Just as I was about to type a response to let him know he had some explaining to do in so many words, he sent another message. Husband, and I'm going to tell you all about it. Exhaling, I deleted my message. Later that evening, shit, Kari said, coming downstairs after his shower to see me in a teddy, lace robe, and heels. I thought you was pissed. He made it to me, pulling my body against his. We were so in tune that my perfume and his cologne even mixed well together. The scent had always been a pleasant combination, and right now was no different. I was when I texted you, but you've been gone a while, so I had some time to think. I pecked him before taking his hand and leading him outside to the back, where I had a little dinner set up. I smiled inwardly when his eyes widened at the food I had prepared. He loved fried pork chops, so I had that accompanied with applesauce, cheesy scalloped potatoes, and then some broccoli. The latter was the only vegetable Kari would consume. Anything else had to be snuck into his fruit smoothies unbeknownst to him. You ain't trying to poison a nigga, is you? He sat down after pulling my chair out for me, which was right beside him. The table was big enough to seat 8, but we always ate side by side if we weren't camped out in front of the TV with our food. No, I laughed. I just did all of this to thank you. At first, meaning earlier, I was pissed off that you'd gone behind my back and done this. But after a while, I felt relieved, because for the first time I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop from the Lewises, or waiting on them to enact revenge on me. But also, I wasn't waiting to see what they would do to you to break us apart. Ain't shit that can happen to break us apart. He took down some of the Crown Royal he'd poured into his glass. I didn't understand how niggas drank that shit. I know, no matter what happened to you, this wouldn't be done with. I pointed between me and him. I've been reading up on the incident all day, and it seems no one at the party could give up anything. Everyone claims it happened too fast. I put some of the scalloped potatoes in my mouth that were still piping hot. Of course, his cocky ass said, making me roll my eyes. Now, with all them niggas gone, neither of us have shit to worry about. I'm just at peace that all the motherfuckers who threatened and hurt you, I done got them niggas up out of here. Taking a sip, he said, Mervin's bitch ass included. Well, this right here is to say thank you. I kissed him, not just for what happened last night, but for everything. Always being so optimistic when I was being pessimistic, and for not giving up on us, even when I wanted you to. Same shit you was doing back in the day. He brought me into his lap, like always. I didn't know why I still opted to even sit next to him anymore. I always ended up in his lap. It had become more comfortable for me anyway. When I was doing every fucking thing that would have run most women off, you stayed down. I ain't saying this shit I was doing was cool, but you refused to give up on us, even when you had every reason to. This time, it was my turn to stay down. My hand gravitated to the side of his handsome face before I thrust my lips against his full ones, tasting the alcohol he'd been drinking and enjoying his cologne. He was so manly, and I'd forgotten how much I missed having that around. Leland had more of a friend vibe with me, maybe because that was just how I'd always seen him, putting him at a disadvantage from the beginning. But Kari was a man, my man. Sure, he was my best friend too, but the feelings were different. I felt protected, loved, turned on, comfortable, and provided for at all times, even when he and I were just lying there, both refusing to admit we were dozing off on the 5th movie we'd decided to watch on a lazy Sunday. This baby stuff, do you mean now or in a few years? I questioned, bringing my plate closer to stab a piece of the pork chop. Whenever you want to, but I heard you have to get a head start on shit since it can take some time. I turned to look at him, but he was shoveling food into his mouth. You researched this? Hell yeah, I did. Been doing that shit, even before we split. It's crazy how much shit they got going right now. It costs some bread, but it's worth it in the fucking end. He spoke on it so nonchalantly, but I was in awe of him and how dedicated he was, how dedicated he'd always been, but I was too in my head to even notice it. I hated how much time we lost with one another over my foolish-ass thoughts, but at the same time, distance made the heart grow fonder. Yeah, it is, I thought momentarily. I want to do it then. I can't remember a time I didn't want a baby with you. I smiled when he hugged my body tighter in his lap. Aight, cool then. I can have an appointment set up so we can see where to go and how to start, unless you want to do the shit. Yes, I will do it. I don't want you taking us somewhere and one of the nurses used to be a fuck buddy. Kari choked a bit before laughing and nodding. Aight, you got it then. Just let me know. The remainder of the night was amazing, like always. But even when he and I argued, it was still amazing to me just having him there, his arms around me or sleeping in my lap, versus me a year ago zoning out, thinking of him and wishing Leland was more akin to him. The doorbell sounded off, so I rushed from Harmony's bedroom and down the stairs. Marley was dropping her off again to spend the weekend with Kari and me. Last time had been so much fun that I was no longer nervous to have the little girl with just Kari and me. She was obsessed with her father, which I found adorable, but she had taken a liking to me. I figured it was because I played with her and allowed her to go through my jewelry, nail polishes, and other trinkets. It amazed me how usually I would be mortified to see a baby handling my Rolex watch, but I just didn't care. Harmony was too cute, and her smiling, happy, and calm meant more to me than a $15,000 watch, long as she stayed away from my purses and shoes. Hey, pretty girl, I beamed when I spotted Harmony standing there. Your hair is so pretty. I touched the beads that were hanging from the ends of her braids. Couture! She butchered my name slightly, hugging my leg, then taking my finger into her small hand. Play! She jumped slightly. I knew she wanted to go through my jewelry box, and I was down. Is that my mini princess? Kari appeared, causing Harmony to screech loudly and rush to him. Kari scooped her up before speaking to Marley, then kissing my face and walking off to the stairs, I assume to take Harmony to her room to drop her things off. Well, she will be in good hands, I nodded to Marley. We hadn't spoken since the first time we'd met. I left the exchanges up to her and Kari, not making myself known until her car was peeling out of the roundabout. I am sure of that, she nodded back, adjusting the crop top she was wearing. Marley was a cute girl, so I wasn't sure why she was acting like Kari was the last of the Mohicans. I mean, he was to me, but he was for me, not her. I hoped she understood that without me having to introduce my fists. I preferred fighting for people in courtrooms, not brawling outside of them, but I would. Okay, see you. I started to close the door since the moment had turned weird, but she put her hand on the door, so I opened it, already on go. I want to apologize, Couture. She caught me off guard, and I suddenly felt bad for having an attitude written all over my face. I also want to thank you for being good to my child and treating her like your own. I was able to get a little bit of the lowdown on you from her, but I can tell by how much she talks about you and how excited she gets when she sees you that you aren't mistreating her. I would never do that. I love her because I love Kari. Also, she's very cute. She is. Marley nodded as we shared a subtle laugh. Lately, I've been able to have time to myself, time I needed and didn't know, all because you've been willing to take Harmony while Kari's in the studio working or when it wasn't Kari's time to have her and I had something planned. I never minded the times when I had to get my daughter from him because what he does pays our bills, but I do appreciate you stepping in. It means a lot. No problem. I do hope that we can become cordial enough, at least for Harmony. Not friends, because I can't see that happening due to your feelings, but cordial, I explained. No tension. I'd like that. You're a very smart, well-accomplished woman, so I would enjoy being cordial. She grinned, then let it fade, so I knew her next statement was a serious one. I will always love Kari. I don't know what it is, but I am sure you can understand how he gets a hold of you, and it's hard to get from under that. A man you can't really forget about. But in saying that, I want you to know I respect you guys' marriage, and I would never overstep that boundary. I wanted to tell her it was that dick, because she didn't know Kari like I did to speak on my feelings. He fucked her good and it had her dizzy, not to mention the nigga was the type of handsome that was unheard of, with beautiful eyes and a lot of money. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why her, Kea, and whoever else couldn't get over it and him. I appreciate that. I would hate to have to hurt you, I half joked. Enjoy your weekend, Marley. She nodded with a smile before turning to leave. I just prayed this version of Marley lasted, because if not, the only person she would hurt is herself and Harmony, especially if Kari and I brought a baby into this. 1 month later. How are you two today? Dr. Frederick smiled softly as she sat behind her desk. She was the fertility doctor we'd been working with over the past month, and she was highly regarded. The woman had not one bad review on the internet or in person. Kari and I put in hours of research together to find her, and then even more hours to be sure she wasn't some quack who promised the world just to get paid millions and not deliver. We're good. I clutched Kari's hand, unable to keep my eyes off the folder. We good, Doc. We just want to hear what you got to say. Kari sunk down in the chair a bit, propping his left ankle up onto his knee with his hood ass. Of course. Well, both you and Couture are perfect candidates for using a surrogate, but the great thing is, we can implant Couture's egg into the surrogate, and it would therefore be only related to you two and not the surrogate, she explained. I'm waiting for the but part. I can hear it in your tone, I stated nervously. Well, Mrs. Compton, that would be a gestational surrogacy, and it is more costly. Couple that with the needs of the surrogate mother, you can end up spending close to $500,000. Mr. Compton here is famous, so I can assume he would want the surrogate mother put up in a place that has certain amenities, especially privacy, which would therefore cost more," she said. "Money ain't an issue. If it's gonna cost me $10 million for me and my baby to have a baby, I'm with it. What's next?" I stared at Kari's side profile, but he was focused on the doctor, hands toying with his beard while his brows hunched over his eyes out of curiosity. His hair was loose, making him even more fine, although he disagreed. "Well, that's perfect. Most have a hiccup in this portion because they need to gather their finances and discuss which option is best, but you don't need that time, so..." She opened her desk drawer and pulled out a binder. "The next step is finding and screening some surrogates since we've done all the testing," she grinned. "Cool. We need somebody black, no exceptions." "Kari," I giggled but didn't protest because he was right. I took a deep breath as Dr. Fredericks talked, but feeling Kari squeeze my hand, telepathically letting me know everything would be fine, relaxed me. He could always do that. It was a trait I could find in no other man and was ultimately priceless.
Chapter 8. Kari. Some months later. I just want to say that none of this shit right here would be possible without this woman right here. And I don't just mean because she's my right hand, but she's smart as shit, and I wouldn't have known how to get out of my damn contract without her. Plus, I fuck with the payment she accepts. I hooked one arm around Couture's body, backing her into me as I kissed her neck. Dick and Chanel. "Shut up, please," she spoke softly through a giggle as everybody clapped that shit up. "Kari." My mom shot daggers at me before tipping her champagne glass to her lips. Tonight was the celebration for not only me legally and easily getting out of my contract with Chief Music, but starting up my own shit. I already had 3 artists, one already established, and them niggas didn't hesitate at all to lock Couture down as far as legal representation went. The shit couldn't have worked out better. And even better, Simone and Shakur had hired her on as well. Shit was more than looking up for my baby. That nigga Melly had been doing everything in his power, including bringing a faked-out ass contract with my signature on it somehow to court. The judge was able to easily figure out it wasn't the legit contract, especially when I pulled up the original in my email, which only further confirmed the contract Melly had was fraudulent. It took a month straight, back-to-back court meetings, constant bashing and beefing with that nigga, but I was out. I was proud of myself for not laying his ass out, but I knew that was what he wanted me to do, so my constant chance to keep calm coupled with Prime's wise words allowed me to brush off all the rah-rah shit Melly was barking. Butterfly Coupe by Kaylin Dot For Real dropped once I nodded to let the DJ know that I was done speaking. Everybody in the Compton and St. Thomas family were all over my big-ass backyard, chilling, eating, drinking, and a few were dancing on the females they brought through. "Hey, relax, little nigga," Prime called out to Asif, who had some bitch he'd met in school shaking her ass on him provocatively. "Kids is out here." At the sound of his father's voice, Asif stopped, sucking his teeth and turning old girl to face him. When he wrapped his arms around her body, mimicking a slow dance, Couture and I laughed. For the next hour and a half, the whole clan had a ball for real. We hadn't been able to party like this in a minute, especially because I was stuck in between that shit with Kaya and Marley. I hadn't been this fucking relaxed in a while. I had my wife, was doing my own fucking thing, and wasn't worried about faking the fucking funk for the label. A little after 1 a.m., everybody started to leave the house, which I was thankful for. I loved my family, but I was ready to get some pussy and fall asleep with my woman's hair in my face, or her leg thrown across me. As Couture and I stood in the roundabout, watching all the cars my family had driven over pull out in what was similar to a single-file line, I spotted a black Lexus creep by. It kept going, so once it disappeared out of sight, I focused back on Unique's wild ass, making his car perform hydraulics out of my fucking driveway. "That was so fun, but I am so drunk," Couture melted into me. allowing me to wrap my arms around her as I kissed her neck. Just as Unique sped off, the Lexus reappeared, and a nigga had a sinking feeling in the pit of his fucking stomach. As soon as I spotted the window crack a little, I got a flashback of the night my girl got hit. Shit seemed to go in slow motion as I had to choose whether to grab my gun or get Couture out of the fucking way. I couldn't do both without one of us being hit. My reflexes kicked in before I could figure the shit out, and next thing I knew, Couture was in the freshly trimmed bushes off to the side as a bullet pierced my ribcage. Retrieving my heat, I let off shots back to back coming down the roundabout as if them niggas weren't blasting off too. "Kari!" Couture cried my name. "Stay where the fuck you at!" I barked, unable to even feel the shot that had hit me earlier. I was too high off fucking adrenaline to feel anything but wrath at the fact that whoever the fuck this was had the nerve to show up to my crib and almost shoot my woman yet again. Wasn't happening, though. I meant that shit when I said a nigga would die before I allowed any fucking thing to happen to Couture. That slither of a moment where the gunman's eyes widened and his body froze in shock at the fact that I was firing back allowed me to send a bullet through his head. From there, I let off every bullet I had in the chamber toward the passenger and driver's seats. When the car swerved and hit a palm tree, I ran down out of my gate and toward the shit. My neighbors had started to come out of their houses, and judging by the fact that there was no movement in the car, I could assume everybody in the whip was dead. "What happened?" a neighbor of mine yelled, but I paid that bitch no mind. Bursting the darkly tinted-ass window until it shattered to pieces out of the fucking frame, I reached in to open the door, but the sight of a pregnant woman in the driver's seat caught me off guard. "Kari!" Couture's light and airy voice called out to me. "I called the police." I couldn't respond as my heart galloped out of my fucking chest. I was split. Knowing I had killed a pregnant woman fucked with me, but the bitch was clearly in on it. I was so caught up in her bloody-ass face pressed into the airbag, I hadn't even noticed the nigga in the passenger seat was Melly. "Isn't that the record label guy?" a white man quizzed. "Nigga, back the fuck up!" I shouted at him since he was peering over my shoulder. "You're shot!" he exclaimed, staring at my side. "Come back over here, Jonah, he has a gun!" who I assumed to be the white man's wife shouted after noticing the gun clutched in my hand. The shit was empty by this point. I'd only had 9 bullets, and thankfully used all of them motherfuckers effectively. Moments like this I thanked God for Prime's meddling ass and the shooting he made us do out in the woods for hours on end. I might not have been alive otherwise. Remembering the fact that I was in fact hit, I looked down to see my whole shirt at the bottom was crimson. Couture touched the area after replacing Jonah, just as a loud-ass siren sped down my street. My neighbors ran to either side of the street to make way for the police, fire, and ambulance vehicles, while I moved off to the side a bit with Couture. "Hey, no, they're fucking dead already. He needs to go to the hospital," Couture snapped on one of the first responders who ran to the totaled-out Lexus. The woman nodded before waving over her counterparts with the bed. "I'm good," I told them when they tried to help me on. As I slowly got into the bed myself, feeling the pain from the bullet now, the other workers began taking photos and asking the people around if they saw anything. As they started to push me toward the ambulance truck, with Couture right by my side, I looked over my shoulder at the scene I'd left, shaking my fucking head at Melly's stupid ass. Hours later, I was out of surgery, a successful fucking one, thankfully, and now just in the room with Couture. My brothers came, but they were chill. It was my mama and Prime who were making shit worse. My mom's was up in arms, questioning if I was in a gang again, causing Prime to attempt to give me a lecture. Eventually, though, Pop was able to calm my mom's down and let her know shit wasn't like that, before they took their asses home. "Thank you, baby. I didn't know what was going on before I flew into that bush." Couture got in the bed next to me on my good side. We laughed before I winced and gripped my heavily bandaged side. "No need to thank me. That's what I'm here for." I adjusted myself a bit to make it more comfortable for her. "I can get out of the bed, I need you right here." I squeezed her exposed thigh in that dress that she'd had on all night at the party. A knock sounded off at the door, just as I laid my head back on the pillow before the nurse peeked in. "Hi, Mr. Compton, are you all right to talk?" she quizzed. The police want to ask you some things. All right, I let out. Silence lingered before I heard someone walk in and then close the door behind themselves. Hi, Mr. Compton, I'm Detective Milton Rhodes. He reached to shake my hand, then Couture's. I just want to understand what happened from your point of view. Simple. I shook my head inside. Them niggas pulled up in front of my home and started shooting. I had to shoot back in order to protect myself and my wife. Thankfully, my daughter was with her mother, or I would have done worse than what the fuck I did. The detective nodded with a smirk. I definitely understand. I have 3 daughters. He read something, then said, I know you knew the male in the passenger seat, Tremel Melly Connors. But what about the other passengers? There was a Kea Davis in the driver's seat, and then Earl Big E Perkins. For a moment, both Couture and I were shocked as fuck to hear Kea had been the driver. For one, it made sense why the bitch had fallen off the face of the earth as far as my life went, but on social media, too. I just assumed her ass had gotten some sense. I had no idea the hoe was hiding a pregnancy. It was obvious Melly had fathered the kid, at least I thought. I just knew the motherfucker wasn't mine. I know Kea. We dated a minute ago and then again recently. I kept shit short, feeling like it was unnecessary to go into detail further than that shit. Okay. Do you know any reason why the 3 of them would want to kill you? I just stopped doing business with Melly. As far as Kea, she was probably just doing what that nigga wanted her to. I shrugged. We ain't had enough beef, any beef at all, for her to be in on the shit for any other reason than blind loyalty to Melly. The detective nodded again, scribbling it down. Placing the pad in his pocket, he said, I want to forewarn you that more people will be coming to talk to you, a few times. We like to make sure the story matches, no matter how many times it's told. But do not fret, Mr. Compton. We have no plans to bring charges forth. Your neighbors have stated the same as you, and your neighbor Jonah Finley says you have a camera system outside of your home if we need to see footage, but I doubt that will be necessary. Jonah's old nosy ass. The shit had come in handy, though, I guessed. That's great, Couture smiled, kissing the side of my face. You two have a good night, and I will be in touch. The detective put his hand up to say goodbye, then left out. That's so good, baby, because if they tried to press charges, I was gonna get my girl Bambi, and she would shut that shit down. Laughing, I said, I know, you always got me. I do. She straddled me. You know I'm pretty much naked, so you can do whatever the fuck you want. Like what? She smirked. Like pull my dick out and maybe sit on it, but that's up to you. I threw my hands up. I'm just an incapacitated patient at the moment. Couture's head fell back in laughter, causing me to admire the sight and the sound. That sound was like a fucking warm blanket in a blizzard. She lifted her head back up, her eyes shifting from ones full of amusement to lust. I guess since you did save my life, I can find a way to thank you. She lifted a bit to move the covers out of the way. Pushing her panties to the side, she positioned my already hard dick at her opening, then pressed down, making us both moan subtly, before she hugged my neck and began riding me. This had been a crazy fucking night.
Epilogue. Couture, Compton. Sometime later, as Bambi and Lisara helped straighten out the train of my wedding dress, I stared myself down in the mirror. Today was a day I had envisioned several times over, and in my dreams, the groom had never changed. I had never pictured this with Leland because I knew I would never be able to pull through. You okay? Lisara asked as Bambi listened, sipping her champagne. I am, I nodded. Why? Looked like you zoned out for a minute. Wanted to be sure you weren't about to run, she jested, making Bambi laugh. Okay, when are y'all gonna stop mentioning that? I shook my head playfully as the 2 women helped me down from the step. I had to, one more time. Lisara pecked my face lightly as not to disturb my makeup. Although Kari and I were already married, we knew we needed to have this wedding not just for his family, but because we wanted to celebrate our union as well. Well, to answer you, I am definitely not about to run. I haven't been this happy in a while, I admitted. It was true, too. I was marrying the love of my life, and we were currently awaiting the arrival of our baby, and it was actually our baby. The baby boy we would be blessed with in a few short months, who we planned to name after Kari, would actually be from my genetic pool, mine and Kari's. I couldn't lie and say I didn't wish that I got to experience carrying him myself, but our surrogate, Alicia, was very sweet and always made sure I was a part of everything, no matter how small. Dr. Frederick had found her, and after we met with her a few times, her experience wowed me. I was skeptical because I'd seen many horror stories about using surrogates, but the fact that we were her fifth couple put me at ease. She was used to this, and I didn't have to worry about her running off with my baby because he wouldn't even be related to her as. Kari had been amazing through it all as well. He didn't put up a fight for anything I wanted or said the baby or Alicia needed. All he did was cut a check or hand me a bank slip. He'd made my dreams come to fruition in more ways than one, and I couldn't be more thankful. Rapping sounded off on the door, so Bambi went to answer it. When she turned to look my way with an expression I couldn't quite read as she pulled it open, I knew who it was. My mother stepped into the room, smiling subtly at Lisara and Bambi before saying, "Can I speak to Couture a moment?" "Sure." Bambi slipped out, mouthing to me that everything would be all right. Lisara kissed me once more and told me she would be out with the rest of the wedding party. "Hi, Ma," I said, taking her in. She looked the same but very stressed. We hadn't seen or talked to one another in almost a full year, but she had somehow aged a few years. Her golden brown hair had streaks of gray I hadn't seen before, and her crow's feet were more prominent than before. Her small frame was still intact, though, with the amazing set of legs she'd passed down to me. "You look beautiful, Couture," she said, shocking me. I couldn't remember the last time she complimented me, and it didn't have anything to do with Leland and his family. "Thank you. Thank you for extending an invitation to me. I would have hated to miss this. It wasn't my idea. Kari wanted to make sure you attended. If it were up to me, you wouldn't be here. I only want people around that support our relationship." I adjusted the bouquet of flowers in my hands nervously. "That's understandable." She looked off momentarily, then back to me. "I know I didn't make it obvious, but I love you, and I'm proud of you. I understand you love Kari, but as a mother, it is hard to see your child be with someone who treats them badly. I just wanted better for you, and I couldn't handle it when you told me you had married him, so I reacted. But I was wrong. I do get where you were coming from, Ma, but he was a teenager. I was a teenager. Give me some credit. If he was the same man, do you honestly think I would have risked my whole career and threatened our relationship for him? He was an asshole back then, and I was a doormat. Neither of us are the same people." She took a deep breath as if hesitating to say the next thing. "I want to meet him then and get to know him. Me and your stepfather. I only know Kari through your tears and disappointment. I've never met the actual man, which is my fault, but I'm sure he would be glad to know you." "Good. Then, hopefully, we can repair what we have. I hate to see how close you are with Lisara. I can see how comfortable you are and how uneasy you became when she left the room." My mother wiped the tears threatening to fall. "We can, but it won't happen overnight. Same way I won't allow a man to mistreat me, I won't allow it from you either. If we can't have a respectful relationship, Ma, I'd rather us leave it where it is." She nodded, then replied, "Well, I will be outside." She gave a closed-mouthed smile, then left the room. Moments later, Prime peeked in, taking me in with a smile before asking, "You ready?" "Yes." I went his way, then hooked my arm through his. He helped me down the hall, then gave a signal so the pianist would start to play. The venue was amazing and large, reminding me of a castle in England where the royals resided. The actual wedding was outside in a beautiful garden with cobblestone walkways, fairy lights, and beautiful peonies everywhere. As soon as we stepped outside, the sun shone down on my face, and I couldn't help but smile at my handsome husband waiting at the end of the aisle. His brothers, Laquay, Bashar, and friend Steph were his groomsmen, while Bambi, Nixie, who was Bashar's girlfriend, whom I didn't know well, but Kari told me she was psycho and this would make her feel better, so I agreed, were my bridesmaids. Then, Lisara, of course. Banks had been our flower girl, and we were gonna let little Harmony bring the ring. Kari looked so incredibly handsome, his eyes sparkling in the sunlight as he crossed his hands at his waist. His hair was free but slightly tamed a bit from some product, I assumed. I'd begged him to wear it out for me, and thankfully, he agreed. Prime and I finally made it down before he handed me off and took a seat next to Asif. A nigga finally got his woman, Kari's ignorant ass said, taking my hand in his. The whole wedding party chuckled, including the pastor, before he got started. As I held on to Kari's hands, I knew this was the beginning of the best days of my life. The wedding ceremony seemed to go by quickly before everyone migrated to the reception ballroom where Kari and I had our first dance to Make It Last Forever by Keith Sweat. Afterwards, I changed into a shorter white dress so I could really get out there and dance. When Kari's latest song, Wait For You, came on, the whole room began to dance and sing along, which I loved, especially because I knew that song was for me, for us. Even better, that it had been one of his biggest hits to date. I guess that was a sign from God. I'm so in love with you, I smiled, staring up into his beautiful eyes as we swayed to Dangerously in Love by Beyoncé. I'm so in love with your ass, too. He hugged my body closer, gripping my ass, just as we heard some commotion at the entrance. I turned to see the entrance of the ballroom was crowded with police. We're looking for a Laquay Compton, the head officer shouted, walking in further as the DJ lowered the volume. For what? Kari quizzed, while Laquay calmly scooted from the family table and stood. He was always so chill with shit, like he knew he'd beat whatever it was. He was a lot like Prime. Prime, Laquay's boo, Tierra, Lisara, and a couple others began to spew out questions while I stood there stunned. From being in the law world, I knew they were here to make an arrest. I could tell by their demeanors and the type of people they had with them. This shit was serious, but I kept my mouth shut. Calm down, the head officer called out as two men behind him approached Laquay. Y'all better not cuff me unless you niggas want a lawsuit. Laquay switched his language, I guess realizing threatening harm to law enforcement wouldn't help him. Laquay Compton, you are under arrest for possession of narcotics with the attempt to distribute. You have the right. The officer read off his speech as his two colleagues put Laquay's hands behind his back and threw the cuffs on. Don't worry about this, baby. Tierra rushed to him, touching his face gently as tears pooled in her eyes. Y'all better make sure whatever the fuck y'all got sticks. That's all I'm gonna say. Prime spoke to the head officer coolly, and I watched the officer swallow a lump as he stared up into his eyes. Let's go. Enjoy the party, folks. The stubby white man treaded out, hands on his weapons, as the other officers walked Laquay out. Some time later. Want to help bathe your brother? I asked Harmony as she stood beside me in the master bathroom. Sitting in his tiny tub was my baby boy, Lyric. We decided last minute to do away with naming him after Kari, keeping up the musical name theme so he'd match Harmony. My son was beautiful, with his father's eyes and looks, but my brown curly hair. It was so surreal seeing him with traits of mine. I was really his mother, and I really had a child of my own. He had his father's bossy personality, just like Harmony, but he was smart as a whip, like his mama. Alicia had been amazing since the day he'd got here. She pumped relentlessly, making sure that any time my son needed a feeding, I was the one to do it. I did all the skin-to-skin and everything else new mothers took the initiative to do to be sure they bonded with their babies. Alicia was involved, but at the minimum, which she assured me was for the best. She was right, too. Her technique had assured that my son knew I was his mother, one of his main providers. All my fears had been erased. When he wanted to be fed, cuddled, or just relax, he cried for me. And no matter how tired I was in the middle of the night, I was thankful for it. Kari was the perfect father, too. Most nights I got up, he did as well, revealing to me this was a new experience for him since he had never been able to live with Harmony full time. I never thought about it until he mentioned it, and it felt nice to give him another first outside of our son. It no longer bothered me that I didn't carry Lyric myself. He didn't know that, and I didn't feel any different about him because of it. He was mine and Kari's, and that was something I had wanted ever since that reckless but overly fine classmate of mine approached me for my number during the lunch hour. Yes, Harmony nodded, her curly hair bouncing as she did so. Okay, I kissed her face and proceeded to show her how to go about it. Once finished, I ran Harmony a bath, then made her some food. After feeding Lyric while she and I watched Encanto for the 100th time, they both passed out. I got her. Kari entered the bedroom from the adjoined bathroom. He'd gotten home about 45 minutes ago and was now showered with his teeth brushed. Okay, I nodded sleepily, placing Lyric in the crib that hooked onto our bed and then peeling the comforter back so I could lay against the cool sheets. I smiled softly when the bed sunk, letting me know Kari was climbing in behind me. Hugging me from behind, he whispered, "You so fucking sexy being a mother." His hand ventured between my legs as he pressed his dick against my ass. Our life had changed since baby boy had come, but it was still perfect. We made sure to find time for our wild nights together, but I think we both enjoyed the change of pace with our baby still. Oh yeah? I quizzed, turning to face him before we kissed hungrily. Yeah, I love you. I love this. Me too, I whispered, feeling him tug on my panties as he moved his mouth to my erect nipples. At one point, I never saw this moment in my life happening, but it had. Kari made it happen. His love for me made him go above and beyond to make me happy. In hindsight, I was thankful that I had waited for him, even through the times I shouldn't have. But I was grateful that when it mattered, he'd waited too. As Kari's song said,